Yeah, my name is Jim Evans. I was here last year, probably some of you. Last year I had one of my partners, Bob Hart, with me. Another partner, Phil Scout. We had a business card, all our names are on that card. You can call any one of us. The numbers are about the same. What I'm going to do first is just kind of talk about the plan, how it works, what all is involved in it. Phil's going to go over a little bit about the assessments and then also why you want to pay them. I know you have a handout that you can talk a little bit about that. Basically, the 401k plan is set up. It's an excellent plan. They will contribute. You can contribute anywhere from 1 to 60%. And of that, they will match 100% of the first 3% and 50% of the next 2% after you've been here 1 year. Now, you can join the plan immediately upon being employed. So you can start contributing. For that first year, they're not going to match it. The second year, they'll match. And when you start getting the match, you know, the first year you get the match, it's 100%. You're making 100% of your money without making anything in the market. So it is something you really want to do. And 5% is not necessarily what you need to retire, but that's all that would match is that 3 and the 2. So talk with us if you want to, and we'll help you decide what you need to get to where you want to be when you go to retire. I know, how many met with somebody last year? I know Rob was down here. Yeah, quite a few. There's, you know, and a lot of times we said, you should probably sit with us again this year to talk about what's happened. This is not a good year for the market. Phil's going to go over that. But, again, excellent plan. You got to be 21 years of age, not covered by collective bargaining unit. You've been here 1 full year to get the match. They also have a profit sharing provision. If they have a really good year, they can contribute more money for you. So that just kind of depends on what the economy's doing. The profit sharing portion is not like the match. The match, once they put it in the account for you, it's yours. If you leave the company, whatever you do, that money is always yours. Your money that you put in is always yours. If they do a profit sharing provision, if they have a good year, put extra in there. That's on what they call a vesting schedule, that it will become yours, not from the time they give it, but from the time you've been employed. You'll get 0 if you've been here less than a year, 20% after 1, 40 after 2, 60, 80, 100. It takes 6 years to get all of the money out of the profit share. But that 6 years is not from the time they give it. It's just if you've been employed here 6 years, you'd automatically get it all. If they gave it to you and you left it the next day, you still get it all. So again, all of the money you put in, all of the match they give you is always yours, 100%. Take with you and go wherever you want with it. Profit sharing, you have to be a total of 6 years before that's 100% yours. Plan also allows for bonuses. Now, we don't like, you know, we tell people you really don't want to put money in here that you think you might need, but things do come up where you do need to take one loan. The minimum was $1,000, and then they set up the interest rate. It's kind of determined by what rates are right now. I think it might be 3.25% or 3.5% that you have to pay, but you pay it yourself. So when you pay your money back, you pay it back with interest, so you're still kind of contributing to your savings, the interest that you're paying on that loan. I've had people take loans and then find out that they only took $1,000 or $1,500, now they need more. You can't take a second loan, but you can pay off the first loan. If you borrow money, pay it off, and then take more if you did need. So again, you can talk to us on that if there's a problem. We don't like to see a lot of loans. We're putting money in the plan that should be for retirement. We emphasize it's very important to save for retirement if you want to live the lifestyle you do now in retirement. But also don't overdo it if you want to enjoy getting retirement. We can help you figure out what's going to be needed. Changing with your investments. If you sit with us today and you want to change them, you can change them on the internet daily. And most of the funds, it doesn't cost you. There's a couple funds that if you want to change within 30 days and when you bought them, when you want to change to something else, they don't want you to actively trade some of the funds. So Fidelity may impose the charge. I think it's on some of the smaller Fidelity markets funds and the small cap funds. They will charge you a little bit if you make too many changes too quick on some of the funds. But these funds are that you get, if you wanted to go out and buy one, some of them you couldn't even go buy on your own because you get what they call an institutional share class. And an institutional share class has the lowest expense ratios of any of the funds. Now, they're not all that way, but the Fidelity ones are, and then some of the other companies that put them in there, some of them are the A shares, you still pay maybe 4 or 5% to buy them. You try to buy them outside of this plan. The plan also has what they call a brokerage link account, which does cost you if you want to go into that. But you can actually go out and open a brokerage account and buy individual stocks if you want. There is a charge to buy the individual stocks. And it's not something that the company is going to buy, Alcoa or IBM or Boeing or anything like that. But you can do that. I'm going to give it one. It's not something we feel people should try and do with money in the 401k, but some people like to do that. There's not very many that do it in this particular plan. The plan offers a very good selection of investments. Again, Phil's going to talk a little bit about that. The plan does intend to be what they call 404C compliant. You can pretty much get whatever you want in here. A real estate fund, a developing market, or emerging markets fund, small companies, large companies, growth companies, companies that pay good dividends, balanced funds, a fund that has stocks and bonds in it if you don't pay much attention. They have what they call freedom funds, which they're also referred to sometimes as target date funds, where you pick a year close to the year you want to retire, and they will manage that portfolio and get more conservative as you get closer to retirement. So inside this plan, you can build a retirement fund that will support your lifestyle. You may want to talk with us and find out how much you're going to have to put in there. Everybody's starting from a different position, so it's not the same for everything. Again, Phyllis talks more about that. And with that, I'll turn it over to her. We're going to be here all day. Phyllis and I are both going to be out there for one-on-one meetings. I think if you talk to some of the people who talked to us last year without hard sell, we don't pressure anybody. We're here to help you figure out what you can do to get to your retirement goals.
Good morning, everyone. This is my first time down here, although Jim and I have been partnered for quite a long time. I'm Phyllis Scout, and so I look forward to meeting with each and every one of you. As Jim mentioned, 2015 was a challenging year in the markets. I mean, quite honestly, 2014 was a challenging year in the markets, although most of you probably saw positive returns on your statements in 2014, so just figured everything's okay, I'm just going to keep moving forward. But 2015, if you are someone who watches your accounts on the computer or looking at your quarterly statements, it was a very challenging year. Up until this point, everybody remembers 2008. 2008, we saw if you had a lot of your money in stocks, and there's nothing wrong with it if you're younger and you have a long time horizon, but if you did have a lot of money in stocks, you could have seen a 40 to 50% decline in your retirement balances. We haven't seen that for quite a long time. The market started to recover in March of 2009. So if you do the math, we're about 7 years into this market recovery. So the whole theory, time flies, right? Time goes fast. So we've had some nice returns in the market. And the further along we get in the market in these cycles, it's very normal to see these types of fluctuations take place. If the stock market was designed to produce positive returns year after year, you probably should be sitting in here working, right? Take your money out, you all make money, but it doesn't work that way. You have to accept risk to get return. You need return so that you can retire. So the 3 R's, right? So, but as you get closer to retirement, or as you become retired, you have to really sit back and try to decide how much risk can each and every one of you take. So I promise the next couple minutes I'll go fast, but I will not bore you. As I mentioned, 2015 was a challenging year. $6 trillion in assets. Over 8,400 stock funds were down 2% for 2015. So that was the stock market. Now, the S&P 500 during that same period of time, it was negative. Now, if you factored in the 2% in dividends that it paid, it actually finished the year up about 1.7%. Why do I mention the S&P 500? Because it's been the hot place to be the last few years. The S&P 500 are the largest 500 companies that are traded. They tend to be more of the growth names. Just to give an example, out of all the sectors, large company growth names were the best performers in all of the markets. I'll give you a list and tell me if you recognize any of these companies. Netflix. Netflix was up 134% last year. Amazon was up 118%. Starbucks was up 48%. Google was up 45%, Facebook was up 34%, Nike was up 31%, Home Depot was up 29%. So some companies had some really, really good returns. So if you were in a fund, and most of you probably were, you probably did have some of those names, but we will never, a fund will never put all your money in just those names. S&P 500 in 2014 was up over 13%. But a lot of you sitting in this room didn't get 13% because you didn't have all your money in the S&P 500, and nor would we ever recommend that because with that comes a lot of volatility. But for 2015, the 10 largest names in the S&P 500 were up 17.9%. The other 490 names were down 11.9%. So see how it was hard? Even the best performing index for 2015, 490 names in that index actually finished almost down 12% on average. So it was a stock picker's market, but we're never going to promote stock picking. We're going to promote diversification. To give you an idea, small company stocks were down 7% for the year. Energy, industrial, materials, they had the biggest drop. We all know energy because we go to the gas pump. Gas prices are a lot cheaper, right? Gas has come down quite a bit. But with the gas prices as low as they are, it has hurt energy stocks quite a bit. But I will tell you that that will change. Because everybody says, well, you know what? Demand is going down. Demand is going down. That's why the price of gas is going down. No, it's not a demand problem that we have. It's a supply problem. We have access to more oil now. The demand is actually increasing. We're at record levels. China continues to build out, even though they're having some of their own problems right now. But people are buying cars in China, so there's going to be more and more oil consumption. Interesting statistic. What do you think the number one selling car is? The make of a car these days in the U.S. Not brand, but type of car. SUVs and big trucks. Don't you remember not that long ago? Everyone was like, don't buy SUVs, don't buy trucks, they take a lot of gas, gas is expensive. Well, we haven't figured that out. So in the U.S., that's what we continue to buy. We're buying that now because gas is so cheap. So don't worry about energy and oil because it's nice right now to be able to go to the pump and pay a low price. But demand is greater than it's ever been. It's just we're working through some supply issues right now. If you look at other large cap value stocks, which are the dividend payers, they lost 3%. Bonds were down 2.4% for the year. Emerging markets were down 17% for the year. International markets were down 4%. The bottom line is, there really wasn't anywhere to hide, right? Last year in 2015, so if you're looking at your performance thinking, what the heck happened? These types of years happen. They do. And we have to expect it, but we have to keep in mind that we have a much longer term time horizon. And I don't care if you're getting ready to retire in the next year. Just because you retire doesn't mean your money retires, right? It actually needs to work harder for you in retirement than when you are working. Because when you're working, you still have that paycheck coming in, so you don't really get overly concerned about that retirement nest egg until you do retire. When there's no more money coming in, and in terms of in the form of payroll, your money's got to work harder for you. Well, here it is, beginning of 2016, and I wish I could give you better news, but this has been one of the worst starts to a year in the stock market ever in our history. So the markets are down between 6 and 7%, depending on what you look at. And that is even with stronger than better employment report that just came out. So what I will tell you, if you take a look and all the analysts and all the strategists that follow the market, the overall consensus is, are the top 10 analysts that the market is still, the bull run is not over. We are just going to continue to see more volatility, but we believe that there's still return in the markets. Now, what is your alternative? Your alternative is to go to the money market account, but you're guaranteeing yourself you're going to make something, right? But you're guaranteeing yourself you're going to make 1%. 1% is not going to cut it when you factor in inflation and taxes. So we think everybody in here, it doesn't matter if you sit and talk to the person next to you in this room, you all have different objectives, You all have different risk tolerance, right? Some of you can accept the fluctuations. So everybody is unique. So we encourage you, while we're here, to sit down and review your accounts. It's very important, especially coming out of the year we just had, and especially looking at what we've just come into already in January of this year. So there's a brochure that you have that was in your packet. It's called Market Volatility. So basically this market volatility brochure pretty much sums up what I talked about, but it puts it in a nice little colorful display. In the very first page says there are 2 basic principles to investing. And that is don't bail out of the markets when you see a declining market. But do have a plan to invest through these types of fluctuations. And that's what we're here for, is to help you put together a plan. So for those of you that were up late last night, Jim and I got in late. We got in later than we thought we were going to be, but we managed to make it in time to catch the end of the game. But how many of you watched the football game last night? So there's a lot of volatility in that game, wasn't there? I mean, it was back and forth, and it was actually probably one of the best national championship games or bowl games that we've had in a long time. I don't know if your team won or didn't win. I'm a Hawkeye fan. I went to the Rose Bowl. I made a big mistake. They got blown out, so I'm over it. I'm done with it. But it was fun to watch the game. But there's a lot of volatility. And if those coaches and those players did not have a plan, right, it wouldn't have been that type of game. So it's no different when you're for retirement. Jim and I are your coaches. We're here. We're here to get you on track, right? We're here to help you put a plan together, but then it's up to you to follow through on that plan. So when there's high times of market volatility, just that first page, don't bail out, but make sure you have a plan. If you flip to the second page, everybody thinks, well, gosh, if I get out, if I get out of the market right now, and then I wait for all this to go away, and I jump back in, aren't I going to be better off that way? I had a client last week call me, and she says, I'm just curious. I have a friend. She says her advisor gets her out when the market's going down and gets her back in when the market's going up. I was like, wow. That's near impossible to do. Even the very best investors in the world cannot do that. Once again, it's hard to time these markets. And if you look at this chart, it's based on 5-year returns. And if you look at the 4 worst events that took place over those 5 years, if you just stayed the course and had a plan and stayed diversified, after the Great Depression, 5 years after that, your money was up 367%. Now, none of us in this room probably remember the Great Depression, but we all remember the Great Recession, and that's the last bar chart. So in 2008, if you thought you could time the market and get out, and then try to get back in, you were better just to stay the course. Because in the next 5 years that followed 2008, the market was up 178%. So the key is markets are resilient. They are designed to do this. They are not designed to produce positive returns year after year. They make it hard for us to try to figure out what's going on. But the bottom line is your time horizon. Time is your friend. If you're having money taken out of your account, out of your payroll, and put into retirement, and you are 5 or more years outside of retirement, a down market is your friend. Why is that? Because you are buying shares at a cheaper price. It's like going to the grocery store. If you drink pop or Pepsi or Coke and you can get it for half price, you load up on it, right? And you put it in the basement and you store it. It's the same thing with your retirement account. When the market does what it did in 2015, do not change your plan unless your goals are changing and you're getting closer to retirement. Because you are actually buying shares at a cheaper price, and when the market's expensive, you're buying less shares at a high price. You ever hear the buy low, sell high? That's the best way to invest inside a retirement plan. That's what you're doing. You're buying low and you're selling high. So so keep that in mind. You got to stay the course and make sure you have a plan. And then on the bottom corner here it says, diversify, diversify, diversify. Don't try to pick the hot fund, because it's probably not going to be hot the next year. So So we are here to walk you through those decisions. Jim mentioned about the funds inside of your plan. We spend a lot of time monitoring those funds, making sure that the very best funds are made available to you as participants. And from a return standpoint, it's hard to pick. It's hard to pick which fund is going to outperform the other fund in its class. But inside of the big large cap growth funds that we talked about was the best place to be in 2015, they actually had a fund in there that was up 7% last year. You had a fund that was up 2.64% last year. So you had funds inside your portfolio that beat the benchmarks by quite a bit. And that was a hard task to do last year. A lot of funds did not beat their benchmarks. Same thing with the mid caps, the small caps, the internationals. You could go on, there's different risk levels. Money market does still pay a little over 1%. So there are a lot of great options inside of your plan. I brought up this chart. Most of you can't see it, but it looks like a big mountain chart. And there's a lot more blue. See a lot of blue? Does anybody see the red? Okay. Does anybody? What's your guess on what the blue is and what has to do with markets?
Gains.
Right. Yes. We like the blues because the blues are positive returns. The reds are recessions. They're negative returns. But you see what happens over time. This goes back to 1930. The blues last a lot longer, right? Makes us feel good because we're making money. But when the reds happen, it happens quick, fast, and goes down a lot, right? And that's what we don't like. But it gets it over. It happens, the market corrects itself, and we get back on normal track. That is why it's important to stay focused, have a plan, and stay invested. Because it's hard to time those little red flips like that. They happen quickly. And it's often by the time you think I want to get out, it's too late. It's already starting to get back to that blue section. So that's important to remember. The last thing is, our job is to make sure you guys are financially ready to retire. We call it retirement readiness. What do you mean, are you financially ready to retire? Researchers have said that more than half of the people in the United States are not financially ready to retire. They throw out all these formulas, all of these calculations to figure out, are you financially able to retire? So Wednesday night, somebody's going to be financially able to retire, right? Anybody have Powerball tickets? Somebody or many people? So there you go. That's a great way to retire, right? With the Powerball. Then you don't have to go to any more meetings, right? You just enjoy life. But most of us aren't going to win that Powerball. So we need to make sure we start. If you haven't started, or if you want to up your contribution, it's important to start and to stay the course. Social Security will only replace less than 40% of your income. If you don't have a pension, my dad retired at the age of 49. I kid you not, 49 hasn't worked a day since. How did he do it? Pension. Social Security, first was pension. He lived off a pension. They don't spend a lot of money. And now he's living off Social Security and pension. A lot of us don't have that pension, so we only are going to get, if we're lucky, Social Security is going to pay us no more than 40% of our income. How are you going to fund the gap? How are you going to retire and be able to do the things that you want if you're going to depend on Social Security? 401k plan. Free money is given to you by your company by participating. Take advantage of it. Questions? Thank you, guys.
Okay, just one thing I didn't know is you can put in 1 to 60% of your pay up to $18,000. And if you're 50 or over, you can actually do another $6,000 if you want. You know, a lot of times if you have a spouse that's working or something like that, but they don't have a plan, it's good to kind of, if they had a plan, she would probably contribute. So sometimes you can contribute extra to this plan if you want to also. Also, you can do rollovers. And last year when we were here, there was some changes taking place where there could be some rollovers. If you have money in another plan that you don't pay attention to, they don't talk to you about it, you left the company and left it there, you can actually roll that into this plan also. The percentages you contribute to the plan, you can change those. They say you can change them daily, but they don't change immediately. But you can notify them, you can change them whenever you want. So if you were contributing 3% and now you think, well, I want that under 1%, I don't put under 2 in, we can help you do that. It actually goes through the company, and that it does take paper, you have to sign, so it doesn't take more money to check. And I also like to thank Phyllis for coming. This is the first day, or second day yesterday. She broke her ankle about a month ago. She didn't want to go to the big news, but she didn't want to go through the airport with us. So I told her she should have. I told her she should have. We could have probably got to ride her with those cars. So with that, we're going to be here the rest of the time. We have copies. We printed off everybody's statement as of last Friday. So if anybody wants to come talk to us, actually last Thursday, I printed it on Friday. So if you want to come talk to us, we have a copy of your statement. We can look at that. You can also access your account online where we can see it. And if you know your passwords or want to, you can access it online on an iPad, or you can actually go onto your website and look at it. So we're going to be here today and tomorrow, as long as we leave today and until noon tomorrow. And there's a sign-up sheet. I'm sure Rene will take care of it, and we'll be out the hall.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to introduce Sue Baumgart. Some of you had the opportunity to deal with Sue a little bit. Safety Sue, they used to refer to her as. She was kind of the genesis. Sue and I worked together for a lot of years. I don't even want to say how many. She would date her. I never dated her, but anyway, she's done a phenomenal job. She's actually the mother of McCarthy Bush's safety program. She put it together and assembled it over the time. When we were a much smaller company. We were, what, maybe $30 million company all total. Yeah, that's the entire corporation. Okay. Anyway, what I'd like to do is introduce Sue Baumgart.
Hi, everyone. How are we doing today? We're going to do a little drug and alcohol training this morning. We're going to concentrate on reasonable suspicion. We'll play a little DVD in a little bit. It's geared towards the DOT, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Regulations, pretty much what the DVD concentrates on. What I wanted to point out, I want to just go over a couple things before we start the DVD. That is, as a supervisor, if you're going to be supervising drivers, this is according to the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Regulation, you have to have 60 minutes of training annually. The regulation refers to all persons designated to supervise safety-sensitive positions. Safety-sensitive positions at McCarthy Bush Corporation is every position. So every time it says driver, it actually means employee for McCarthy Bush purposes. If your responsibilities include any aspect of supervising drivers/employees, this regulation applies to you. So it pretty much applies to everybody in the room. Now, does anybody want to tell me why I would put a sunscreen bottle up here for drug and alcohol? Anybody got a clue? Wrong graphic? Not at all. You can buy this flask on Amazon, and if you're at Prime shipping, you can get it shipped to your house free. Hurry though, there's only 13 left in stock. Just one of the ways that alcohol can be disguised. There's a lot of creative ways to do it. Most people that have an alcohol issue don't go to this level. They find other genius ways to disguise their alcohol, but just one of the ways that you can disguise alcohol. So we're going to run the DVD now. Guys, I like to have a relaxed training mode. I want you to ask questions as we go. If you have questions, we're going to have some scenarios when we get done here. I appreciate it.
Jim, I thought you'd be gone by now.
Oh, yeah, Dave, I guess I'm running a little late. I can't seem to find the paperwork I got from dispatch this morning.
Want to take a look? There it is. The front seat.
Oh, yeah, I guess I missed it.
Are you feeling okay? You seem a little out of it.
I'm fine, I'm just running a little bit behind. Don't worry, I've got plenty of time to make my first delivery.
Yeah, Jim, it's not just today. You seem to be running behind a lot lately. You used to be Mr. Reliable, and recently the late getting started on your routes, your paperwork has become a problem for the office. You just seem to be off your game. Look, I'll send another driver to complete your route today. I need you to come to the office.
I'm sure I'll give you better, Dave. Just give me a chance.
Let's just discuss it in the office.
Sending a driver for drug and alcohol testing is not easy. In fact, it may be one of the most difficult things you have to do as a supervisor. And it may be one of the most important. Determining that a driver should be sent for reasonable suspicion of drug and alcohol testing is a supervisor duty that's specifically addressed in the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Regulations. Under these regulations, all persons designated to supervise drivers must receive training on alcohol misuse and controlled substance use. Training that can be used to determine whether reasonable suspicion exists to require a driver to undergo drug and alcohol testing. This video and the written materials that accompany it will help to meet the regulations requirements for reasonable suspicion training. But before we talk about drugs, alcohol, and making a reasonable suspicion determination, let's talk about your job and your responsibilities when it comes to complying with the drug and alcohol regulations, specifically the regulations addressing reasonable suspicion. If your job title doesn't include the word supervisor, don't assume the regulation doesn't apply to you. The regulation refers to all persons designated to supervise drivers. This can include dispatchers, lead workers or foremen, and managers with various responsibilities. And if your responsibilities include any aspect of supervising drivers, the regulation applies to you. The regulations prohibit drivers from using alcohol within 4 hours of reporting for duty and while on duty. They also prohibit drivers from reporting for duty or remaining on duty when using controlled substances. As a driver supervisor, it's your job to make sure your drivers are not impaired and are in compliance with these requirements. If you reasonably suspect the driver is impaired, it's your responsibility to take the appropriate steps so that the driver does not drive until you can ensure that he or she is not impaired. With these regulations in mind, we'll spend the rest of our time discussing and demonstrating the reasonable suspicion process. The reasonable suspicion process consists of 5 essential elements: observation, confirmation, documentation, confrontation, and testing. These elements may not occur in this specific order, but it's important that they all be touched on as part of a reasonable suspicion process. Let's revisit our scenario with Dave and Jim to call out the elements that Dave, the supervisor, has applied in his encounter with Jim, the driver.
Jim, thought you'd be gone by now.
Oh, yeah, Dave, I guess I'm running a little late. I can't seem to find the paperwork I got from dispatch this morning.
Want to take a look? There it is. In the front seat.
Oh, yeah, I guess I missed it.
Are you feeling okay? You seem a little out of it.
I'm fine, I'm just running a little bit behind. Don't worry, I've got plenty of time to make my first delivery.
Yeah, Jim, it's not just today. You seem to be running behind a lot lately. You used to be Mr. Reliable, and recently the late getting started on your routes, your paperwork has become a problem for the office. You just seem to be off your game. Look, I'll send another driver to complete your route today. I need you to come to the office.
I'm sure I'll get you better, Dave. Just give me a chance.
Let's just discuss it in the office.
From this conversation, we can conclude that Dave has touched on at least two important elements of the reasonable suspicion process. First, he's observed that Jim is behaving in an uncharacteristic way. In fact, the day's encounter serves to confirm earlier observations. Having observed Jim's behavior in the past and confirmed those observations in today's encounter, Dave has moved the conversation to a private setting.
Jim, over the last few weeks, I've observed significant changes in your performance. You've been late a number of times, not only on your routes, but with your paperwork, and frankly, your appearance is not as professional as it used to be. These problems today just confirm what's been going on for a long time.
I'm sure I can do better. I'm just a little tired lately.
Having shared his observations with the driver, our supervisor moves on to confronting the issue head-on.
The bottom line is, I'm sending you for a reasonable suspicion drug and alcohol testing.
You think I'm using drugs?
I don't know if you're using drugs or not, but I'm sending you for testing. I'll set it up at the test facility and have Alan drive you over. It's company policy that you can't drive yourself. Would you wait here?
Okay, but I don't use drugs.
Having completed the difficult task of confronting Jim, Dave arranges for the test to take place at a certified testing facility. Next, Dave spends time documenting his observations and his actions while they are still fresh in his mind. The regulations require that the determination of reasonable suspicion be based on specific, contemporaneous, and articulable observations. Let's break this down. Contemporaneous means the observations occur in the moment while the behaviors are taking place. And articulable means that you can clearly describe what you have observed. So Dave must be specific when documenting appearance, behavior, speech patterns, or odors that triggered him to send Jim for testing. This documentation is required for both alcohol tests and controlled substances tests. It must be completed within 24 hours of the observed behavior or before the test results are released, whichever is earlier. Also, the supervisor or company official who made the observations must sign the documentation. The regulations are specific about the requirements for a reasonable suspicion test. This means that you can't send a driver for testing because you have a gut feeling that the driver may be abusing alcohol or using controlled substances. And you can't send a driver for testing if someone else tells you that they think a driver should be sent for testing. You must make the observations yourself, and you must be prepared to describe these observations in a way that can be part of the documentation. Let's look at another scenario where a supervisor must make a reasonable suspicion testing decision.
Let's go into my office, Steve. Bring your stuff. I saw what you dropped on the table in the rec room. It looked like a couple of joints to me. Your eyes are bloodshot, you're stumbling when you walk, and frankly, you smell of marijuana. I'm sending you for reasonable suspicion testing.
Hey, this stuff's not mine. I'm holding it for a friend. I don't smoke dope.
In that case, you'll test negative and you can come back to work.
I don't have time for this. Give me the test here right now so I can finish my deliveries.
We can't give you the test here, Steve. It has to be done by a certified testing facility, and I can't let you continue driving until this is resolved. I'll make arrangements for someone to drive you over.
What if I don't take the test?
That's certainly your right. But if you refuse to take the test, it's considered the same as testing positive, and you won't be able to continue driving for us or any other carrier for that matter. You'll have to go through the entire return to duty process before you can drive again. Also, this refusal will be part of your drug and alcohol records for the next 5 years. That's quite the hassle for simply refusing to go for a test.
All right, I'll take the stupid test. Let's get this over with.
In this scenario, the observation and confirmation take place in a single encounter. The supervisor has made an observation that can't be ignored. She has no option other than removing the driver from duty and sending him for an immediate test. Right after this confrontation, the supervisor completes the process of documenting her observations. Substance abuse professionals have identified a number of behaviors that may indicate an individual is abusing alcohol or using controlled substances, such as marijuana, cocaine, opiates, amphetamines, or phencyclidine.
You start out by looking for things that are out of the ordinary. So you don't even necessarily have to be focused on signs and symptoms. You're really looking for something that's different with that employee. So normally they're pretty outgoing, pretty affable, and all of a sudden they're withdrawn, they're not making eye contact, they're kind of lethargic. Those are the kinds of things that I would start off by looking for. And then you can focus in a little closer on things like, they have bloodshot eyes, they're sweating, they're tremulous, they don't have good balance, they're not concentrating, it's just harder for them to communicate, all of those kinds of things that are pretty observable and pretty documentable. Documentation is critical. The regulations really talk about that the signs and symptoms have to be observable and they have to be documentable. And so whether you're taking notes or whether you've got a checklist, it's critical that you're checking off that they have, watery eyes, or that they're sweating, or that they're trembling, or that they can't concentrate. Any of those things about their appearance, their behavior, their speech, or odor are sort of fair game and important things to pay attention to.
There's one critical effect shared by alcohol and all the other prohibited substances. They all impair driving ability. In both of these scenarios, the supervisors confronted the drivers with firmness and confidence.
Jim, over the last few weeks, I've observed significant changes in your performance. You've been late a number of times, not only on your routes, but with your paperwork, and frankly, your appearance is not as professional as it used to be. These problems today just confirm what's been going on for a long time.
I'm sure I can be better. I'm just a little tired lately.
The bottom line is, I'm sending you for a reasonable suspicion drug and alcohol testing.
I saw what you dropped on the table in the break room. It looked like a couple of joints to me. Your eyes are bloodshot, you're stumbling when you walk, and frankly, you smell of marijuana. I'm sending you for reasonable suspicion testing.
For many supervisors, the confrontation element of the reasonable suspicion process is the most difficult. Substance abuse professionals have also developed techniques for handling this difficult conversation effectively and confidently.
I usually coach people to get familiar with their policy and really follow the policy and rehearse it because it is an awkward and uncomfortable situation and you don't want to watch it. You want to really take advantage of the opportunity. So be comfortable with it and be familiar with it. Find the employee. Make sure you take them to a private place where you can have this important conversation. And then talk in an open way. You're not trying to back somebody into a corner or confront them or get them to have a breakthrough. You're really sticking to the facts. You're using open-ended questions, and so you might start off by saying, you don't seem to be yourself today. How are things going? Is everything okay? And allow them to answer and listen to what they have to say, and oftentimes lead to the next question.
Let's look at another situation where a supervisor must make a decision.
Hey, man, it looks like a great flood out there. I swear the visibility was like 50 feet. I've got the wipers going at max, but they can't keep up. And I'm keeping my eyes on the taillights in front of me. I'm telling you, it was bad. So I'm concentrating like mad. I mean, I'm focused like a laser on those taillights. And I glance in my mirror. I'm half expecting to see Noah's Ark behind me. So I look in my mirror here, and there's these two headlights. And they're getting closer. And then they're passing me. I'm telling you, it's raining like cats and dogs. It's this crazy minivan, and it's passing me at like 70 miles an hour. And as I go by, I look down, and they've only got one windshield wiper going on the passenger side. Oh, absolutely crazy, I'm telling you.
Lisa, can I talk with you in my office?
Sure, Tom, after I finish this.
That can wait. We need to do this now.
Oh, okay, right now.
I've just been watching you out there. You're not acting like yourself today. Is everything okay?
Never better. I just came through one heck of a storm. It was raining so
I heard
hard.
you got very. Listen, I don't like to do this, but I have to send you for a reasonable suspicion alcohol and drug test.
What?
You're behaving entirely differently than I've ever seen. You seem agitated, a little hyper. Well, frankly, I can smell alcohol on your breath. Have you been drinking, Lisa? Are you using drugs?
Oh, that's just great. Look, Tom, I'm not drunk or on drugs. I had one drink after I finished my delivery. It's no big deal. Heck, after what I've been through in that storm, you should be buying me a drink.
I'll call the test facility and arrange a test for you, and then I'll have Jenny drive you over. You can't drive yourself.
Okay, Tom. I've been having a little trouble at home, and maybe I've got a small problem with drinking. Okay, I'll admit that. Maybe you could put me in touch with the Employee Assistance Program.
The EEP is there to help you, and I'll give you information regarding the provider. But admitting you have a drinking problem doesn't mean you don't have to take the test. I'll call the facility and I'll tell them you're on your way.
How did this supervisor perform the reasonable suspicion process? First, he observed the driver, applying the behavioral, appearance, speech, and odors criteria outlined in the regulations. Based on those observations, he removed the driver from duty and moved to a private setting.
Pretty crazy, I'm telling you.
Lisa, can I talk with you in my office?
Sure, Tom, after I finish this.
That can wait. We need to do this now.
Oh, okay, right now.
Next, he held a conversation that confirmed his observations and confronted Lisa.
I've just been watching you out there. You're not acting like yourself today. Is everything okay?
Never better. I just came through one heck of a storm. It was raining so
I heard
hard.
you got a story. Listen, I don't like to do this, but I have to send you for a reasonable suspicion alcohol and drug test.
What?
You're behaving entirely differently than I've ever seen. You seem agitated, a little hyper. Well, frankly, I can smell alcohol on your breath. Have you been drinking, Lisa? Are you using drugs?
Oh, that's just great. Look, Tom, I'm not drunk or on drugs. I had one drink after I finished my delivery. It's no big deal. Heck, after what I've been through in that storm, you should be buying me a drink.
I'll call the test facility and arrange a test for you, and then I'll have Jenny drive you over. You can't drive yourself.
Okay, Tom. I've been having a little trouble at home, and maybe I've got a small problem with drinking. Okay, I'll admit that. Maybe you could put me in touch with the Employee Assistance Program.
Some motor carriers have a policy within the regulations that allows a driver to admit to an alcohol or substance abuse problem and seek help. However, making that admission, as Lisa did in this scenario, did not allow her to escape the reasonable suspicion test. If you observe behavior that rises to the level of reasonable suspicion, you must refer the driver for testing, even if she admits to a problem when confronted and asks for assistance. Also note that because the driver in this example is female, the supervisor arranged for another female employee to drive Lisa to the testing facility. Best practices indicate that a person of the same gender transport the driver to the testing facility when the driver is ordered to undergo reasonable suspicion testing. Allowing the driver to drive himself or herself is unsafe. And having a person of the opposite gender transport the driver has the potential to complicate the situation. Also note, anyone who is designated to transport a driver to the testing facility must understand the confidential nature of the situation. The goal of reasonable suspicion testing is to identify drivers who are abusing alcohol or using controlled substances and get them off the road. As someone who is designated to supervise drivers, the regulations require you to understand the triggers for this testing. At the same time, under the regulations, testing cannot be arbitrary. To order a test, you must observe appearance, behavior, speech, and odors that indicate the potential use of alcohol and drugs. And you must be able to explain and document your reasons. Your goal should be to strike a balance between protecting the driving public in your motor carrier and protecting the privacy of your drivers. Striking this balance may not be easy, but sadly, every 2 hours, 3 people are killed in alcohol-related highway crashes. It's a frightening thought. Among professional drivers in the motor carrier industry, the numbers are much, much lower. But even one drunk or impaired driver is too many. That's why your role in reasonable suspicion testing is so important.
Hey Dave, you want to see me?
Yes, come on in. Have a seat. So I understand your drug test came back negative.
Yeah. It turns out that 2 of my prescription drugs were interacting with some serious side effects. My doc changed prescriptions, and now I'm doing a lot better.
Glad to hear that. That explains why you're having problems.
Yeah, that's right. Before I wasn't getting much sleep, and I couldn't seem to focus on what I was doing. You know, my wife noticed those changes too, but until I took the test, I thought I was just tired. Now I'm doing fine.
So the doctor okayed you to drive?
Yep, I'm okay to drive.
That's good news. We'll be back on the road tomorrow. You know, it wasn't easy sending you for a test, but we gotta follow the regs.
I know.
Not all reasonable suspicion testing has such a favorable outcome. But the most important thing is that drivers who use alcohol or use controlled substances are identified, taken off the road. This protects the driving public, your motor carrier, and may even help impaired drivers to get the professional assistance they need. By following the regulations, not only obey the law, you might just save someone's life.
All right, that was actually a pretty good video. Raise your hand if you have ever had an employee, it doesn't have to be McCarthy, I mean, you've been working with McCarthy, but if you've ever had a reasonable suspicion based on any of your jobs or any of the jobs that you were working on at the time, raise your hand. Quite a few. Terry, what role were you in, and what did you observe, and how did you handle it?
Well, I observed somebody that had a drinking situation, and
What did you observe? What did you see?
well, you could smell it on him, and I had known him for years and knew he had this problem, so I just pulled him aside and I talked to him and forewarned them, you know, what the policies were and everything, and tried to help him out. And of course, in some cases, you can't help people out. They just don't want to listen, and it turned out to be a situation that wasn't really good, because he ended up doing something that could have hurt somebody, and needless to say, it cost him a lot of pain. He lost his job because of it, but he would not, he wouldn't listen, whole 9 yards. And at the time that I pulled him to the side to talk to him, he was sober, he was not this, and I told him, I said, you work with equipment and stuff, you need to be rested, you need to be aware, make your equipment in good shape, get on this is what we don't know anything about, what kind of condition it's in, check it out. You know, and do not drink, do not do anything that's going to jeopardize yourself or anybody else. And of course, then listen to me. And then result.
So it happened multiple times?
Well, just one time. And that one time that he did not listen there, he actually, he took an eye protest. He wasn't even on that job when he was at another job we sent him to, and he, you know, messed up big time. But nobody would want him after that, you know, it affected him, and he lost his wife over it. He lost his whole life. But he was in charge. He knew what he was doing, so.
Was he a peer at that point in time, or was he working for you on that particular job?
He was working for us on the job. And we had sent him to another job to be there to load some material. Like I said, he was on different piece of equipment. We were hoping that he would be in a take advice and everything, but he didn't listen. So it was one of those situations, I wasn't there on the job, but somebody else was. As soon as it happened, they took charge of it, and after he failed the test, so. Can't always tell people, they don't always listen.
Yeah, I know. I've got kids that are like that, actually. They know more than I do about everything, I guess. But it is important. It is important because it isn't not only that employee's health and put at risk if somebody's impaired, but it's also the people around them. A piece of equipment, say you're running a boom truck or something like that, you're swinging the boom around, you're moving, you're mobilizing it. People need to be aware, you need to be on your toes, and if you're impaired in any way, it can make it more difficult. One question I had as supervisors and have people working for you, do you feel that you have a good rapport with your employees, people working for you, that they would tell you that they're on medication that they probably, and I mean legitimate medication, that they probably shouldn't be working? That's always been sort of a concern of mine, that if somebody's not drinking, you don't smell something, but they may be taking like an oxycodone or some other pain medication for a legitimate reason, they've got a script and everything, but realistically, they probably shouldn't be operating that piece of equipment or around moving equipment or anything like that.
Can anybody tell me what the policy says?
Isn't it as long as you're not impaired during work hours?
Can anyone tell me what the policy says? Someone was answering.
I was saying, isn't it as long as you're not impaired during work hours?
Yeah.
As long as you basically are under the level of the drug test.
You can take, you can have a prescription medication that, as Maureen says, you take at night. Doesn't really affect your day-to-day operations. What Larry's asking for is something that someone that's on a pain pill that's maybe 24 hours a day, maybe you recovering from something, or you have a chronic illness that requires you to take that. It may also come with a warning that says you cannot operate heavy equipment. The policy, the written policy, requires that the employees report that to you. And the question is, do you feel like you have a, now remember, when they report that to you, if they're an operator, they took themselves out of service. Do you feel like your employees are going to report that to you?
Steve? Yeah, no, you?
Me?
Yeah.
I guess so. I mean, I pretty well, I've been taking, I'm under some pain and I take medication, but most of my employees know what I take. So, but, yep, I try to stay with the company rules, so.
Okay. Well, it isn't even just the company rules, it's really taking care of your employees and looking after them.
Right.
If they're taking some kind of med, how many people either are or have employees who are diabetic? Raise your hand. have employees, either you or your employees are. Do your employees know that if it's you, that you're diabetic, or that the other people on that crew are aware that who has diabetes? I do, so I'm real sensitive to it. Go ahead, Brad.
Larry, I think where you're going with this is if you have good rapport with your employees. I've had employees in the past, and I feel I've had good rapport, and if they'll communicate with them, with you, about their medical issue in private, then you can accommodate them versus them getting themselves caught in a situation. If they do have to medicate, you can modify their duty versus them getting into trouble or hurting somebody or themselves.
Exactly. And the reason I get on diabetes, one, because I'm type 1, I do an insulin pump, but people around that individual, and that individual could be you, need to be aware that you are diabetic. Because if you are diabetic or your employee is, and they had a low blood sugar, they could pass out. You can feel, it sounds weird, you can feel like they're a little drunk or kind of a little bit stupid, for other reasons, I mean. And it's diabetes, this is my natural ability, but I think it's important that your other people know, because if somebody goes down, or they start kind of walking around wobbly, they haven't been drinking, it's probably a low blood sugar. And you and the people around that individual need to know how to deal with it. You don't just let the guy fall down, or the woman fall down, the employee fall down. So you need to be aware of those people that do have a medical situation that could affect their performance. It may not affect it right then and there, but it could if they have a low blood sugar. And it's not fun when you're, test your blood and you're like at 23. That's pretty low. But I think those are the kind of things that do make good toolbox talks to remind your crews, to remind the people around you. If you're the one with diabetes, say, hey, John, Jim, you guys need to know, I'm diabetic. I'm in great control. I think I'm in great control, but if I'm walking kind of funny, it's probably not that I'm drunk or had anything I shouldn't have. I might have low blood sugar, so I need to sit down and have some juice or something like that. And if you do have diabetics on your crew, or you do, if you are, then you've got to get some kind of sugar fairly quickly. Like an apple juice or orange juice or something like that. Same thing with your crews. If you know you've got a diabetic on your crew, you should probably have some other kind of sugar or something like that available in your truck or around where the individual's working. Because it can come on pretty quickly. Particularly if you're active and you're working hard and things like that, the symptoms of low blood sugar don't occur or aren't so evident to the individual. Till the individual sort of stops working or sits down or something, and all of a sudden you're like, oh wow, I've got low blood sugar. I need to treat it. So these are just some of the things that we're talking about. It's not necessarily totally drug and alcohol related, but it is, but it isn't. But it's really being aware and communicating with your employees medical conditions that could, not saying they do, but could affect your work product. Anybody have any questions or comments or anything?
Where, aren't you walking a fine line though? Because basically with other laws, you can't ask anybody if they have medical issues. So they almost have to tell you.
They have to, it has to be volunteered by the employee. The object of the conversation here is, your employees need to know ahead of time, your employees need to know ahead of time that we will accommodate the situation if we can accommodate the situation. We need to we want that rapport with our employees so that they feel like they can come and tell you, and it's not going to cost them their paycheck that day. Okay, that we'll try to accommodate and work within the boundaries. If they're on you know, one of the bigger narcotics that they really can't be operating equipment, then possibly you can give them a duty where they're not actually operating equipment, where they're not going to harm or danger themselves. Do what you can do to accommodate them. You can't ask them, though. It's a voluntary reporting.
You may want to consider, this is how I would do it, hopefully it'll be, she'll say I can do this. I would probably ask them in a meeting as a group, does anybody have, diabetes is 1/6 in my mind, just only because I am diabetic and I know it has an effect, and I know there's people here and that work with the company that have diabetes. So I guess what I would try to do is take the toolbox sessions and make people aware of it. I said, you know what? I know we have people that are diabetics or they just found out. If you are one too, it's easy for you to say, you know, I'm one too, so I'm kind of with you on this. But it's important to be aware because you can have a serious accident if somebody ends up going real low on blood sugar. So it's important that not only you're aware of it, but the employees around that individual are aware of it. Now they understand it. I mean, there's nothing wrong or negative or have bad connotations about having something like a diabetes or something like that. I can see some of the narcotics, there may be some other issues there where they don't want to disclose it. But I do think it's important for you to remind your employees, all the guys on your crew, that they communicate with each other and you have that kind of relationship with them. Say, hey, in a meeting, say, hey, we'll work with you with it. You know, if you have some medication that does affect you in some way, we will work with you with it and we'll find a spot somehow, some way that doesn't put you and our fellow members of your crew in jeopardy and safety.
But Larry, I don't mean to interrupt. No, go ahead. If you are a field supervisor, I can talk about that, I don't do that. But if you're a
The
field
tape won't pick it up,
supervisor.
Larry. The tape won't pick it up without the mic.
So if you're a field supervisor and you're not personally invested enough in your folks to know what's going on with them, where you know, you don't necessarily have to know every one of their kids' names, but you ought to know that they've got a whole household full of youngins. You ought to know that they've got a wife that has health issues. You should have enough rapport with the people that are directly underneath you that you have clues to what's going on in their general life. And Sean and I were talking last night that there are certain times where you'll have a fellow comes in, he's mad at work. It doesn't have anything to do with the job. It's got to do something. He had a fight with his wife last night, or his kid misbehaving, not doing well in school, whatever. But if you're not cued in enough to have that kind of relationship with your employees, the guys that are working with you on a day-to-day basis, then you're not doing your job.
No, I agree. And one of the challenges that you all know that we have here, too, is we do have a little bit of a moving workforce, particularly in our hourly people. So there's always a time frame in terms of getting to know the family, you know, and some of the medical things. So I think periodically, as you do get new people, I might ask them, the guy can decline, or the woman can decline to give the information because of HIPAA or what have you.
You can't outright ask them. You can make them aware that we have a program.
Okay, and we like to make people aware.
Yeah.
Okay, we can solve that. Well, I think that's the difference between Trump and Obama. That's what But anyway, but I think you understand what we're trying to achieve here is just be dialed into your people and make sure those people are dialed into you, particularly if you have some health issues that somebody else should be aware of in case you need some support.
I'm not sure what orientation program you're using, but the orientation program did have that in it at one point to report, informing new employees that they had a responsibility to report any prescription drugs they were on.
But please do it periodically, maybe it's once a quarter. But I think that should be a topic of your toolbox talks because you do have new crew members, you know, as your groups move around. And it's something that you just got to constantly remind them. remind them of. You just don't want anybody getting hurt out there. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go back to the PowerPoint and review the rest of the slides here. So the main objective is to be able to identify the drivers who are abusing alcohol or using drugs. The supervisor specifically addressed in the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Regulations. And do you guys have Federal Motor Carrier Safety Regulations book? It's a small green book.
I've got copies.
There you go. And they're all online, if you want to look up what the exact language is. And they understand they state that you need to understand the trigger points for reasonable suspicion testing. In your handouts, what we're going to do now is kind of go through the McCarthy-Bush Corporation stuff. You have a couple documents. One's a behavior checklist, and one is the referral procedures. A couple other things you need to know that may or may not have been on the slide is the drivers are prohibited from using alcohol 4 hours before they come on duty, and they're prohibited reporting to work with under the influence of a controlled substance, or working at any time for that matter. So if you go down to what we need to know, we're going to do our observations here. We're going to look at your observation checklist. It really lays it out nicely. You don't have to reinvent the wheel here. You do have to document in writing why you're doing a reasonable suspicion testing. I think it's in your black, do you have a black clear view? Yeah, try looking at that.
Actually, are you talking about reasonable suspicion? It's a stapled packet, and the first page says referral procedures for reasonable suspicion.
And then there's another one that says behavior checklist to address reasonable suspicion in terror.
Y'all got it?
So, on this checklist, the same thing the video said, the video references J.J. Keller documents throughout the video and forums and what have you. J.J. Keller is in the business of marketing, so those forums, McCarthy-Bush isn't in the business of buying those forms, therefore we have our own in-house, which is why we use these forms. So what you would do, I'm just going to run through a scenario. You're going to make your observations, you're going to fill out this form, and then you're going to contact either a second opinion before you proceed. Highly recommended. Contact one of your safety managers, contact someone higher up the chain, or contact the DER, who is Mary O'Toole. DER is Designated Employer Representative, before you proceed with testing. You kind of want verification that you have enough concrete information to move forward with it rather than just, it's not hearsay, it's actual facts. You have to be able to document and explain your reasons, and you can't send a driver based on another person's observations. If Tim tells me that Larry was drinking before he came to work this morning, I can't send Larry for a test because Tim told me Larry was drinking before he came to work this morning. I can, however, have a conversation with Larry, get next to Larry, see if Larry smells of alcohol, see if I can pinpoint any of the symptoms that he's under the influence of alcohol, and if so, I can proceed with filling out my paperwork and sending Larry for a test. The fact that Tim told me can be noted that that's how I was informed, and it's particularly when you have an ongoing situation or you want to address a situation with someone who may need to see a substance abuse professional, then you want to keep those notes. But when it gets down to documenting your reasons, you need facts. Actual facts, you yourself observed. So the process is observe, confirm your observations. Let's confirm your observations, confirm that you have what you need to go ahead and proceed. That's check with your supervisor, another supervisor, one of your safety managers, the designated employer representative, give Mary a call. Document it, confront, and test. This isn't easy for the same reason we just talked about, getting to know your crew, okay? It's hard to do this. It could be one of the hardest things you ever have to do. Taking an employee out of service, particularly when you know that there's a problem here, you may be caught, this might cost this person their livelihood. You know he has little kids at home. You know he has a wife with health problems. but it still needs to be done. You can't afford to take the risk that he's jeopardizing other people's safety. You want to document, if we want to do an intervention, okay? You have an ongoing problem. I'm sorry, what's your name?
Warren Baker.
Warren. I talked to him more than I should. Warren brought up a case that he was involved in. You know, he tried to talk to the guy beforehand. He tried to do what he could do to get him to take that step, to go see a professional, to get some help. The employee opted not to do that, and the result, and he had to take the next step then. He was forced to. He knew the guy. It could have been a personal friend, could have just been a work friend. But it's not easy. Keep a factual record and determine if there's a pattern. So keep your notes. You're not necessarily doing a behavior checklist at this point. You're doing this to make a substance abuse referral for someone to get some help. Take the EE to a confidential location where you yourself can talk to them, or you yourself and another trusted confidant, possibly another supervisor. Review with them the symptoms and things that you've seen, the reasons, state the reasons for your concern, and request that they seek help with a qualified professional. So, let's just say the employee refused that help. Move to the next step. As I said, does your documentation support it? Go down the regional checklist. Do you have enough things checked? Are there enough signs and symptoms? Have you smelled the alcohol? Have you spoke with a guy and his speech was slurred? Have you seen the irritability level increase? Has his personal appearance changed, which is often the case when drugs are involved? Alcohol, that's a hard one to catch in personal appearance because people that are drinking alcohol were probably already drinking alcohol before they came to work for you. So they have to take a pretty big nosedive for a personal appearance to change on alcohol. However, drugs, that's a telltale sign. Have you stated that you have concerns of abuse to the employee and you're ready to move to the next level? Talk to your safety manager, contact the DER, and then if so, continue with your referral procedures. So at this point, we're going to do a referral. We remove the guy from safety sensitive positions, you know, driver, employee, whoever it might be. We're going to go over the referral form in a bit. We've done the referral, we're doing the test. What are we going to do now when we have a failed test? We've already removed the guy from service. Okay, he can't come back to work. He can't return to, there's different requirements for the DOT at this point than there is for our employees. The DOT has specific requirements for this. But he has to be evaluated by a substance abuse professional. He or she has to comply with treatment if they want their job. And most of the time this is on them, not on us. And they have to pass a return to duty test. How it works is you're going to get sent to, we're going to refer you to a substance abuse professional. It has to be a qualified professional that meets the plan requirements. You're going to go through your treatment. The person treating you is going to document the treatment, send a letter to us and say, Joe has completed his treatment. We're then going to set up a return to work test for you. You're going to go take your return to work test. Chances are you've been out of service for more than 30 days, so your return to work is going to be a drug and alcohol test. Then the next year, you are subject to testing, 6 tests in the next 12 months. You will have 6 random tests in the next 12 months. And then you are subject to random testing for the next 5 years at an increased schedule. Sometimes you're released to come back to work and you're still under the direction of an SAP. They'll continue to work with you, they'll continue to inform us, and it proceeds that way. So if a driver refuses to test, they don't have a choice. They can refuse, but if they refuse it, they're done. Any test refusal is termination. And for drug and alcohol policies, if you have a termination, whether it be a pre-employment, there is some language on alcohol, the first 12 months, actually alcohol anytime. Alcohol anytime is termination after it's a .04. Drugs, first 12 months is an automatic termination. After 12 months, at the company's discretion, a potential rehab program will be offered. At the company's discretion, no guarantee. Normally results in termination. Once you've been terminated for a drug and alcohol offense, you remain on the do not hire list for a period of 2 years.
One thing, I guess, and I know I've sent out some emails, we talked about it a year ago at this time. I think it's important to understand that we're very, McCarthy Bush Corporation and McCarthy Improvement Company, as one of its affiliates, takes this responsibility very seriously. We don't want anybody getting injured, hurt, or injuring or hurting the traveling public due to some type of impairment. This is key for us. We just don't want to put you or ourselves in a position dealing with a surviving spouse and kids or a third party liability type case. So as you're all aware, and there's really no exceptions to this, we're going to drug test every incident. You know, and I think it's important your people know that. And we don't care if it's 2 weeks after the incident that we see him. We're going to drug test every time. And hopefully, you know, I don't constantly, but I do get phone calls. Are we supposed to drug test this? Are we supposed to drug test this? And there are some questions. Well, we had one where there really sort of wasn't an incident, just someone hurt his back. But
Generally for work comp, this is work comp. Generally in work comp with medical is if they're taken to a clinic for any type of treatment or observation or being checked out, a drug test is done at that time. We'll get into MedCore a little bit, but the case Larry just mentioned was a MedCore case where it was self-treat. They didn't go to the clinic. In that case, it's just still different than a first aid. You don't drug test for a first aid, you don't drug test for a self-treat.
right. But other than that, if somebody backs into another piece of equipment, somebody hits another piece of equipment, somebody rolls a vehicle over, a piece of equipment over, anything like that, it's just carte blanche, we're going to test. When I say sometimes we can't test, if they take them to the hospital will not do, cannot do a drug test. So what we end up doing is we'll wait till they're out of the hospital and then we'll drug test. But we will drug test, and I think that's a theme that your crews need to understand too. And again, that's another thing for a toolbox talk that won't necessarily be in the book, which we'll kind of go through later in terms of subjects, but I think it's important to, again, keep in contact with the people. You're trying to protect your entire crew, and you don't want one individual's lack of conscientiousness, or consciousness for that matter, to affect one of those members of your crew. You know, you guys are a family there, your crew is, and you don't want anybody in your family getting hurt. So that's why we do it. I know there's a cost to it. I know there's a time to it. And it hasn't always been convenient to do a drug test. If I'm not mistaken, until we had an on-site place, Dooley had to drive out of Baltimore, an hour and a half, 2 hours for a drug test?
An hour.
An hour for a drug test. That's an hour each way. Because guess what? You're not walking in the minute you sit down. You know, you pretty much lost most of the entire day. With the training, you know, plus there's a supervisor going with them. If it isn't you, it's some other supervisory person because they can't drive themselves to the drug test. Very time-consuming issue. That's why we don't, and we're going to go through incident rates and things like that in a little bit, but that's why we want your people to be aware of it, to be cautious, go slower, because there's a lot of lost time on every incident that we have. There's a lot of lost time.
So let's talk a little bit about compensation. So I took Tim in for reasonable suspicion testing, and I had Jeremy go take the same position as a loader operator. Jeremy crawls up in the loader, and lo and behold, there's Tim's bottler, or Tim's one-hitter or whatever he's got up there in the loader with him. So as a supervisor, what do you need to do with that? We want to take it. We don't want to leave it in the loader for Jeremy to start on.
Someone else to see that.
Yes. You want to make it clear to your employees if they observe or see anything like that on the job site to report it to you. If it is an illegal substance such as a drug, generally, I'll tell you what the written policy says, and then I'm going to tell you to use your best judgment. Okay? The written policy says to confiscate it and all the paraphernalia that goes with it. Wrap it in clean material. When we say wrap it, we mean, just put it in one of your brown envelopes you have out there in the field, or, somehow wrap it up, put it in something that it can be transported and handed over. If it's alcohol, you can simply take, by recommendation, take a picture of it and dump it. The picture proves it, write your statement up where you got it from, etc. If it's drugs, really we should be turning them over to the law enforcement agencies. You can take it, put it in, this is what the program says, take it, put it in an envelope, seal the envelope, sign your name across the flap of the envelope, and date it. Okay? You'll know if anybody opened that envelope, if it's in, you're away from it for a little bit. You're going to turn that envelope over to one of the safety managers, one of the officers, or the chief administrative officer. When they take that envelope from you, they're going to sign it, you're going to witness. I'm going to take your envelope, Terry. I'm going to sign my name and the date and the time that I took Terry's envelope. I'm going to contact the law enforcement and turn this information over to them. Turn this, whatever the substance is, over to them. That's what the written policy calls for. I'm not comfortable carrying around an illegal substance in my vehicle regardless of whose it is. It's a judgment call. Document, take a picture, what you have, what you observe, get rid of it, destroy it. There's really no reason to pass it, in my opinion, anywhere. But that's not what the written program says. You could drive down the road and you could get stopped for another offense, and even though it's in an envelope and it's signed and dated, and you can prove that it was pulled for reasonable suspicion, do you really want to go through that when the K-9 unit comes up to your truck? I don't personally think that's a good plan myself. I think if you can take some pictures of it, show that it was there, you have witnesses, get witness statements where it came from, that's all we're going to need. Chances are the alcohol is in the cab of the loader, or the one-hitter, or whatever drug he might be taking is in the cab of the loader. The guy's not coming back. We're not going to really need anything else because he's probably not going to pass his test. If the employee is still on site, so I'm going to tell Tim that I would like him to get out of the loader. I can see Tim's bottle sitting there and he refuses to get out of the loader. Or, Tim smells, you can smell the marijuana flow coming out of the cab windows. Tim's going to do a heck of a good job on the loader today. And Tim refuses. Call the law enforcement. Tim has an illegal substance. You still control the job site. We still have the rules. Tim can't leave the job site. You don't want Tim to leave the job site. So call the law enforcement. They'll take care of it for you. He's not going to get a car and drive away if he's been hitting his vodka all morning, because he's going to get a DUI when the officer's standing there. If he's got a drug, whatever drug you might have, they're going to take care of that for you too.
You don't want that guy being impaired though, getting out of the loader and then jumping into his car and driving off.
That's right.
Is there any,
You have to do what you can do to try to prevent that.
Yeah.
It's like the video showed before we reviewed. You have to drive them to the clinic. You can't, if they're cooperative, you still have to drive them to the clinic. You have to drive them to the clinic, and you have to drive them to their destination after the clinic, because you still don't know what their impairment rating is. You don't know if they're able to drive or not able to drive.
if they're uncooperative though, they're like, I'm not going to take a drug test, I'm out of here.
Officer, call the law.
That's it.
Follow the law, report, they just left here, you believe they're under the influence of something. If the law if the law chooses to chase them down and do something about it, so be it. You've done what you could do. You've reported it, you know, you attempted to take the guy yourself to a clinic or take the guy to a hotel. Sometimes people are just caught dead to right and they're just like, all right, I'm not taking the test, I'm out of here. Okay, that's all fine and dandy, you can quit your job and you can walk away. You don't have to take the test. But you still can't let them drive out of here. You still have to take them wherever out of here is. Take them to their hotel, wait till the end of the day, or maybe even the next morning, take their vehicle to their hotel, or their home, wherever it might be, or even the office, let them pick it up there. But make sure there's enough time between the time you thought that they were under the influence of something to the time that you feel that a minimum of 8 hours, that they can sober up, and then give them their vehicle back. What they do at that point, they're not responsible. They're done, they walked off the job, their employment is terminated, they go on the do not hire list for 2 years. Okay? So, part of the whole process, most of you have seen this form or something that looks like this form before, it's the referral form. Okay, but we have the new improved referral form, which really is pretty clustered up, as you can see here. I believe you have one in your handouts. Try that first.
It's in the referral procedures handout, last page.
Last page of your handouts. Some handouts are in there and some are not. Check around, we have one somewhere. So the referral form now, one of the issues we've always had with the referral form is it just handles drug and alcohol. And as many of you know, DOT drivers need physicals either annually or every other year. Respirator testing, return to work physicals. There's a lot of other things that we need to do at the clinic besides just drug and alcohol. So we've tried to incorporate some of these things. I'm going to break the referral form down by sections and or segments. This first section, it really hasn't changed very much. The first section really hasn't changed very much. The procedures are still the same for post-accident testing, new employees, random. You're going to fill out the first part, 2 copies, email one into the NCB DNA email address. The next section is pretty much the same. The only thing we took out here was the part that says the photo ID. It used to be listed on all. It's listed here, listed on every one of these tests individually. We pulled that language out, just put it at the bottom, and it's listed one time. We need to make sure employees have photo IDs. And really, they should always have photo IDs when they come to work. You'd be surprised how many people don't carry a photo ID with them once they get past the orientation process and don't need it anymore. The next section remains the same. You're just going to check the type of test you're doing. And that's determined by the previous section. What are you doing? A pre-employment or return to work? Are you doing a random? If you're doing a random, you're going to get a notice from HR that says Warren's going to be tested for alcohol. So you're going to check the unannounced testing box right here, and then on the next section, you're going to check the BAT, breath alcohol test. And we're going to go on and fill out the rest of it. If you're doing post-accident, and it's not a DOT driver, you're going to check that you're going to do a 5-panel post-accident test, and you're going to do a BAT, because all post-accidents we test drugs and alcohol. You're also going to check whether they're to report immediately. Pre-employment, they're going to report immediately. They can drive themselves to the clinic. We have no reason to believe that they're under the influence of anything, or they're to remain at the work site. Remain at the work site because we're taking you because it's post-accident and you can't drive. The next section is the new additions of the physicals, pre-placement, audiogram hearing test. Someone's having a hearing test. Fit for duty, return to work. Does this division do fit for duty, return to work? I don't know. Anybody?
No, we did not.
You do not? Okay. Okay, fit for duty, return to work, I'll just tell you what it is. You've been off, you've had your gallbladder removed, and you're ready to come back to work. Before you can come back to work, we'd like to see you, have you be seen by one of our clinics to assure that you're physically able to come back and do your job. We have job descriptions. Most of those job descriptions have functional capacity screening requirements. So that is provided to the medical provider ahead of time for the position you have. The doctor's going to check to make sure you can lift that 25 pounds or stand all day or whatever it might be.
Let me clarify that. We actually did have a note from this doctor saying that he's fit to return to work.
Right. Some of our entities take that note and then send them to our clinic. Okay, because the doctor that returned him to work does not know what the requirements of the job are, other than what the employee told him. I sit in my truck all day. That's what every supervisor here does, right? If they want to get released to come back to work, to get back on their payroll, they're going to minimize what their responsibilities are. That's why we do that second check. No, they don't really sit in their truck all day. So, what we do is provide the doctor with your job description, with the functional capacity screening requirements, and then the doctor will verify that. And if the doctor doesn't feel like you're ready to come to work, he'll tell us why. We can put a program in place, a work hard need program if need be, to strengthen up the areas that you need some help on, so that you can come back to work. You can trust me, we want you back just as much as you want to get back. And sometimes when you get to that point, we can even bring you back in a reduced capacity. You can come back, but you have to stay in your truck at least 50% of your workday. You can't do any lifting with your right arm, just like a work comp. We'll make an accommodation for you. Then the next part is the facility address. Check the facility address if it's here. If it's not here, I skipped the rest of the things, didn't I? Okay, DOT physical new, DOT recertification, the baseline audiogram or any audiogram for that matter. Audiogram is a hearing test. Hazmat's a hazmat physical to be able to haul hazardous materials, and a respirator test, a respirator physical, and then the fit test would have to be done after they come back to the job site, and then any other tests that we might have to send them for. Then we're going to check the facility address. If it's not listed, we're going to write it in the area where that's provided for you. We're going to check the company, the employer, who the employer is, who authorized it, and then the date and time. The date and time applies to daytime appointment. The date and time applies to post-accident and random. We want to know the time that you handed the employee the referral form to tell them that they're going to get a test. There should be a relatively short period of time, but when that employee got notice that they were going for a random, before that random test was done. That's why we want the date and time. The date and time, the authorized by the date and the appointment is, you checked above that they're going for a DOT physical, and they're going for that DOT physical at 2 o'clock today. If you need to put other notes on the form, write the notes on the form. It's not going to hurt anything. But I think a lot of people do, these are electronic. Any of the fields that are highlighted in blue throughout the whole form can be, it's a filled PDF, can be checked. You do not have to sign these, you simply have to print the name. Just tell us who's authorizing this test. In other words, Kevin may be filling out this form, but Tim may be the supervisor for Jeremy to take a test. There's places for all that on the form. The top part lists, these slides. There's the employee name, there's who the supervisor is, but Kevin's the one that's filling out the form, so it's his name that's going to go at the bottom. We just need that in case we have to go backwards. We have this NCB drug and alcohol email address that gets hit all day long throughout the entire corporation. Every new employee, every post-accident, every physical, everything through the whole corporation. This thing gets hit all day long. Boom, 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 boom. So we pull these up if we have a question. That's why we need the clinic. We don't know where to send it to people. You need to tell us that. So if we don't, we monitor this all day long. And all day long, we're looking for the results to match these things up. At the end of the business day, when the clinic closes, we need to have reports for everything that hit that email address. Because there may be a random in there may be a post-accident in there. You might be waiting to put somebody back in service. We can't like catch up at the end of the week, because you guys are out of work. Your employees are sitting on the bench until then.
Just do one quick question on it. So the authorized person there does not have to be the person that's actually taking the clinic.
No.
Correct?
No.
Because that's the one thing that has to be when I fill the form out. They want me to redo it by who's taking it.
Right, that's why there's a a new box on there. You can list the employee, you can list the supervisor, and then you fill the form out at the bottom. Okay. Questions? Does anyone have any questions right now on the drug and alcohol? We're not getting into this. But we are going to do some role playing. Uh-oh. So I have 20 envelopes here, so I'm going to be needing 20 volunteers. 10 of them are scenarios, and 10 of them are responses to the scenario. So those that that get the scenarios are simply going to get, here's the problem, and you're going to report to the group how you would handle this problem. And the guy that has the responses is going to review the responses with the group. Okay, so if you're lucky you get a response, and if not, you get a scenario. Now, I understand that everybody doesn't care to publicly speak, and if you don't want to do that, and I stick an envelope in your face, just tell me no. But I also know that you're all supervisors, and you have to direct a crew, so you should be able to handle this little exercise. So we're going to hand these out, and we're going to take a break so that those that have to prepare their scenario to present their response hasn't. I love the side-eye looks I'm doing right now. No, you might look at her. Have to prepare a response and have a little time to do so. So, who has number one scenario? Okay, well, let's tell us about your scenario.
All right.
I need a mic. Hold on, I need a mic. He's got it.
Mike, Bill, Joe.
You really need mine.
If we don't use a mic, they're videotaping this. If we don't use a mic, it's not going to be.
We're all movie stars today.
Yeah.
Check, one, look. All right, scenario number one. The fellow's name is Sam Shaky. Sam is a 23-year-old truck driver. He was recently hired through a community action program for assisting rehabilitated drug users. You know he is still in an aftercare program with a local drug use clinic. When you approach Sam to check on paperwork prior to dispatch, you notice that he is sweating profusely. His hands are shaking and his eyes look funny. Question number one, what will you say and do? Question number two, what are the observations that led to your decision? 3, what impact does the fact that Sam came to your company as a recovering abuser have on your decision? And number 4, what about Sam's rights under the American Disabilities Act, or ADA? Number 1, what would you say or do? Actually, I take them off to the side.
Hold on a second. Who's got the number 1 response sheet? Okay, you want to interact with Warren on his responses? Actually, if you two just want to come up here, you can share a mic and we'll get it all recorded.
So I get to give Mike the mic?
You can give Mike the mic,
Oh,
it's
cool.
his turn to talk.
So your question is?
What should you say and do? And what I would do is I would actually talk to him. I would actually pull him off to the side, ask him flat out, you feeling okay today? What's going on with you? Just rapport kind of stuff. And then I'd probably actually go and get somebody else to come and hang out too, sort of like a secondary observer, okay? And then we discreetly go off by ourselves and say, okay, does he look odd? What's your opinion, what's going on with this guy, kind of thing? And we make a judgment call as to whether or not we go ahead and fill out paperwork to go and do a drug and alcohol test for number 1.
Sam's response was,
No, his response to how he would treat Sam? It's right on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
so what am I doing?
His response.
Oh,
Okay, you have the responses, see if he hits the
I
bullet
got you.
points. Okay, so now you're going to ask him what was his decision to test.
I got you. So what led you to your decision to test samples? Why were you thinking we needed to be tested?
Well, he's shaky. He's sweating profusely. He's, eyes are looking funny. which, you don't really define what looking funny is, but, maybe they're dilated, they may be bloodshot as hell, it may, those are just telltale signs that there's something going on. It may be that he had a traumatic episode that morning where he had a wreck and he's scared crapless because, who knows? But, that's the reason we pull them off and talk to them.
Yep, and that's what we're looking for. Profuse sweating, shaking of his hand, and unfocused stare in his eyes. And number 3.
Okay. Actually, number 2, man. Yeah, number 2. What are the observations that led to your decision? Okay. Well, yeah, it was the hand shaking, the profuse sweating, the eyes looking funny, and so forth. And then we also went off to a second person and got a second opinion. Okay, and then both of us either said, yes, it's time to take him to the drug screen. Number 3, what impact does the fact that Sam came to your company as a recovering abuser have on your decision? Really none, in that you're looking at what's going on with him right at the moment. The scenario is that you actually saw him sweating profusely, his hands were shaking, and his eyes looked funny. Those would be telltale signs for anybody. So whether or not he came from the drug release program really doesn't play a part, although it's probably in the back of your head, but it really doesn't affect the decision one way or the other.
That's correct. It should not affect the decision.
But does it, in this particular case, okay, if you know someone has a history, you should always still kind of keep your
You're
eye on
making
it.
the same judgment on whether they had a history or they didn't have a history.
Yeah, just because they're guilty once doesn't mean it always.
It's, any decision has to be based on your observation of Sam's behavior and appearance today.
All right, number 4, what about Sam's rights under the Americans with Disabilities Act? I don't see anything that actually says he's qualified under ADA. I don't think that drug abuse is actually considered an ADA compliant thing. But at the same time, he's just got his normal rights that you actually have to pay attention to. It's not a deal of if there's any special treatment, because I don't think the drug abuse actually is a qualification for ADA.
And where you're correct. The ADA does not protect Sam from the consequences of current drug use, nor is current drug use a reasonable accommodation for his disability.
Okie dokie.
Good job.
All right,
Thank you, sir.
very good. They're yours.
Oh, sure.
I got a souvenir.
Could I get scenario number 2 and response number 2?
Scenario 2 is Steve Snow. I think I just met this guy in the bathroom. When you dash into the men's room, you notice that someone is in one of the stalls. The individual mutters some curses under his breath, and then a small plastic bag with white powder falls on the floor. So the questions are, number 1, what action will you take? Number 2, what recommendations or observations you need to make a decision about reasonable suspicion testing? And number 3 is, what is your company policy concerning investigation of suspected possession of controlled substance? So number 1 was, what action would I take? And I kind of looked at this a little different. So first I want to make sure he's an employee. Second, I want to wait for him outside the restroom so he doesn't, if I startle him, he may flush the dope down the toilet, obviously. And then I bring him to the office and ask him a series of questions and reason of suspicion.
Because yeah, you would ask him to come out of the stall, observe it, see what's going on. And at McCarthy Improvement, everybody is a safety sensitive position, and you would test them. Following the policies.
Number 2 is, what other information or observations do you need to make a decision about reasonable suspicion or testing? And one of the things that I said was his demeanor. Obviously, when he came out,
some things you look for is like hyperactivity or babbling, or just the actions of, you know.
Jerky eyes.
Yeah, abnormalities, you know, that you typically don't see in the same guy on a daily basis.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, this jerky eyes and all that. Definitely.
And finally, number 3 is what is your company policy concerning investigation of suspected possession of controlled substances? If found, obviously place it in a sealed envelope. In this situation, I would probably call law enforcement. After talking to him and feeling that he has a controlled substance, I would absolutely call law enforcement.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, I would do the same. Call law enforcement.
Okay. A couple things I'm going to point out. Just because the employee has a baggie of white substance, is it cocaine?
No, it could be heroin.
Put in a smaller bag. The process was after you observe, confirm, document, and test. Okay, so he made the observation, he confirmed his suspicions, he documented his suspicions on the behavior, suspicions of impairment checklist, and then filled out the referral form and tested. Good job, guys. So we're gonna take a little break from those now. Move on. Number 3 is going. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna roll into claims here for a little bit. Actually, we're gonna roll into claims, accident investigations, a touch on some forms, but this particular section is on root cause analysis. Why do we do a root cause? What's the purpose to do a root cause? Prevent the same thing from happening again. And the reason we want to prevent the same thing happening again, we need to protect the company's interest. We need to protect our own interest. We all get payroll checks from your company. It's a little picture that depicts what a root cause analysis basically is. The weed is a symptom of a problem. The cause is below the surface. The weed is what you see. The cause is all the underlying conditions that created the weed. That's essentially what a root cause is. You're going to take each one of those roots as far as you can take it, asking why, until you get to the end where why doesn't mean anything anymore, and you get to your answer. You could have multiple fingers on the root, can reach out to the multiple things that are involved in an accident. And basically, an accident investigation is a 4-step process, but it's really like putting a puzzle together. You're just gathering lots of pieces, and you're going to put it all together. In the end, you're going to have this lovely picture. The first process in an accident is controlling the scene. And this presentation is not about first responders and controlling the scene. But let's talk about what it takes to control the scene. Well, let's go over this first. If you are the first responder, survey the scene, secure the scene, and get help for the injured employees. Those are your priorities, always, no matter where the incident is at. But let's go back to just the investigation purposes. You're controlling the scene for investigation purposes. Well, who's a plant person, plant operator, plant person? Someone that's in the plant. Okay, what do you guys tell me what it would take to control the plant scene if you had an incident at the plant?
You probably have to
right, de-energize everything. Cut access to the area off, which can be access to, that could be haulers coming in, haulers going out. It could be, yep, shut down your loaders. Get your employees, gather your employees, make sure they're in a safe and secure location. You're going to want to take statements later. Just, if you can, keep them somewhat separated. Telling stories, telling what happened can sometimes skew another person's memory, but you don't always have that luxury. Just make sure you've accounted for everybody and they're safe and secure. If you're out on the grade, if you're a grade foreman, anybody? What's it take to secure your scene? At the paving spread, who's a paving person? Shut all your operations down? Stop traffic accessing the area? Make sure you've got all your employees gathered? Nobody leaves, we have to get all the information, we have to get pictures taken, we have to get statements. Okay. So that's pretty simple. Now we're going to gather data. That's intense. This is a really important part of the whole process. In your handouts this morning, you have McCarthy Improvement Company's photo policy. Accident and incident photo guide. The one-page document, what am I getting with some other things? Accident and incident photo guide, heavily text one-page document. Okay. Has anybody found it? No. All right, we'll get you some copies of it. Okay, I'll send this one out and get some copies made of it. This is pretty much a detailed step-by-step, what we need to take photos of, when we need to take photos of our equipment, photos of damaged property, photos of other property that we don't own that we may have damaged, the roadway, an area of impact, perimeter photos, photos far away, photos up close. It pretty much goes through everything you might have to take a photo of. One of the things that, here, Rene, I'm gonna give this to you. One of the things, referencing the electronic ones, when you're in an accident, one of the things that, from a claims perspective, when I'm trying to assess what the damages are, we had a little fender bender, and we backed into somebody's quarter panel. I get a picture of the quarter panel. Okay, that doesn't tell me a lot. That doesn't tell me a lot about anything except that's the damages you say that we caused that day. Internally, that's probably not a really big deal, but it's not a good practice to just take pictures of the actual damage. I want pictures of the whole vehicle. I want pictures of the vehicle from every side. I want to know what condition that vehicle is when it left that scene. Because that person can drive right down the road and get in another accident, and then how do I sort out my damages if all I had was a quarter of a fender? I can't deny that some of the other damages weren't done. The other thing I want is a copy of the plate, a picture of the license plate number. And I want that because that sometimes should lead me back to the vehicle owner, who the vehicle is registered to. If McCarthy Bush Larry has a truck, Larry McCarthy Improvement Company has a truck. They're not using it. I need a truck to go on a vehicle reimbursement program. I was just recently hired. Larry leases the truck to me. What's the lease agreement say? I have to insure the truck. So who's the insurance going to be under? Me. Well, that day I wasn't going to use my truck. Porky's truck was in the shop. So I said, Porky, here, take my truck out to the job site. Porky's driving, I insured it, McCarthy owns it. If you just give me the driver information, I'm not going to get back to who that owner is or where that insurance is. But if I have a copy, a picture of that tag, I can trace that tag and I can find out who owns it. And when I go back to Larry to get those damages, he's going to say, oh, no, that's too bad. We leased that truck here, here's a copy of the lease. So it helps us get back to where we need to be to collect the stuff. So we're going to take pictures of the damages of the equipment, the damaged company equipment, and other people's equipment, other vehicles that might be involved. Might not be a vehicle, might be a building. It might be a lamp post. We're going to take scene photos, that's close up and perimeter. I step back, take a picture, show me what the whole scene looks like. Because later on down the road, something might come up about something that was parked somewhere. Why did the employee drive through the ditch to get to this point? Because there was something else. Show me that that was in the way. Any PPE that was damaged or failed? Go ahead, Larry.
How do you feel about photos versus video? Because video is certainly a lot.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. What happens is the files tend to get large, and it's hard to get them to me. But we're going to touch on that. If video works better for you, take a video of the scene. Any PPE, any PPE that failed, it must be cold up here. I had to put his gloves on. Any PPE that was damaged or failed, any objects that are involved, when you get ready to submit your photos, I need to know what you're showing me. Lots of times it's pretty clear. If you show me the front of a smashed pickup truck, I can assure you I got that figured out. That truck was in a wreck, okay? But if you're showing me a picture of this room, what am I looking at? What am I looking for? What are you trying to depict in this picture? And the notes are for your benefit as much as mine. These cases can go on a very, very long time. We have one reared up here recently from 2008. Had to go back to the old job files, pull the pictures out, give our attorneys who worked that job, who worked that claim, so they could interview those people. Not very many of us in this room have the type of memory that we could tell you what happened in 2008 on an accident scene. Yeah, we can look at the picture, it might jog our memory, but it may not tell us all the details that we need. So a description is nice if one is needed. If one isn't needed, it's obvious. Don't waste your time typing up a photo diary. You can submit them to me in a JPEG format. If your files are too large and you have the ability, you can put them into a PDF, save it as a reduced file PDF, send them to me that way. You can also upload them to a shared drive if you have access to do that, or one of the project managers can upload them to a shared drive. Send me a link to the location where the files are. I'll download them from there. If you have a serious incident, we have a lot of photos, put them on a CD, put them on a thumb drive, send me what I need initially to get the gist of the situation. Maybe I need to send the information on to ACIG because they're going to be involved in this claim, and then send the rest of them to me after via the mail or another route. Yeah.
This form that Peter has developed, we can submit pictures on there and our incident reports and stuff like that. Does that tie into this at all?
You can use that.
Okay.
You can use that.
Yeah.
But if you had a serious incident, again, you're only going to want that file to get so large in size or it becomes an issue transmitting. If you have a serious incident, you might have 50 photos. You might have 100 photos.
Yeah.
Okay? And then if the incident includes our traffic control, what happened out on the live traffic lane, we have traffic control in one of our construction zones, we need to videotape the traffic control as soon as possible after the incident. We want to know whether it's good or bad, what signs were in place, was the taper set up properly. We need to be able to prove that down the road.
Couldn't that bite you in the ass if you were?
It could. It very well could. Another reason you should keep your traffic control up to snuff.
Yeah, it gets moved,
I get it.
Yeah.
But I can't tell you over the years how many accident reports I've seen where the state police coming to investigate the report, puts it right in the state police report. Taper had 3 barrels down. Message board sign was out. It's already out there. What we need to do at that point is determine, did Tim know the message board sign was out, or did it just go out that morning? Historically, do we address these situations, or do we not care about our traffic control? Things happen. It happens all the time. Somebody goes through, blows barrels over, what have you. It needs to be set back up again. But we set them back up, right? Are we videotaping our traffic control on a regular basis? On all jobs? You might want to do that. Larry? We're not videotaping traffic control?
We should be videotaping traffic control when traffic control changes.
Initial traffic control, when you set it up, I think that there might be
Because we have had claims that involve traffic control with the traveling public, and if we can't support how that traffic control was established, then we're in a tough spot legally.
Like in Santee, it's spec'd and they're constantly videoing the traffic control patterns.
Who's they?
Project manager and delegates.
Our project.
McCarthy.
Okay.
Okay, there is a traffic control policy at McCarthy Improvement Company. I will get that to Rene so you can get a copy of it. We should be videotaping the traffic control when we initially set it up, even if we're not maintaining it, okay? We don't really care that we're not maintaining it if we're responsible for it. We can have another third party maintain it. And then every time we make a major traffic control shift, block it over from one lane to the other, move it up 5 miles, we want to retake that job. We want to retake the job, everything that's affected by it. Crossroads, ramps, it's a lengthy process. You could get a little tripod for your dash, you can set your cell phone right on it, drive through it. You know, you can, when I used to do it, you just kind of talk to the video as you're going, the date, the time, what you're doing here, read the signs off as you go, because if you're driving down the interstate, the video it'll be a blur, might not catch it. So, sometimes remind me to move the slides up. All right, so that, we just went through that stuff right there, video your traffic control. Gathering our data, we need drawings, sketches, and measurements. We need to verify where people were, what was going on, persons involved, date, time, activities, the equipment involved, and the witnesses. We just want the facts. Again, we don't want hearsay. We're not making judgments. We're not pointing fingers. We're just gathering information. Mike did it wrong. We all know Mike did it wrong. We don't need to tell Mike that he did it wrong because Mike knows he did it wrong. He's used to it, Mike says. List, when you're taking your, let's try this again. In your handout, you should have, for witness interviews, kind of a cheat sheet for witness interviews. Has a lot of who, what, where, when, why, and how questions. See, it looks like that.
We don't have it? I'll go get it.
Just hang tight when we get done, we'll get them all.
Okay.
All right, this is there's a zillion questions here. It's a post-incident interview sheet. You're not going to necessarily, to conduct an interview, you're not going down this, Terry, who was injured, Terry, who was working, Terry, who else witnessed it. You're not going to do your interview that way. You're going to let Terry tell you what happened, okay? When Terry's all done talking, while Terry's talking, I'm just going to make some notes. Back up a minute. I'm going to take Terry's interview, so I want to establish that first. I want to let Terry know that I'm going to take the interview with his permission. Terry is not okay. Terry answers on the recorder, and the interview goes on. And I ask Terry what he's seen, what he observed, what happened on the incident today. Terry's going to rattle off what he has to say. If I have questions, I'm going to hold those till Terry's done. I'll make notes, and I'll ask Terry when he's done. When you get done with all your interviews, you should be able to answer every question on this form. And if you don't, you may have to go back and ask some more questions. People are most comfortable when they're just allowed to tell the story, not question. Your interview is going to be one-on-one in a location away from the rest of the crew. As I said earlier, sometimes people think they saw something, but when they hear someone else say it, then they did see it. Or they heard someone else say they seen it a different way, so then they question the way they seen it. So we want to know what everybody actually observed, what they believe they observed. Be friendly but professional. You've already made sketches and diagrams, because you had to do that initially right after the scene, and you took your pictures. Put them out on the table. Let your interviewee use them. Let him point to them, and I was standing over here, and Tim was standing over here. Make sure everybody's stories come out the same. You're going to need name, addresses, and phone numbers of all interviewees, because from 2008 and 2015, we need to get a hold of these people again. We want to know what everybody's seen, what everybody heard, where they were at, what they think caused the accident. Ask the people that were there what they think caused the accident. These guys that are out there, they're the eyes and ears of the operation. They know firsthand what went wrong. They were right there. They know what was out of sorts that day. Emphasize the areas of direct observation and label hearsay accordingly. Let's say, back to Tim and his drinking again. Let's say Jeremy heard that when Tim came in this morning, he smelled like a brewery. Somebody said he didn't get home. Jeremy said he didn't get home. He was out until 5 o'clock this morning. He was drinking Bloody Marys for breakfast. He just drank straight through the night. Did Jeremy see him drinking any Bloody Marys? Hearsay. Not that it may not be important to the investigation, but it's hearsay. So Tim, you're off the hook again. As I said, conduct your interviews in a private location. Interview all supervisors. Sometimes we switch employees amongst crews. You might loan a guy out for a day, or you might have more crews working in one location. It's not always just one crew and five crewmen and one supervisor. So interview all the supervisors that are there. They may know something that you don't know. Then we're going to analyze the data. Gather everything gather everything, your photos, your drawings, all your images. You want to basically lay it all out here so you have a clear picture, a clear understanding of what took place. You're going to formally document the sequences of event from the time prior to the event, when you started in the morning, you started 10 minutes after start time, everybody reported to work, we were at the job trailer, we had our pre-job safety meeting, we all went to work, the first truck came, and Jeremy was cleaning off the lip when he got his hand smashed in the tailgate. Just sequence of events, that's exactly what happened. On your analysis list, you're going to provide, you know all this, okay? Now at this point, you know all this, but you're going to analyze this for the rest of us to know. So even though we've already said this over and over and over again, now you're going to list all this information out. The accident title, what are we calling this case? In claims, we usually title it something along work comps and the date that it happened. So it would say like Scott Yard, 1/12/16, and WC for work comp. Or GL, whatever type of claim I'm in. The date, the time, the location, the person involved, the witnesses, the environment, and the conditions at the time, and the actions taken immediately at the scene to secure the scene, to take care of the injured. You want to list all the unsafe acts that may have contributed to it. You want to list the unsafe conditions that may have contributed to it. The engineering controls, and the administrative controls. Different things that can lead up to the accident or the incident. Training controls. It's important to get this part in your report. Did the employee have new hire orientation? And do we have documentation that says that indicates that? After an employee goes through new hire orientation, what happens when he gets to you, Steve? What happens when you get, Rene just sent out a new guy. What happens when you get him at your job site?
Well, we keep on training them out all along anyway.
That's right. It's a continuous process. So the process today for the new guy is a new job. It's a new job for the new guy. So I want to know, did anyone go over the JSA, job safety analysis, with this new guy on this new job? Is there a JSA for this new guy on this new job? And if not, did you take time to write and review it with him? Is there documentation of the above? Documentation doesn't have to be real formal. You just gotta have some sort of documentation. We're gonna list what failed and how it contributed to the accident. Remember when I said earlier, your crew's gonna be able to report pretty much pinpoint what the failure was here because they're there. They're also gonna be able to tell you, oops, what was not normal before the accident? What was out of sorts this morning? We took the guard off the paver because the mud was backed up in an area and we had to clean it out repeatedly, and if we didn't do it as the day went on, it was hours and hours of jackhammering at the end of the day. All contributing factors. What was not normal? The guard off the paver. The guys are used to working with a guard there. It stops them from getting in those moving parts. And then the last part of it is write your report. Give us all the background information. Again, listing everything again. Witnesses, attach their statements, the type of accidents, the sequence of events. Summarize the damages. You may not know the dollar amount. That's okay. Summarize the damages in, pickup truck, F-350. Maybe it's a work comp injury. Don't need a lot of details on the injury itself. And then you're going to make recommendations as to, too far. What needs to change? What administrative controls need to change? What engineering controls need to change? What training needs to take place? Maybe there's some PPE that needs to be issued or reissued. Sometimes people aren't using the right PPE for the job. Sometimes they weren't issued the right PPE for the job. Sometimes it wasn't recognized that PPE was needed. I'll use the epoxy machine as an example. Yeah, they had gloves on, but were they the right gloves? And did they cover their forearms? Did they go high enough up their arms? Yes, maybe. No, maybe. Things we need to take a look at. And when we're looking at what needs to change for future, I just wanted to look at the hierarchy of controls here. The most effective way to remove a hazard is to eliminate a hazard. The least effective way is to hand the guy PPE. So when you're trying to make changes, you want to start with physically removing the hazard if possible. If not, can you replace the hazard? Is there a different way to do this scenario? Can we isolate the people from our employees from the hazard? Can we put some additional guarding in place? Can we write a procedure to de-energize the equipment before we do this cleanup at the end of the shift? Administrative controls change the way people work. Okay, it's an ergonomic situation, it's a repetitive motion situation, so we rotate our employees out. That's a Band-Aid, that's not a long-term fix. The closer you get to the bottom, you're dealing with Band-Aids. Any questions? All right. I would like to have, I've got a video on accident investigations, but I would like to have scenario number 3 and response number 3, and I'll get this set up while you're doing that. Do you have the scenario or do you have the response? Okay.
Rene is a 35-year-old flight attendant. She has been with the airline 12 years and is now a senior attendant on many of the flights. Recently, she has been getting reports from fellow workers and crew members that she is pulling her weight on the job, that she is late for the crew bus and layovers, and that she doesn't seem to care. You have noticed that her rumination to the airline standards. The day you have followed her into a supervisory station, you are shocked at the changes on our leave that you saw about a month ago. She is very thin, her hair isn't, and makeup are there, and she seems lethargic and apathic. First question is, how would you begin to supervise the session? I should call a person to a private area to doctor.
Yeah, basically you would acknowledge that you haven't seen Arlene before in a while and ask her how she's doing. supervisory sessions, which should then focus on your reasons for calling her in to the office. Reports that her performance is less than satisfactory. You should also add your own observation of her behavior and opinions.
Second question is, what are the observations indicating possible drug use?
That would be the unkempt hair, makeup, the obvious weight loss that she's got going on, and lethargic and her apathetic attitude.
Third question is, will a drug test be indicated in this situation?
Symptoms that you observe may be associated with alcohol misuse. However, unless Arlene is about to is performing one or has just completed performing safety-sensitive duties, the criteria for a reasonable suspicion alcohol tests are not met.
My phone.
It is not speaking up.
Oh, they do, guys. Okay, this is a brief video, like 15 minutes, something like that.
The road. Afterwards, two things are critical. Anyone who's injured must receive prompt medical attention, and an investigation helps determine what led to the accident. After an accident in the workplace, the same critical steps are followed, except here, employees play a crucial role in conducting the investigation into what happened. Carrying out an accident investigation is like assembling the pieces of a puzzle. Each new bit of information helps complete the picture into what went wrong. Why is this important? Because figuring out exactly why an accident occurred is a necessary step for preventing similar accidents in the future. In this program, we'll discuss when to investigate, the accident scene, interviewing witnesses, reviewing records, analyzing information, and communicating recommendations. When an accident occurs, it may seem that the reasons are obvious, but the reality is, the cause of an accident is almost always more complicated than it first appears. In fact, there is usually more than one cause. Some experts say that when a serious accident occurs, there are often 10 or more contributing factors. To get at the root cause or causes, it's important to sort through all the relevant information in a methodical, professional way. Because it's only by tracing back to the original source problem that permanent safety solutions can be implemented so that similar accidents don't occur in the future. The purpose of an accident investigation is not to assign blame, but to figure out where hazardous conditions exist so that they can be eliminated. Because the goal is prevention, accidents are not the only time an investigation should take place. Incidents are near misses, where someone could have gotten hurt, but fortunately didn't. Just because no one was hurt, however, doesn't mean unacceptable hazards aren't present. In fact, a near miss is a warning that if safety improvements aren't made, employees are at risk for injury in the future. For this reason, incidents should be taken as seriously as accidents and should also be investigated to discover where safety improvements must be made. Any effective safety program has to emphasize good, proactive communication between employee and supervisor, because the accident or near miss that goes unreported sets up that work environment for a more serious mishap down the road. After an accident occurs, there are two top priorities: making sure anyone who's injured or ill receives prompt medical attention, and ensuring that no one else is in any immediate danger of being injured. After this, as soon as possible, an accident investigation should take place so that evidence that's vulnerable to being lost can be preserved and studied for clues to the cause of the accident. The evidence accumulated in an accident investigation can be divided into three categories: physical evidence at the scene of the accident, interviews with the victim and witnesses, and records and files. Where should an investigation begin? The type of evidence that's most vulnerable to being compromised or lost if not quickly gathered is the physical evidence at the scene of the accident. Therefore, this should be your first priority. The investigation process should never interfere with the medical needs of an accident victim. But once medical treatment has begun and the location itself no longer poses a danger, secure the accident scene. Barricade tape, rope, or warning signs can be used to keep others out of the restricted area. Why is it important to do this as soon as possible? This early in the investigation, it's impossible to know for sure which evidence will provide useful information. And once on-site evidence is disturbed, the clues it might have provided to the cause of the accident could be lost forever. To aid in the prompt investigation of an accident scene, it's a good idea to have an investigation toolkit prepared and ready to go so that no time is wasted gathering the necessary materials. In this toolkit, typical items can include pen and notebook, camera, tape recorder and cassettes, a measuring tape, barricade tape, plastic vials with caps, graph paper, accident investigation forms and telephone numbers, and PPE. At an accident scene, an investigator should look for several types of evidence, including physical evidence, position evidence, and environmental conditions. Physical evidence can be many things, such as equipment, machine guards, tools, chemicals, PPE, and pieces of debris. Position evidence is often transient, but answers the critical question, where were people and things located at the time of the accident? Environmental conditions takes in such things as slippery floors, lighting, noise, dust, vapors, and weather conditions. Taking notes of your observations along with making photographs and sketches will help you fully document the scene. Remember, this is not the stage to draw final conclusions. You want to collect as much potentially important evidence as possible to ensure that nothing gets overlooked. If possible, take photographs before anything is moved. Besides providing a visual record of your observations, the ability to study photographs later may reveal information that was overlooked during your initial review of the site. Begin by taking wider shots of the general area. This can help preserve the physical relationship of objects to one another. Then move in to get close-ups of all equipment, materials, or other items involved in the accident, recording important details from several different angles. The rule of thumb is, if in doubt about whether to photograph something, go ahead and take the picture. It's better to have a photograph of something you don't need than no photograph of something you do. If an object's size is important, before taking its photograph, place a ruler in the shot to provide a scale reference. Sketches can also be used to preserve important details and are useful for recording measurements, spatial relationships, and such transient details as the location of a victim. Because it's composed of equally spaced lines, using graph paper can make it easier to draw to scale. The most helpful sketch is usually a basic floor plan that looks down on the accident from above. What should be included in the sketch? Again, the rule of thumb is show anything that may be of value. To help orient the viewer, be sure to include some easily identifiable reference points, such as doorways, windows, or permanently mounted equipment. While investigating the accident scene, another important task that should be performed is to start identifying witnesses for the next stage of the investigation process. After physical evidence of the accident scene, the second most fragile type of evidence is information gathered from the people involved in the accident. A witness's ability to recall details can fade quickly, and as time goes on, their account of events may be altered by discussing what happened with others or rethinking what occurred. For these reasons, if possible, try to keep witnesses from conferring with each other before the investigation and conduct personal interviews as soon as possible. If you're a supervisor, choose a location other than your office for the interviews, a place that's neutral, comfortable, and private. Conduct interviews one individual at a time and begin by putting the person at ease. Explain to them that the only goal of the investigation is to prevent a recurrence of the accident, not to assign blame or punish anyone. If you take notes, be unobtrusive so as not to distract the witness. You may want to tape record the interview, but do so only with the consent of the witness. And weigh the value of the recording against the fact that some people may find the idea of being recorded especially intimidating. During the interview, draw out detailed information by asking open-ended questions that can't be answered with a simple yes or no. Many of the specific questions you'll ask will naturally vary from one accident to another, but in general, Your goal is to elicit the employee's version of what happened, exactly as they saw or experienced it. Ask questions in a friendly, constructive manner. Then listen. As much as possible, let the witness talk without interrupting or interjecting your own thoughts or requests for clarification. Conducting part or all of the interview at the scene of the accident is another option. For some witnesses, this may help them explain more accurately the location of each person involved and how events unfolded. But be aware that this setting can also be more distracting than a quiet office. When deciding whether an interview on location would be effective, things to consider include how much privacy the setting would provide, the nature of the accident, and the emotional state of the witness. During an interview, it's a good idea to ask the witness what they think could be done to prevent similar accidents. Not only does this re-emphasize the purpose of the investigation, but the witness may have ideas that no one else has thought of. After the witness has provided all the information they can, summarize their account of events back to them so that they have a chance to verify that the information is accurate. Always end the interview on a positive note, thanking the witness for their help and reaffirming the goal of eliminating accidents in the future. Finally, the third source of information during an accident investigation is existing records. Though often overlooked, they can be a source of valuable background information. Technical data sheets, maintenance records, past accident analysis reports, employee records, training records, standard operating procedures, material safety data sheets, job safety analyses, company policies, health and safety committee meetings. Depending on the type of accident and the circumstances surrounding it, any of these may provide relevant information that should be studied for clues about the causes of the accident. Since these sources are already collected and filed, pulling this material for review can and should wait until the accident scene has been examined and the witness interviews are complete. Once you've conducted the interviews and collected the evidence, the next step is to make sense of it all. One of the biggest mistakes investigators make is to reach a conclusion on what caused an accident too early in the process. They identify the service cause, but close the investigation before they discovered the root cause. What's the difference between the two? The service cause is usually the source of the immediate danger. For example, while walking through the plant, an employee has slipped in a puddle of water and fallen. Obviously, the immediate danger is the water on the floor and the fact that it wasn't mopped up. But by continuing to ask why, the investigator discovers the reason there was a puddle in the first place. The storm drain was backed up, causing water to overflow onto the floor. Digging deeper, the investigator asks, why was the storm drain never fixed, even though it was clearly a problem? He discovers that the supervisor never filled out a maintenance request form, which would have alerted maintenance to the problem. Although the supervisor was aware of the water on the floor, the conclusion of the investigation showed he simply got busy with other things and forgot about it. Remember, root causes always pre-exist surface causes, and it's only by discovering the root cause and eliminating it that safety improvements are long-lasting. Unless the investigator conducts an effective analysis of the information, using a method that allows them to dig down to discover the root cause, coming up with solutions that will make significant safety improvements is all but impossible. One of the most popular methods is called 5 whys analysis. It's a straightforward approach to analysis that allows an investigator to determine the root cause of an accident without the need for complex statistical analysis. And that simplicity is one of its strengths. How does 5 whys analysis work? It begins by identifying a specific problem, then asking why the problem occurred. If the answer doesn't identify the root cause, then another why is asked. And the question keeps getting asked until the root cause is identified. This form of analysis is called 5 whys because, on average, it takes asking why 5 times before the root cause is found. But keep in mind, 5 is only an average. Depending on the accident, the root cause may be discovered in as little as 2 or 3 whys. Or it could take asking why 6, 7, or more times before the root cause is found. The number of steps isn't important. What does matter is that the underlying cause of the hazard is identified so that it can be permanently eliminated. How do you know when you've identified the root cause? when continuing to ask why no longer yields useful information that can help prevent a recurrence. For example, an employee working at a banding station lifts sheets of metal from a side loader to a platform. As the employee bends to pick up another sheet, he hears a pop occur in his back, and suddenly, what had been a mild ache becomes excruciating pain. To prevent future incidents like this, the investigator keeps asking why until the true root cause is discovered. The first why the investigator asks, why did the employee hurt his back, results in the answer, the employee bent while lifting. The investigator continues to dig. Why did he bend? Because the metal sheets were near the floor. Why were the sheets near the floor? Because the employee left the side loader's forks on the ground, mistakenly thinking that this would be the safest work practice. Why did the employee think this? Because the sheets were going to be transferred to a platform that was also low to the ground. Why was the platform positioned so low? Because a setup that would be more ergonomically correct had simply never been identified and put into practice. When there are no more useful answers to the question why, then the root cause has been reached. In the final stage of an accident investigation, the investigator brings all that they've learned about the accident into a report that includes the evidence they've uncovered, their analysis of this information, and, most importantly, their recommendations for how to eliminate the causes of the accident. Obviously, the best corrective action is to eliminate the hazard altogether. When this isn't possible, hazard control measures are used to reduce risk to an acceptable level. Control measures are categorized and arranged in a hierarchy, from most effective to least. Whenever possible, implementing engineering controls is the best choice, which includes such things as machine guards and exhaust fans. After this comes management controls, such as worker rotation and standard operating procedures. Work practice controls, such as good housekeeping and eliminating loose-fitting clothes. And at the bottom of the list, PPE. In order to be effective, the investigator's recommendations must get to the root causes of what happened and must suggest specific corrective actions rather than vague general guidelines. For example, instead of recommending that the facility install machine guards wherever required, it's more effective to write, we should install machine guards on equipment X located at the southwest corner of Building 3. If we go back to the example at the banding station, the investigator went through a 5 whys analysis and determined that the employee had to bend when he lifted because the sheets of metal were too low to the ground. From here, the safety committee gathered to brainstorm a corrective action that would prevent this problem from happening again. Their solution? First, place the platform on a scale to help raise it to a better height ergonomically. And second, leave the side loader forks raised so that workers can simply pull the sheets off without bending. Oftentimes, the weakest part of an accident investigation is the follow-up after corrective actions have been put into place. The supervisor or other personnel responsible for the accident investigation should provide regular monitoring of the changes to make sure that they truly eliminate the hazard. For many people, the word accident conjures up images of a serious, even dangerous event that's impossible to anticipate and beyond our control to stop. Fortunately, in the workplace, this is rarely the case. By successfully learning from previous accidents and near misses, the accident investigator can anticipate future hazards and put in motion changes that help achieve a very important goal, a safer workplace for everyone.
At this meeting, because we do have, some new people here, some numbers have changed, and so on and so forth. But I'd like to take this time to, we're going to talk a little bit about our insurance program and how our insurance is put together, because it's not what most construction companies are involved with. So I'm going to lead off with Mike Reefer. He is our safety consultant from our insurance company, and that is American Contractors Insurance. They're the ones that underwrite or issue the insurance policies on our general liability, auto liability, and our workers' comp policies. I'm going to introduce you to Mike to tell you a little bit about American Contractors Insurance.
Okay, thanks, Larry. I think I'm going to go without the microphone so I can use both hands. It's hard for me to talk without moving my hands a lot. Like Larry said, my name is Mike Reefer. I'd ask him to go on right after the drug program. Okay? reefer. We're talking about reefer. Okay. Now, this reefer smells like CC. It's coffee and milk. Okay. It's a little bit different. American Contractors Insurance Group. What is it? Anybody heard of that before?
Yes.
Heard the slang? Heard the slang? That's got to go into ACIG. That's our insurance carrier. Well, we are the largest group captive in construction that nobody's ever heard of. Okay? We're the largest of our kind. We are a group captive of 40 members now, 40 companies, 40 privately owned businesses all throughout the country sharing risk. Like-minded companies like McCarthy Bush Corporation, McCarthy Improvement Company. Okay? So we're based out of Dallas, Texas, Richardson, Texas now. But I live in Davenport, Iowa. So I'm in the same hometown as McCarthy Bush Corporation. And ironically, 15 years ago when I came to work for the company and I was interviewing with this Texas company, they said, hey, by the way, have you ever heard of McCarthy Bush? I'm going, yeah. McCarthy Improvement. I grew up in Davenport. I've seen McCarthy Improvement ever since I can remember, really, doing jobs in Davenport. Linwood Mining and Minerals, been around that plant up and down by Linwood all my life, okay? So I have a deep connection and a lot of personal responsibility for McCarthy Bush Corporation and MCI in ACIG. Now, I've been with ACIG for 15 years. McCarthy Bush now is going to be in the program for 20 years, I believe in 2016. So that's a major milestone. And it's a very unique program. I'm not going to get into a lot of the details. Larry will kind of touch on it a little bit, but it's not like our typical insurance company does. Okay? The losses, the accidents, cost, and impact, MCI's bottom. Okay? We share risk. So basically, every company has a retention level that they handle themselves. Then after that, there's a shared risk pool that all of the members share in. Okay? Then after that, we have excess loss coverage. But those are the catastrophic and really big ones. So you own an insurance company. You are an insurance company. And when you have a claim, it's going to ACIG, it's not like saying, well, that's not our problem anymore. No, it's still costing you. It's still impacting MCI. Okay, it just isn't going to the insurance company and somebody else is responsible. Known for the companies we keep. We are 40 members. When I started with the company, we were about 24. Then over the years, we've just grown very, very rapidly. Some of these companies you may have seen in your construction career. Now for you guys, I put MCI over here in the southeast, okay? Now McCarthy Bush Corporation is based out of the Midwest, Davenport, Iowa. But here in the southeast, you can probably see Phillips and Jordan. Maybe you've seen Hoare Construction. Maybe you've seen Nabholz, Haskell, they're in Florida. Cajun is really big in the Gulf Coast area, Louisiana. LaChase is over in the Carolinas. So there's a lot of other companies out there that you're a partner with. And then ultimately, best practice and learn from. If there's one thing that we do very well, that's networking, sharing our experiences, sharing our opportunities for improvement. We do that very well at ACIG. So we have workshops and seminars and safety people. We get together and we go around saying, hey, what's going on? What are the lessons learned? What are we doing that we can tell you about? What are you doing that you can tell us about? So we do this stuff all the time. So that's a little bit of who we are and where we are, but we are everywhere throughout the country. And all of the members at some time have done work in all 50 states and Canada and Mexico, even though we don't insure that when those types of operations take place. Okay? Our mission statement is to save lives and prevent injuries. Now, I just told you I was with an insurance company that you own and are part of a group captive. We don't sell insurance. We sell safety. ACIG doesn't work if we're not safe. You're going to pay for your losses. If you have a lot of losses, that's going to cost you what? A lot of money. So for ACIG to work, be a good business investment, safety has to become an investment, and we have to prevent injuries. I came on board in 2000, and I thought, wow, what a great group of world-class contractors. And then, in 2002, our CEO, our founder at the time, upset the apple cart. He said, hey, if we're as good as we say we are, how come we're not doing better than we are? Oh, okay. Well, I thought we were doing pretty good. Well, we weren't. So he challenged all of the ACIG contractors, called every CEO, got all of us safety people together and said, we're going to get better. This is what we were doing. We thought we were very good. Now, probably everybody in the room has heard of continuous improvement. If we're not getting better, what? We're going backwards, right? Well, gosh, no, we thought we were pretty good. We were under the national average. But guess what? We were having a lot of accidents. And there were people dying on our projects throughout the country every year. So then we started Project Lifesaver. Every year we have an annual strategic meeting with every member. They don't, or I should say we don't go in and say, okay, McCarthy Bush Corporation, McCarthy Improvement Company, here's what you're going to do this year. It's not me telling you what to do. It's you telling us what you're going to do. Okay? And then it's us saying, how can we help you get better? And then it's all the members getting together, working to help each other. So like on that past sheet, you saw Phillips and Jordan, right? You guys worked with them, for them, around them, you've seen them. I'm sure you have. It's an open book. If we wanted to go learn from them, we can learn from them. We can ask them questions. No, we're not going to ask them what they're bidding jobs at. We're not talking that. Okay, we're talking about safety. We're talking about risk management. We're talking about protecting our people. And all of us do that. So anyway, we have this mandatory meeting, and yes, we have one every year in November with McCarthy Bush Corporation, and all the entities of McCarthy Bush Corporation are involved. Every company does a contractor action plan, talking about their strategic mission on how they're going to get better, what they're going to do. And the big thing there is the CEO, COO, company executives have to be present. Okay? If we have this meeting, and if Joe, Greg, and Larry Bush are not there, we leave. Okay? That's how serious it is. And that's what ACIG is. So how have we done over the years? Pretty gosh darn good. We've gotten better. Every year, we've gotten a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit of a plateau. And now where are we? We've plateaued again. And we've kind of taken that low-hanging fruit, but we're still having incidents. We're having accidents, and we're having deaths. So that's the workers' comp. General liability, not having near as many general liability claims. And this all gets back to what? Focus. Strategic focus that every member has. And then ultimately what? Accountability. You have to be accountable. And that's what we do at ACIG, is we hold every member accountable. We rank every member. And our rankings go right in front of all the CEOs. So all the principals for all of the companies see where they're ranked against their peers. Okay? And here's also auto liability. So I left all three slides in for this just because we have all three lines of insurance with McCarthy Bush Corporation. Okay, funny picture. Looks fictitious, right? Looks like somebody took it right off the internet just to have some fun, right? Yeah, that's what it did. But in reality, these things happen. The hardest part about safety and convincing people that know better, but we want them to do better, is that things might happen. Just because they never have doesn't mean they never will. So when Corky and Frank are talking to you and saying, well, what about this? You know, maybe it's never happened, but I'm telling you, it has somewhere, and it could. And you have to constantly think about the what ifs. So just like in accident investigation, we talked about the 5 whys. Well, what if this happened? And what if that happened? We have to constantly prepare for the unexpected. Now with like the traveling public. Is it hard to prepare for that? But we have to do our best, right? We have to make sure and constantly make sure that our traffic control is right. Always where it needs to be. We have to get others looking out for others. We have to make sure that we always constantly have our high visibility wear on. Whatever it may be. Because it could happen. Things can happen. The unexpected constantly. Okay. This is our newest, biggest thing. This is exciting for me. I'm a safety guy, okay? Been in safety for about 30 years. This is exciting for me. It's about serious injury and fatality. Project Lifesaver, we reduced the frequency of accidents. We called it Project Lifesaver. And by reducing frequency, we really felt that if we reduce frequency and put the same amount of effort to reducing frequency, we would reduce our severity rate the same. But it hasn't happened. So this is exciting for me. Here it is. This chart kind of shows it. If we reduce unsafe acts, near misses, and reportables at a 20% rate, thus as we did, eventually we should get to and eliminate that one. Statistically, we should, but it's not happening. So we have to change our mindset. What we've done and how we've, what we've done and how we've always done it is not going to get us better results. There is potential, and these are what's called precursors of serious injury and fatality. Those are the activities and the exposures that we have, the things that we do to do our work throughout the whole pyramid. So we have to constantly look at our near misses, reportables, lost times, and identify those. Most of the time, if something is a near miss, most of the time, or first aid case, do we do an accident investigation on it? No. We go, whew, dodged a bullet there. It's not reportable. No blood, no harm, whatever. But guess what? Those are so many times the things that we can learn the most from. So that's why near-miss reporting is so important. That's why learning from our first aid cases is so important. And as supervisors, as leaders and managers at McCarthy Improvement Company, if somebody tells you a near miss and you go, wow, what could have happened from that? Somebody could have got killed while doing that. Could we do an investigation on that? Yes. Could we treat that the same as if there was a serious injury from it? Yes, we could. So I guess I'm challenging you to really do just a little bit more. At ACIG, we've been all over the board. So we're world-class companies. We all want to do better. But this is our death rate. Okay? Death. This means somebody's died. The red line is the national average, and in ACIG, we've had good years, bad years, good years. We are not consistent at all. We are not consistent at all compared to our frequency reduction, as you saw before. So what is SIF? SIF is looking at those activities where we work around mobile equipment, confined spaces, lockout, tagout, lifting operations, working at height, our fleet operations. Fleet is anything. Anything we drive, move. The most dangerous thing that we all do every day is what? Drive. When I say in Atlanta, drive. Okay? Okay?
You ain't in Davenport anymore.
What's that?
I said, you're not in Davenport anymore.
No, we are not. I'm not Dorothy, not Kansas anymore. Yeah. Okay. And then we also have what we're going to talk about is life-saving commitments. I'm going to show those here to you in a second. So these are activities, things we do. And when we do things that are associated with this, we need to perk up a little bit. We need to get a little bit more focused. I worked industrial construction for years, okay, for a big, large industrial contract. And we never once ever had a crane failure, dropped a load, anything like that. Why? Because it was focused. It was all hands on deck. We had lifting plans, rigging plans. Everybody was just bead's eye right on it, right? But it's just not that way all the time, is it? We can trick ourselves and tell ourselves when we're doing this, we're going to get on board, we're going to spend some more time on it, look at it, pay closer attention, do that. Okay, life-saving commitments. We have 12 life-saving commitments that we ask all the contractors to adopt, to modify to fit their business, however they want to do it. Those things in the red have special meaning. And I'll talk to you about those in a second. But these are all things that have killed people. When we came up with this 4 years ago and introduced this to the members, we went back and looked at all of the deaths that had happened over the last 10, 12 years, and there was only a couple of things that could not be related back to this. So this is real. This just isn't some insurance guy dreaming up a bunch of stuff and saying, here, follow this. This stuff is real. Confined spaces, lockout, tagout, talk betweens, heights, suspended loads, no alcohol and drugs. You know, you already got a bowl full of that this morning, but that's real. When people are impaired, there is a high probability that there's going to be some type of failure. Okay? And then traffic laws, excavations and trenching. Do we do excavations and trenching? Yes, right? You do it all the time, right? Is it dangerous? Yes, very dangerous. What can happen? Cave in. What happens when it caves in? People die. Our last fatality at ACIG with another member was in a trench. And the trench box was just, and it was there. And they choose not to use it. It took too long to put it in place. Just had to get down there for a short period of time. Okay? That's all it takes to lose your life. Okay, of the 350 POS claims, POS, you know, you can use some acronyms here, Project Lifesaver. At ACIG, I don't ask Corky or Frank for their OSHA records. Don't ask them. We don't care about that. I don't care what your OSHA rates are. We measure what we see at ACIG. Okay? That's it. Okay? So when we analyze those, we found that 78% of those that fell within the SIF potential category, and I showed you those precursors before, okay? 78% fell within those 5 categories. So is this real? Do we have potential at a Perfect Improvement Company to have crushing and caught in between injuries? Yes, a lot of that. Do we work at height? Yes. Do we drive automobiles? Yes. Do we secure loads and materials? Yes. Do we work around mobile equipment? Hell yes. Okay, so this is all real. Those are, the things we do, and we do dangerous stuff. Construction in general is dangerous, no doubt. But we do dangerous things at McCarthy Improvement Company. Our work is not easy. Because if anybody, if it was, anybody do it, right? It's not easy. But we can do it. We can do it safely. We can have a good time doing it. Everybody goes home safely doing it. Is that it? Oh, no. Okay. So basically, you like a pie chart, there's a pie chart for you. Okay. How are we doing? Okay, Project Lifesaver, we do this ranking. Like I said, the owners see it. We tell everybody where they're at. So how have we been doing? This is a 2-year average. This is the corporation now. Where's the red line? Where's the red? This is in the heavy highway group.
We're at the bottom.
We're at the bottom. We have work to do to get better. Okay? Now, it doesn't mean that we're not doing okay. I'm just going to say this, okay? Because we, ACG, we're one of the most competitive peer groups in the country. Okay? You have to be darn good to be at the top of our rankings. You can be better than the national average in OSHA statistics and still be average in the ACAG. So we have room to improve. Definitely room to improve. And it's the same way with the frequency staff. Okay? And these are other contractors that do like and or similar work. And you might be thinking, well, this is the corporation. It could be the Midwest, it could be Linwood, it could be Ortel Sheet Metal, it could be Howard Steel. Well, the majority, 2/3 of all of these accidents that have been put into this calculation are yours. Okay? So in the Southeast, we have work to do. And I know we can do it. Because I'm already seeing it. Okay? The workers' comp losses already this year are down, which is good. It's what we want. That's what we have to have. I'm a firm believer that nobody should ever have to go to work, put their life on the line, and worry about dying. Okay? Nothing's that important. Nothing's that important. Okay? Statistically, that's where we're at, guys. This is the corporation. We've had some good years. We've had some average years. We've got to tune it up a little bit. So your safety responsibilities are ultimate responsibilities. We have to get better, but I know we will. At the end of the day, that's what this is all about. What ACRG is all about. This is what the Serious Injury Fatality Initiative is all about. Because from year to year, almost every year, there's been a contractor person has died in our projects. Okay? And we hold ourselves to a higher bar than that.
No, I'm really, really excited to be here today. The South is my favorite, there's no doubt. You guys are awesome, so give yourself a round of applause. So, you guys, Reset called me a couple days ago, and I look at my phone, and I was like, and I answered, I go, okay, now I know what it's like being me. Because like if I called Terry, hi, how's your bride?
Good.
Thank you. It's Martha. All right. People look at your phone and go, oh, she's calling me. I looked at it, I was like, oh, Reset, what's going on? So, and he gave you guys just a great compliment. I said, come back to the Midwest, we miss you. And he said, the thing about down here is when we get together and there's a problem, we get together to solve the issue. He goes, up there, it's kind of different. I mean, there's a lot of discussion. So I can't say enough. So the guaranteed issue, how many of you took advantage of guaranteed issue? I got one in the room, got another, thank you. Oh, yay. So excited about that. I just got the numbers today of 216 people that we have for NCI. Now, primarily that is the Southeast because back home that's union, so who are eligible. Out of 216 people, 110 took out the guaranteed issue. So that was 51%. So, do what? Speak up. Speak up. Yep. That never happens ever. Really? I bet she's messing with me too, I have to say. So, yeah, it's just exciting news. So out of 466 people who are eligible to do the guaranteed issue, we had 51% of the entire corporation. So it's just a benefit that we take for granted that we had it before, and to be able to get that. And what was exciting for me when I'm able to work on this kind of stuff is that I know that people who are diabetic, they can't get life insurance without having, to have a physical. So this was really great.
Speak up the insurance.
What were you saying?
We were trying to figure out the guarantee.
The guaranteed issue, I'm so sorry. The guaranteed issue is, how I sent out a gazillion emails saying you had to be at this meeting and this is the only time? It's because that time period was the only period that you could purchase up to 3 times your annual salary, up to $300,000 without a physical.
Right.
So that is when I said guaranteed issue. That is never going to happen again for you guys. All the new hires, they're going to have the opportunity just at the time of enrollment, like their orientation. So let people know, if you hear them say, I'll just get that later, that will never be offered again. When we have open enrollment again for life insurance, it'll be $10,000. That will be it. And then you have to wait for a $10,000 guarantee issue. You can always buy more life insurance, Terry. However,
Physical.
Now we're going to have a physical. And those pre-existing conditions, yep, they're going to count against you.
The enrollment date is going to be when?
For life insurance, we're putting the same as health insurance, so it'll be in June.
Okay.
But for you though, we're back to 10,000 in increments. Yeah, Mark?
Will any certificates or any evidence of it come? I've seen it on pay stub. I have my application. Is that all? You don't get, or did we? And I'm just not remembering.
Did we get
A certificate of?
Oh, no, that you have the insurance?
Yeah.
No,
It's just recorded.
it's just recorded, yes.
Okay.
So, but actually we've monitored it pretty well though, so. Yes, sir.
Are you saying we're not going to get, I would think you would get a new certificate.
I don't think so.
That shows you what your coverage is.
I know, but I don't think so. Good question, and I'm going to email myself, text myself to see what kind of evidence you'll get for that, but I don't know. This was a kind of a good thing and a blessing, a silver lining. We had a gentleman that was with us last year, and he did not fill out his insurance papers, and he passed away. It was like in his 50-some day. We were able to, or 60-some day, excuse me, because it was passed. We were able to backdate that and actually give him $10,000 for his insurance. So, and then we also went from a $10,000 to a $25,000 base. So we know how tough it is to recruit, and we're trying to be competitive, and we're trying to take care of our people. So one step at a time, but we're getting there. So there's some great things planned this year. Can't tell you I have to kill you, but it's all good. One phone call that I love getting, that was from Martha. Please tell her I said hello. So she's like, hey, Rene, if you're from the South, my name has like 3 syllables to it. That's great. All right. So, what do we get to learn today? Whew. We're going to talk about the handbook changes, EAP, Family Medical Leave Act, another leave of absences, EEO, affirmative action, put women and minorities. And the reason why I had to be very clear about saying women and minorities, last year on the CNT job, and when we had our EEO audit, that's just one thing that they gave us a red flag for. Even though the slide had EEO/affirmative action, they wanted women and minorities. So there you go. So ethics, progressive discipline, violence and harassment. Our HR team. Brett, could you please read my slide right there about the horse person?
You said Brett?
Yeah.
You can't spell hero without HR.
Saying. Sue Baumgart does claims. Mary O'Toole DNA. Heather Witters on site. McCarthy benefits. Selena FMLA. Afton does all the placements. Allison, she's your criminals and MVR. So when you send something to admin, it's absolutely going to Allison. Myself, what do? I don't know. You're still out. I don't know. I'm like, how do you? I'm not even sure. So, all right, our handbook changes. All right. One thing that we're changing is for PTO. We're requiring you to give a 2 weeks notice in order to receive your PTO payout. Now, granted, we don't have to accept your 2 weeks. Like Terry's going to be leaving. Something happened and you can't do it. Fine. However, we don't want people just to leave us high and dry. And so we just implemented this that we want you to give 2 weeks. You guys are in positions that when you leave, it's not that you're leaving us, you're leaving your entire crew. And so we want to make sure that, yes, you give us 2 weeks, we'll make sure your payout, so you don't have to do anything sneaky like use all your vacation up right before you're going to quit. Just do the right thing. Just do the right
But I don't want to go.
That never happens.
That never happens, ever.
Yeah, and I don't want to go.
And you don't want to go,
Right.
that's right, exactly. So, and that's management discretion. Holidays, they're every year. It's going to be final determination by the management, the business needs, that sort of thing. Jury witness duty. If you receive jury and witness duty pay from the company, you must turn over any court pay that you receive from the courts. So, unemployment claims. Will respond to all notices with accurate and truthful information. The final decision on eligibility and the benefit amount is determined by the state, not the company. So we've had people in the past, let's say, well, just tell them that I'm laid off. No, you were fired for theft. I'm not gonna lie. So, and we don't determine whether or not you get unemployment. And it could be, Greg, sorry, you're gonna know who I'm talking to now. I know nothing about Greg, so if you're like, oh, Greg was doing this, and no. So it could be this. Greg just didn't get the job, I'm going to tell unemployment that there was no gross misconduct, nothing. Did we determine? Yes. But there was no gross misconduct. Are you still eligible? Absolutely. Just because a person can't do the job doesn't make them ineligible to get benefits. So, what questions do we have on the employee handbook? Those are the only changes. You can find it on, what drive is it on? The T or S drive, Rene?
I believe it's the T, but I do have a copy of it on my own drive, so if anybody would like an electronic copy of it, send me an email, and I'd be more than happy to forward that on.
It's great reading. Right, thank you, Jared. Right, okay. Things to celebrate and things to remember. Okay. I am going to be sending out, probably later this afternoon, is that qualifying event for health insurance. And I just put this on here just the other day because I had an employee from one of our entities that they had a birth of a child, okay? That's a qualifying event to put your child on health insurance. Okay, I just have to ask you guys, what do you think is Peter, right? What do you think is a reasonable amount of time after the birth of a child that you let somebody know your little itty bitty baby needs health insurance and also to cover the cost of the birth? What do you think is reasonable? What would you guys think of that?
Immediately, too fast.
Immediately, I go to immediately, right, exactly. Go ahead, Bud. Immediately, okay. Yeah, 90 some days later, which was just last week, the bills are coming in from the hospital and he wants to put the child on health care. All right, there is absolutely nothing I can do, nothing. You know, it is 30 days. If you guys went to 31 or 32 in a case like that, the paperwork may have been lost on my desk, and I could probably get that one in. And I just realized I'm being recorded right now. No, but I would never do that. Seriously, I just thought that. Okay, so here's some qualifying events. Marriage, birth of a child, adoption of a child, loss of eligibility, divorce, death, termination of employment, reduction of hours that you're no longer eligible. You can go on perhaps your spouse's, that's right, within 30 days. All right. If you remember nothing else, please remember this, because now this itty bitty baby has no health care until July 1 of this year coming up. Right. So, and of course I was the bad guy too. But, Employee Assistant Program, EAP, the fun stuff, the rewarding things that I get to do that they go kind of unnoticed because I can't talk about them a lot, is when I'm making this up, Ken calls me and he tells me he has some marital issues and I just have some stress, what can I do? And then I'm helping Ken out. Going, okay, Ken, we have a program, it's EAP. All you guys have to do, and I want you to write this number down, please. I really do, it'll make me feel better. 800. I want everybody to write the number down. It's gonna make you feel better. Give him the mama. I mean, he's like looking at me, like you're looking at me, and I'm looking at you. Write it down. 800 475 1641. 800 475 1641, and it's EAP. And I had you write that number down because there could be someone in the room right now that is struggling with something, and he or she didn't want to write the number down because someone might notice they wrote the number down. So I wanted everybody to have it. Your spouse can call, anybody that, a family member. These are the marital, emotional stress, alcohol, drug abuse, everything. All you have to do is call that number, say you're an employee of McCarthy Improvement, McCarthy Bush, and they will direct you to a resource here. So that's all you have to do. And I would say I received about 7, 8, 9 phone calls last year with people who were struggling with drug addiction and alcohol addiction and a spouse having those addictions. So call the number. Completely confidential. The only thing that I get every quarter is a utilization report. As in, not telling that we have no names, it'll say 3 new cases open. But it doesn't tell me anything more, what the cases are about. It just tells me who's utilizing this. And this is free. You guys, this is free, free, free. All right? Any questions about the EAP program?
How does it affect people here in Georgia? I mean, Georgia.
They call the number, they tell them where they're located, and then the EAP gives them a name and number of a resource locally here.
So there's a network of some sort?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Please, take advantage of it. If you're having issues with a child, We don't know everything. Go have a couple counseling sessions, you know, get some parenting skills, some.
I know it's worked real well. I know, because we looked at, is there any value to this? Though we don't get names because it is totally confidential. They don't pass any of that information on. But I know at one point in time we reviewed it and we found out that the usage of it for the corporation as a whole was above average. I think we were running maybe 10% of the people or so, something like that. And we're actually taking advantage or had made a phone call at some point in time during the course of the year to it with all the different entities and everything. So it is a good service and it is a service that's used at no additional cost to the employee or their family member.
Right. So take advantage of it. All right. Employment verifications. We've had a lot of employment verifications that banks, my goodness sakes, they will call to verify that you're still working every other week when you take out a loan. I'm not even kidding here. But this is what we'll provide to prospective employers without express permission, meaning you sign something. Your company and your location, your job title, employment dates, reason for leaving, voluntary or involuntary, eligibility for rehire. And we always make the person who's asking for verification send over a fax or an email. We always do. Why?
For your records.
What?
For your records.
Not even necessarily for our records, is because they could go the other way with that one.
Prove who they are.
Prove who they are, exactly.
Okay,
You know?
yeah, well, it makes sense.
Yeah, people,
I mean, there's dishonest people out there.
absolutely. And Ken is a heartbreaker, and he has women call all the time, want to know where he's working, you know, so it happens.
Damn you, Ken.
I know, right?
So you're the root of the whole problem.
We will not provide opinion on performance or information on specific violations. But what can I give to them if it's not an opinion? Fact. And if your attendance record is haphazard at best, I absolutely, hands down, can tell them that your attendance record is haphazard at best. Why can I say that? Because people always say, oh, I can't tell you that, I can't tell you that. Why can I legally give you that information?
Because it's a fact.
It's a fact. I'm not defaming you. And you signed that release. Think about on their application when you're applying for a new job or even a bank loan. All the information that I'm given is true to the best of my knowledge and my belief. Okay? I can absolutely give it. So we will not provide financial, wages, health, or any other confidential information without release from the employee. That is absolutely 100% fact. It has to have a financial institution, if they want the wage information, yes, but more often than not, employers don't want to know what you were making, you know. Will not provide information for loan applications, rental applications, etc. without release from the employee. We will not provide information to debt collectors without a court order. Will not provide information to spouses or children without release from the employee. Do you know how many spouses will call us and say, I need information about Ken, I'm his wife? We don't care. We will not give your spouse information on you. Will not happen. My little Dilbert, here's a reference check. Hi, I'm calling to check the references on your ex-employee named Ted. We have a company, this is me, we have a company policy against giving references, but I'd be happy to discuss the weather with you. Okay. The clouds are moving lazily across the sky and everyone thought they were stupid. My gosh, they could put me after lunch. That is so funny. Do you know how we laugh about that all the time? Yeah, I can't tell you about Terry, but I can discuss the weather. The clouds are lazy and everyone thinks they're stupid. There you go. All right. Qualification of new employees. Pre-employment and post-offer drug test, acceptable MVR, an acceptable criminal background check, and there's additional information for DOT hires. What in your mind, when I'm looking at a criminal background, would I say, no, this is not an acceptable person?
Murder, violence.
All depends, really.
Theft.
It really does all depend. Murder, how long ago? Not even kidding. And were they clean? If it's 20 years ago, maybe. Not kidding. Do you know how hard it is to get a mechanic? That one you got, okay. This is what, for me, for an acceptable criminal background check. Okay, what is a disqualified background check? Okay, we said violence, murder, anything else? Theft.
Drug addiction.
This, to me, is unacceptable. Unacceptable, disqualified. And the reason why, this person only listed 3 DUIs. Do you know what I'm talking about on that criminal background check where you're supposed to write none, if there's none? Why do you think we make them write the word none out? So that I know that they read it. Otherwise they say, well, I didn't even see that sheet of paper. And then I can't term them for falsifying an application. So that's the reason why we make sure everybody sees it. And I want to see, what are you going to tell me? So this guy, or girl, I don't remember. And by the way, this was in the last 2 months. He listed 3 DUIs. But in 2000, he was going armed with intent. In 2001, going armed with intent. 2001, violation of probation. 2002, obstruction justice, destroyed evidence. Public intox in 2002. 2002 trespass. Possession of drug paraphernalia. That was a simple misdemeanor. That was in 2006. 2007, he was stalking. Second offense. I wonder where the first offense was, really. Well, because I have to have a first offense that we're not catching on this. We went back 15 years. Okay. Driving while license denied or revoked. No surprise there. 2010, violation of no contact or protective order. 2010, contempt, refusal to pay fines or cost. 2011, still contempt, refusing to pay fine or cost. 2011, harassment of public officer, simple misdemeanor. OWI, second, that was an aggravated misdemeanor. 2014, possession of controlled substance, serious misdemeanor. Driving while barred, habitual offender. Leave scene of an injury, accident, serious misdemeanor. 2014, domestic abuse assault. 2014, domestic abuse assault. 2014, violation of no contact order. Yeah, no one could see that coming, right? And 2015, 11/18 of 2015, he got his 3rd DUI in driving while barred. Do you believe that should be a disqualifying criminal background?
Yes.
Absolutely. And I don't care that he's a mechanic. All right. Part of it with me is, what?
What if he's a good finisher?
He's a great finisher. I am being filmed right now, otherwise I'd say I'd cut you. You be quiet. Okay, so that is a disqualifying criminal background. Tell whomever that's applying here, just be honest about the background. Because the first thing I'm going to look at, if they put none, but then I see 4 or 5 things on there, and they may not have been that bad, then I'm not going to disqualify them. And by the way, sometimes I don't disqualify them just if they wrote the word none, but I want my admins to let you know, we do know about your criminal background. So just tell everybody to be honest.
Now, does everybody know what she's talking about, where this information is coming from? This is all going to be what they're going to fill out in an application, and we're going to go over this tomorrow, how an application should be filled out. But this is where, when we send out for the application with the criminal information, if it's none of it, this is what she's running off of this.
That is it. People think that HR, we're out to not hire somebody, and this is a line of work. They all have criminal backgrounds. Not everybody has 3 DUIs, 6 convictions of stalking. So you know how many times he did it before he got caught? That was a joke. Thank you. All the contempts, everything. This guy is going to be problems. Even if we said, okay, he's a great finisher, yeah. I don't even know how, quite frankly, that he is out on jail, that it's an OWI third. I don't even know why he's not in prison right now, but, all right. This guy listed DUI, meaning he had one. So in 2010, it was theft, 5th degree. 2012, possession of drug paraphernalia. 2013, theft. 2013, possession of drugs. 2 months later, again, possession of a controlled substance. 3 months after that, we had a theft of 5th degree. How many months we had that? 6 months after that, we had assault. A month later, we had obstruction of emergency communication, public intox. Oh, I bet he was convicted. Whomever he was assaulting was probably trying to call the police on that 826, and he was convicted of obstruction of emergency communication, public intox. Plus, you got criminal mischief, 5th degree. 2014, violation of no contact order. Oh, look at the dates there. And then 2014, assault on a person in certain occupations, disorderly conduct, just obstruct in a public way. Yeah. This is, whatever there is questions on if we should DNH anybody, do not hire. They'll send them to me, and then I make the final call, or I'll email Alan and Rene and say, okay, my vote's no, what do you guys think? Allison put, surprisingly enough, the OWI he disclosed was dismissed, but he had quite the record otherwise. Please advise, smiley face. Right, so, yeah, the DUI was not on there, but everything else was. All right. And there's more. This guy listed he had none. Look at that. In 96, public officer arrests somebody, he had a bad check. He had a third offense DUI in 99, interference with official acts in 2000, violation of probation, theft, forgery, bad check, and theft. Yeah. Do we want this guy? No. Seriously, lock your truck. He is going to steal your stuff. And just because you're friends, Remind me about just because we're a friend story, okay? When I get going. So, it's just not right here. Leaves of absence. FMLA, unpaid leave to preserve the job. You have to, the company has to have over 50 employees, which we do. You have to be employed here at least 1 year. You've worked at least 1,250 hours, up to 12 weeks in any 12-month period for qualifying reasons. And it lists your serious health, care for a spouse, parent, or child with a serious health condition, birth of a child, to help spouse, up to 26 weeks to care for a spouse, parent, or child who is injured, war veteran. Okay. FMLA managers, if someone tells you that they're going to be off work, to have their knee looked at, we need to know ASAP, because we want to make sure that they have this benefit, that if you've been working with, what's your name? Is this Sly? I thought so. And he's like, he gave me the snake eye. I forget that name. So, this we need to know, because we want to guarantee someone's job. Now, if they're not showing up for work, no one knows what's going on except the manager. Health insurance, all those other things, let us know. We want to make sure we're protecting our employees. So, all right. You have to use your PTO at the same time. We don't allow stacking. And what that means is we had some employees who figured out that before you had to use PTO, they had like 4 weeks of vacation. You have 12 weeks birth of a child. This guy, birth of a child. Yep. You're already figuring it out. 12 weeks. He thought he could use his 12 weeks FMLA, 4 weeks, and take 16 months off. 16 weeks. Yeah. You're like, 16 months? Yeah, in Iowa, we have more months there. It's a great place. Very pretty. So, 16 weeks. And I don't know about you guys, and I know this isn't right, but I'm like, really? 12 weeks? You and your bride are supposed to stay at home? Less than another 4? It was hunting season, okay? Let's be honest. So the reason why we say you have to use your PTO ahead of time is so that you prevent stacking, that you can't stack one to the other. It isn't, to punish. It's really so those people who have ran the system before and they know how to manipulate it. So there you go. I call it those educated employees. And educated employees has nothing to do with the level of education, is how they know how to run the system. If there's a loophole, those people will figure it out. And it hurts others, but that's why we do it. All right. You must continue paying for your employee portion of your insurance premiums. So keep that in mind. It's the employee portion, not the entire thing. So you can actually, 12 weeks, the employer is still paying their portion. You just have to make sure you pay your portion. We will send you a letter, a certified letter from HR. Please open it. And it will say you have to pay your portion. What happens if you don't pay your portion? Your coverage will be dropped. However, I can't remember your name, though I know you. What is your name? No, but you.
Tim.
That's times 641. All right. Better yet. Okay. Where was I going with this? Where did I leave off? Oh, say it, Tim. You've been a great employee for us, and it would be a financial hardship for you to pay this while you're off. Talk to accounting, talk to Alan, talk to somebody. We will absolutely make an accommodation. So don't think that you're there, you can't pay your insurance premium. Don't let it last. Talk to accounting first. Talk to Alan, talk to HR, because we don't want to create any financial hardships with anybody either. And we'll make up, you can make up the premiums later. And what I don't think is fair, I don't think it's fair is I don't want to take that all one check of yours either, Tim. Because when you come back, I want to be able to spread that out a little bit and not just have 3 months to put on your check. So another reason why you would talk to HR, because I would be an advocate of that and go, no, I don't, he's been off for 3 months. I want to make sure that there's, he's already under a financial hardship. So the employee does not have to request it, guys. So if you're going to say, well, they never told me they wanted it, no, you have to offer it to them. Once we send the paperwork, they don't do anything with it, that's fine. But we want to have record that we sent it, and we want to be that company that always does the right thing. So when you hear about it, let HR know, let Rene know, say, hey, this is what I've heard, we'll look into it. So, all right, personal leaves of absences. Only considered if they do not otherwise meet FMLA eligibility and qualification requirements. Discretionary depends on the needs of the business, the customers, and the employees of record. I always say that I have to treat everyone fairly, but I do not have to treat everyone equally. What do you think I mean by that? I have to treat everyone fairly, but I don't have to treat everyone equally. Jonathan. Oh, I heard some really nice things about you today. Just wanted to let you know that. Alan Sweat had some really nice things to say about you.
She didn't mean everything she said.
No. I don't. But then he added, however.
However.
Yes, I know, right?
I think he's a little bitter because they showed his arrest record a minute ago. He's a little upset.
Do you hear that, Mr. Sweat? He said, he's talking about that you had your arrest record up there, but we still hired you anyway. So.
I see what you're covering, all I can think of all the conversations you and I have had.
Oh, absolutely. And those, I don't even know which division, that those came from. It's ours, I mean, as in the whole family, but who knows? Go ahead.
So you have to treat people fairly.
Right.
That's the right thing to do. But if you know that there's some issues, you're going to look at people as per that basis.
As people. I'm going to look at you, Sean, and go, okay, you need some time off. Here would be a great example. Our policy procedure handbook says that after 3 days, we may require you to get a doctor's note. You have the flu. I know you have the flu because you're never, ever, ever sick. And then your baby girl, now you have a baby girl, and she has the flu. Your bride already spent, a couple days with her. You have to. Now you've been off work now, I'm gonna say 8 days total, 8 days. I'm gonna say take care of your family, come back when you're healthy, come back when your little girl's healthy, okay? However, I know I need glasses. Kevin. Hi Kevin, how are you? Oh, I was going to say, so I get emails, but thank you. All right. Kevin, however, I can look at his attendance records, and on Wednesdays, he's always late.
Well, I live on the 8th T, you got to understand.
I know, I'm the tea all the time, I get that. However, I know he's doing something on Tuesday nights because he's always late on Wednesdays. If I look at his attendance record, Fridays and Mondays are the days that he's sick. Never gets sick on a Tuesday, never gets sick on a Thursday, it's always. And I can look at that pattern. Now, he's telling me he's sick. And he's sick, his first day he's gonna call in is Tuesday. Do you think that I'm gonna require by Thursday, your doctor saying that you're unable to come to work? Absolutely, absolutely. I'm gonna look at everybody as individuals and go, okay. Because I don't think it's fair to treat you like I would treat Kevin if his attendance record, his disciplinary record is not as stellar as yours. So that's why I say I treat everyone fairly, but not equally. I'm gonna look at you all separate, okay? Any questions about leaves of absences, FMLA, anything? Okay, so far what I want you to remember is that 800 number. I want you to utilize it. Give it to your spouse. Just say, hey, she made me write this down today. You can talk about marital issues, family, anything you want, or don't do anything, but leave it out and give somebody the opportunity to use it if they wanted to use it, because it's free. I wanted you to know that. I wanted you to do the right thing when you give notice. Make sure you give a 2 weeks notice. And I also wanted you to remember the qualifying event. How many days for a qualifying event? 30. That's right. Seriously, I was shocked when this guy called and it's like 90 some days. And the only reason it clicked is because the bills started coming in. How do you not, truly, how do you not think about that? But he's like, I own it, it's my fault. All right, I can't even tell you what he did when the camera's rolling. Anyway, it is funny though. All right, protected classes. Race, color, national origin, religion, gender, age 40 plus, disability, pregnancy, sexual orientation, marital status, and military status. Those are my protected classes. What does a protected class mean? It means, let's do age. Okay. If you have an employee that is 39 and a half, been with us a couple years, can you determine for no reason whatsoever? You can. It's at will. I don't have to have a reason. I can't discriminate. I can't look at nothing. However, you have an employee who's 40, who's 6 months. They've been with us for, let's go, 6 years. Can I term him or her? You can, but you better look at the reason why. Under 40, it's more of a, and I can say it isn't a good job fit. Over 40, when you get some years in seniority, you better not. And people are like, well, it's an at-will. Yeah, they were with us for 20 years. You can't just let them go. Besides, that's not fair. Okay. Marital status, sexual orientation, pregnancy. Can't discriminate against someone who's pregnant. They're called temporarily disabled. And in Iowa, it's called a Pregnancy Disability Act. That while you're pregnant, you're protected. So, do people take advantage of it? Yes, they do. Absolutely, hands down. But it's there for those who have. What are you two laughing about over there? Greg Bell. Not even.
Got paid attention to.
I want to know what he's laughing about, and he still doesn't even know. All right. Groups of people with a shared identity that the federal, state, local government has declared to be protected because of a history of discrimination. I was doing a seminar on diversity at a car dealership about a month ago, and we were talking about diversity, and they had, and one of the general managers, and we were talking about someone who is Islamic. He said, "Do you know what my customers would think?" And I said, "I don't know what your customers would think." I really was surprised though, because he really wanted me in there to do this diversity training. And I said, what I think is the avenue of revenue that opens up, because that group is very tight-knit. And so if I have someone working at my car dealership, they know other people in their tight-knit group, and my revenue is going up. Same thing with transgenders. Absolutely. If someone was where would you shop if you knew that you were safe? You weren't discriminated against. Where would you shop? So that's what I think. So anyway, that is what a protected class is, though. It's because it was a history of discrimination. Supervisor, you are an agent. 24/7, anything you say or do equals action by the company and accountability and liability of the company. This is where the story of the friendship comes in. I may have said this, I don't know if this happened the last time that we've seen each other. There is a supervisor at McCarthy. And I'm saying McCarthy, it could be McCarthy, Bush, McCarthy, I just call it McCarthy. And he was he's a supervisor. I supervise you, Ken, but you and I are friends, but I supervise you. I am complaining about this vendor who's trying to get me fired. And I'm telling you about it. Yeah, she's trying to get me fired. Shut down my job site. She's trying to get me fired. You say to me, don't worry about her, man. You know all the sex things she says to me? My God, you're good. That's BS, right? So, I go over to Tim, supervisor. By the way, I report to you, Tim. And I'm just complaining about her. She's trying to get me fired. God, she's going to shut down my job. Ken, he has plenty of things to say about her that she says all this sex crap, but it's not going to do me any good. Okay? That's what we know right now. Now, Ken, we had a random drug test, and you're no longer with us because you violated our drug and alcohol program. Got that one? Do you ever see that, violating our drug and alcohol program? Something happened. Drugs or alcohol, you violated, and I do not hire this for 2 years. He filed a sexual harassment complaint against the company, and by the way, we're friends. I was named in it. My friend named me. So don't think for a second that your buddies out there and they're going to have your back. No. So Ken said, as he filed his sexual harassment complaint against the company and named individuals, he complained. Did he complain? Absolutely. He put you on notice. The moment he started talking about that woman saying sexual things to him, he put you on notice. I know you guys think, oh no, they're not going to do anything with it. Yeah, until his livelihood gets taken away because he was doing something he shouldn't have. So the EEOC, I did give the papers to my supervisor. The interrogatories to answer an EEOC complaint takes about, give or take, 35 to 40 hours. That's how long it takes me to respond to one of those. So I give it to the supervisor so I could just watch him sweat for a day, which was fun because I like him. And then got the papers back. Now, by me as a supervisor telling you, my supervisor, he accidentally, not on purpose, shifted the accountability to you. So yes, he did tell his supervisor, but you forgot to tell HR because you guys want to handle it in the field. Don't do that. The EEOC, what?
should.
I know, right, just shift that accountability to HR. You can just say it was an offhand comment, but this is what you need to know, because now you have clean hands with it. You would be shocked how many frivolous EEOC claims people make. It is crazy. So, because he's grasping at straws. You know, he made a complaint, matter of fact, made it 2 or 3 times, because they would talk about all the things she would say to him, which I'm not going to say here. And Tim's like, well, that would make the story better. Too bad. So, do you think the EEOC gave his complaint any merit? They didn't, and I was shocked. I was really surprised. They said, you know, you're the one that did something against company policy, and yeah, so I'm shocked that they didn't, because normally that would be about $5,000 or $10,000 for a nuisance claim. So if you hear something out there, just shoot me it over an email. I'm not going to say, you know, Sean said you said this. I'm going to call the person out and go, hey, what's going on? This is what I heard. And they're going to say, well, how did you hear that clear there? It doesn't matter. Just tell me what's going on. So let me know. So when I say you're an agent 24/7, you are. You're not friends out there, and especially when something like that happens. Oh no, they would never do that to me. Yes, they would. So. Huh. I don't know what happened there. So, examples of conduct. Anything you know, no matter how you learned it, it's company knowledge. Request. Anything you request in order from the company, including asking the employee to lie. It's lying by omission.
Means you knew something, but you left it out just so that somebody wouldn't get in trouble.
Yeah. It means you knew something, but you left it out because someone would get in trouble. Or it's because I didn't ask you directly, John. I'm talking to Greg, you're standing right there, and I'm saying to Greg, so, you know, what do you know about the theft on the, you know, and Greg could really not know anything. No, I don't know anything. Just, why didn't you want to talk to me? You know, so it's intentionally leaving things out because I didn't ask the right question. You know, were you home by midnight? Yeah, it was 12:10, but I didn't say 12:10. So, promises. Any reasonable promise you make, a promise of a company, including continued employment and offers of employment. Be careful out there. You know, if you say, you'll always have a job here as long as I have a job here, buddy, you're awesome. Yeah. No, you don't. You don't get to make those promises. Legal status. Do you think that you would have some criminal or civil liability with your actions personally? Absolutely, hands down, yes. Because when someone is filing a lawsuit, they do this bullet spray approach. They give them to everybody. And this, here's a crappy thing one of our ex-employees had done. He had filed an EOC, which he can. His friends were served on Christmas Eve by a sheriff's deputy to show up as a subpoena to show up for this EEOC. Really? I don't know about you, but I think that's crappy. Can you imagine Christmas Eve, a police officer is walking up your front stairs? What are you thinking? For me, the worst possible thing. Absolutely. And those are your friends until they're not here any longer. So be careful. All right. And that is a true story. All right, under many laws, the supervisor may have personal, civil, and criminal liability, absolutely. Company's failure to train supervisors is no defense, none whatsoever. If you say, I didn't know, the company, no, that is not a defense for us, nor is it for you to hide behind that very thin veil. How you could be sued personally: wrongful death, personal injury, pain and suffering, loss of income, intentional conduct, punitive damages, which is money. That would be that lying by omission, John Baker, that it was intentional, you didn't say anything, and so that's going to cost you some money, and they're going to go after you. And that is the wrongful death if there's a fatality. If you were trained on something and something happened, they could go after you because you didn't stop it, you looked away. That's the way we always have done it. This is the way we're trained on it, but it's easier quicker if you do this. So, progressive discipline. 5 levels: counseling, verbal warning, written warning, suspension, loss of privilege, termination of employment. Can you skip any level? Yeah. The suspension and or loss of privilege, this is what I say. If I ever have to suspend somebody, which truly is, I never want to do that. Why?
They're never going to be the same.
You know, I'm hoping if I have to do that, they're going to learn. It's because I don't want to hurt somebody financially. I mean, that's hard. If you take one day out of someone's pay, that could create a financial hardship and just that domino effect. Was it something I said? Was it something I didn't say? Can we make it right?
401k.
Huh?
401k?
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
So, if that happens, if you ever have to have that conversation and Alan calls you into his office, he suspends you for 2 days, anger is not the emotion you should be displaying. You should be displaying gratitude. Why gratitude?
It's not fair.
He did right, exactly. And it is time to process, you know, and go, okay, take ownership of what you did, because he doesn't want to do it either. So, and that's the reason why. And if I am going to suspend somebody, it's usually not going to be 2 days in a row. Why is that?
You don't want to give them
I don't want to give him that time. That's exactly it. I don't want to give him 2 days in a row, and I'm not going to let you know what days it is either until you get to work, and then I'm going to say, hey, today's going to be one of those days. It's not going to be a Friday. It's not going to be a Monday. Why? Is that what it is? Because I don't want to give them a 3-day weekend. That's right. It's supposed to be a punishment, you know, but learn from it.
Who gets the whole weekend off anyway?
What did you say?
Who gets the whole weekend off?
Ken finally says something. Who gets the whole weekend off anyway? Right? I know. All right. Causes for discipline. Falsifying time records, drug and alcohol violations, fighting, threatening, insubordination, weapons, even if it's concealed carry permit. No, you may not have them on our job sites. Excessive absenteeisms, no call, no shows, providing false information or lying by omission. You think we've been lied to by lying by omission a few times? You getting a theme here? Yeah. Progressive discipline. You know, where did you fail? And that's it. If we ever have to sit down and slide, this is where you failed. And I'm going to be very specific. So if you ever get a letter that's very specific, there's a good chance HR wrote it, no matter who's delivering it to you, because I want you to understand that behavior has to stop. Describing how the employee failed, expectations, and a warning future consequences for repeated failure. So those are I may give you a verbal written. If I give you a verbal written, it's because I've talked to you about it. See, Ken is wishing he didn't sit there. I'll go here. Hi, Steve. Well, this isn't working either. All right, so if we ever have to sit down, you know, it is going to be not even a really big discussion at this point, because here it is. I'm going to say, I need you to sign this. Not saying that you agree with the letter and its contents, only that you have acknowledged receiving it. That's all it says. Read it. Okay. Anybody have any questions on progressive discipline? Because that's where, when I see your progressive discipline, that's where you guys are failing a little bit. There's not enough detail. Okay, come on. Give me a situation of progressive discipline that may have needed a little help with. Tell me that the guy is late and told him he does it again, is fired. Okay, well, first of all, that's probably not true because he's a finisher. And how many times this would be a person who was single reporting. How many times did you have that conversation that this person was late? And if you just have on your calendar, are you seriously just mark this right? I talked to you on the 16th, the 19th, the 20th. I mean, and you go through, that's numerous to me. but I'm very detailed in the dates. So when I have a judge looking at it, I can see like 17 dates that you are late. Would a reasonable person have action on this? Yes, a reasonable person would. Then, if I have 17 times, say the next time that we have a special business up to including termination, that is good documentation. Just saying numerous or tons. We've talked about this tons of time. We know how many tons is. So it's very stealthy. All right. So again, discipline. Make sure it's detailed. Make sure it's accurate. Make sure I have something to go on. Suspension or loss of privilege. We've already talked about this. Oh, and I don't let people use their PTO to get suspended. Why?
Because you're still getting paid.
You're still getting paid. That's not vacation day, people. Right. I want you to feel it. So that is the reason why there's no use. How you doing back there, Ryan? Just asking. All right. And then termination of employment. Last resort. I don't like doing this. But if I'm having a discipline or if I'm having a termination, my conversations usually last between 3 to 5 minutes. Why is that? It's truly not a discussion at this time. So I don't like to humble people. I like to give the facts. You know, your insurance will be paid to the end of, and when that it expires, make sure you pay attention to the COBRA paperwork. It's going to be right. So, by the way, your 401k, what do you do this? When you go in December, normally it's funded by the 17th of the next month, so you can't have your funds till then because we're not, that account isn't funded. Does that make sense to you guys when I talk about your 401k? Okay. In a whole, we as an HR collect everyone's contributions. We then match up what you gave, what the company gave, and then we deposit into a bank account, and then we fund the 401k. And we do that once a month, and it's usually done by the 15th. And then after we fund the account, we go in the next day and say, Sean, it was, you termed in December, we put in your termination date, it takes 24 hours to process, and then you have your funds available. There's nothing else that HR has to do other than wait till the account's funded, go in and put that at the end date into it. So no one wants to keep your money. You guys are all talking to the 401k people though, right? Please do. I really, really respect them, and they do a nice job, and I am not a numbery person whatsoever. They need to dumb it down way down here for me and explain it in a layman's language like no other, and they do a really nice job. Okay, ethics. Okay. Integrity, doing what you say you're going to do, and what is honesty? It's fairness, straightforwardness, adhering to the facts, refusal to lie, steal, deceive, or cheat in any way. That's a person with integrity and they're ethical. People say to me, what about business ethics? Yeah, business ethics. I don't think there's a difference between business ethics and personal ethics. Either you're an ethical person or you're not. Okay. Running an ethical business is the right thing to do. If you have a strong sense of integrity and ethics, you're respected by your peers. They tell your story for you. Companies with a strong sense of ethics tend to recruit a more qualified and stable workforce. By the way, you guys are getting it down here. Hands down, you guys are getting that down here. I commend you for it. They tell your story for you. We have a new CFO. His name is Mike Daniel. And when I was checking his references, I didn't find anything about him. So then I checked his personal references, which were his business contacts, probably 4 or 5 in 5 or 6 different states. And everybody said the same thing about him. He has a level of integrity like no other. He's ethical. He will not do anything that is unethical. He won't do it. So they even asked him because he's not going to do it. And I was like, wow. Isn't that great though? That's what these people who, they don't know, because I was trying to fool these people, going, okay, well, now that he's here and you don't have that friendship anymore. Oh no, we're not friends. Truly, I see him, this, and this. So, that's what tells your story. A story about Alan Sweat. About 3 or 4 years ago, sitting around this table, and the meeting was going way long. And somebody was dragging a former employee's name through the mud. You know, it wasn't their fault, it was her fault. Well, you know, this. And I was working on my iPad and kind of listening to it. And then Alan was like, and now take the mic, I don't really know him. He goes, now, wait a minute. I know that wasn't a bad impression, right? Now, wait a minute. I did not find that to be the case with her. I had always found that she did this and this and this. I don't think it's fair to sit there and say this is all her fault when, and I looked up and I'm like, wow. That's a person who has integrity, and he's not in here right now. Integrity and he's ethical. That he would not let someone else drag somebody else's name through the mud. She would never have known, by the way, that happened. And he could have just made the meeting go a little bit quicker, but he wouldn't allow that to happen. And that's a person that I'm like, who has integrity and who has ethics. So that's my 2 stories. And that's where it comes back to you saying, they'll tell you a story for you. So now if Alan wanted me to do something, I would. I'd be like, okay. Even if it was some gray area, I'd be like, all right, I would do it. Because he always does the right thing. So, and I'm hoping that Mike Daniel, and by the way, I've only met Mike once and he just seems like a really top-notch guy. He's very, very personable with being a CFO of like an accounting background. I'm like, I didn't even know that worked that way, but anyway. So, and that you tend to, what? Steve, what are you laughing about? Oh my gosh.
My degree's in accounting, I mean, you know, come on.
Oh, got it. Well, you're kind of funny. All right, so.
He's an accountant.
I heard that you hypnotize people.
Yeah.
We'll have to talk about that. Okay, all right, so they tell your story for you, and that's, you know, I had all these slides about ethics and integrity, and I thought, you know, here's just a story. Do the right thing. You want somebody to say, Ken always does the right thing. You know? So. Ethical business conduct is a leadership issue. It starts with the owners, managers, and supervisors. Everyone else will follow. Do you believe in that? Absolutely. You will. You know, it's those great leaders and you're like, okay, you're gonna follow them because they do the right thing. And that's who you'll probably work for. And conflict of interest. We go through this every year. It's things we have to train on. An action required if you're party to an actual potential conflict of interest is if there's a perception of conflict of interest. Sean, define for me what a perception is of a conflict of interest.
It's how you view it.
It's how you view it, right? Reality could be this, but your perception to others is there's a conflict. So that's the reason why. Let people know, okay? You have or may have influence that will benefit you in purchases, contracts, or lease. You may have an interest in an entity that does business with the company. And you receive the gifts of entertainment, the value of excess of $100. Anybody have any questions about conflict? Nope. What do you do? Disclose. Tell the president of the company, tell HR, you know, there's no presumption of guilt. None whatsoever. There's always 2 sides to every story. Always. Always, always. Company will decide if there's conflict, decide if it's waivable, create guidelines, counsel, discipline, or eliminate or minimize the conflict. So. No kickbacks or bribes. Someone define a kickback or bribe for me, please.
That could be cash or gifts or anything. Done favor to be returned.
Whistleblowing. There will be no retaliation against any employee who feels there may be
something that we need to be aware of. Absolutely not, no retaliations. We're encouraged to report violations of the law or policy to appropriate company person, and you treat the reports as confidential. Protected class status and discrimination, how should you act? Although all employees are created equal, not all perform equally. We've talked about it. Decisions that affect someone's employment must be based on recorded incidents of poor performance, not just intuition and belief. It is not illegal to discriminate. You are expected to distinguish between good and poor performance. It is illegal to discriminate for an illegal reason. I actually let someone go in my office because I didn't like her. She was only there for like 20 days, and she didn't like me either. I mean, it was like one of those things when you come in the office and so actually it was a mutual decision. So what do you think I did for her though? She only, I don't even think she lasted 20 days. I gave her 2 weeks notice. 2 weeks, okay? And I always encourage that of my managers. Why? If you're gonna let someone go for just performance issues, not anything that Greg he just can't grasp what we're asking him to do. I always encourage my managers to give 2 weeks. Why?
Give them time to settle their affairs, get things cleaned up.
And it's the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do, because if he was performing stellar for me, I'd expect him to give me 2 weeks. So I think it's the right thing to do. Even if he's only been with me a month, I still would do it, because to me it's the right thing to do. Sexual harassment, hostile work environment, and disrespectful behavior. Okay. You can read it with the respect and the no harassment, but I was doing a sexual harassment investigation, not for any of our companies, and it was these 2 people. It was a gentleman who was gay and a black individual. I'm telling you this because these 2 people didn't like each other. But to back up the story a little bit more, I was there like 2 weeks prior because apparently the white guy said something to the black, and I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. But this is what I was called in for. It was Warren's birthday. And Warren, you brought in donuts to share with everybody.
I've done that.
Right? And let's just say Greg is a little bit of an instigator. And he says to the black gentleman, hey, maybe if you're lucky, Mike, whatever name, will sing you happy birthday on your birthday. Now the black guy who doesn't like Mike, who's gay, said, well, maybe he will sing it to me in a pink tutu. Okay? Mike hears this, and he files a claim of sexual harassment. So I get involved, and I said, okay, now explain this to me. And he explained the whole thing. First of all, he was playing dice at work, right?
Quarters, yeah, but dice, yeah.
Right? And everybody thought that was a normal thing to say to me, that you're gambling at work, and the pot was up like $120. He said, I waited and I heard what he said, because I am very professional. I went to my office and I cried for 45 minutes. And then I said, because now I'm concerned, okay, is it discrimination? Is this because he's gay, because he's black? Because I said to him, because Mike and I are talking, I have to say, Mike, that if we were friends, I could really kind of sort of see myself saying, Mike, will you sing to me, please? Pink tutu. And I go, would you be offended? And he goes, no, I would. So there it tells me right now, there's no discrimination. It's just these 2 people didn't like each other. So it isn't looking at this protected class and this protected class. And no, it had nothing to do with anything except they didn't like each other. So the one guy can see things like that. So anyway, that didn't reach the level of harassment. You have to just look into it. And I just told them, quit talking to each other. So nonverbal, staring at someone's body, leaning over someone's desk, personal space, other sexual-oriented behaviors. We did have a sexual harassment issue with one of our companies that, and he wanted to fight the suspension, and then he was terminated, but beside the point. So there was a female on the job site, male, and they joke around all the time. She was trying to fit in. He said to her, I have a joke for you. I'm like, okay. And there's people gathered around me. He goes, I bet you there's $1. Put it in your pocket that I can get that $1 from you without touching you. I won't even touch you if I can get that $1 from you. I bet you that $1. Put it in your pocket. She goes, oh, you can't. Yeah, I can. Go ahead. So she puts it in her front pocket. He goes, okay, when I count to 3, I won't touch you. I'm going to bet you that $1. She goes, okay. 1, 2, whoo! Right. He goes, I lost. You can keep the $1. Not kidding. This part I'm making up right now because he was a finisher, Tim. Everybody loved him. And so my president was just going to suspend him for a week for this. His wife is an attorney, not employment law, and she's, oh, you can't do it. You can't. I'm like, she could file criminal charges against him. Why? Why could she file criminal assault? That's exactly it, right? And by the way, it was like 3 or 4 years ago. So no touching. Is that sexual harassment? Yes. It goes to criminal behavior. Okay? When the conduct is unwelcomed, it's based on a protected status. It's not just a one-time event. Supervisor should have known, or the company should have known. Just because you don't tell me, but I see the way you're looking at her and you make those snide comments, just because you didn't make a formal complaint does not mean there's not harassment. Simple teasing, offhanded comments, isolated incidents, and frequent conduct does not affect a person's work environment. There was another case where a female, she filed sexual harassment charges against Warren, making this part up.
That's actually true ones.
Not on my watch. But this is what I discovered in the investigation, though. She was just as guilty up to a point that he would say things to her, she would say back. I mean, it was going back and forth. It's kind of like having that one-up mentality, like I'm going to say it, but this wasn't her. Well, he then said something to her, and she took, and it was bad, and she took major offense to it, but she didn't tell him the rules had changed. Does that make sense? If you don't tell someone that the rules have changed, then you can't have clean hands with it. And so that was, absolutely, did I do anything to him? No, I didn't, because the rules had changed. But I put them both on notice that behavior is inappropriate. And it also gets you to a point where you don't want to go sometimes. Okay. How am I doing on time, Sue?
About 15 minutes.
More? Okay, good. All right. Because I'm almost done here. And if you guys get tired of just listening to the stories, I'm telling you this so that you get how litigious it is out there. It's crazy. It was a sexual harassment investigation, and it was against another HR person. And I said to the gentleman, had this email in front of me, and I said, okay, so if this is a one-time event, I said, or...
Can I revise that? About 7 minutes and a 15-minute break after that.
Yep, I'll get her done. Anyway, but this is important, because this is a really good life lesson. I said, so what am I going to find when I go through your emails? And this was in November of this year, give or take. He said, well, before June 13th, you're going to see a lot of stuff. But after June 13th, you're not going to see anything. I said, well, what happened on June 13th? My wife seen one of the emails. I'm like, yeah, that'll do it. And I said, but I didn't say it like that. I said, okay, well, explain. He said, you know, I'm really, really glad that it happened. He said, I started just saying these things, and then it was just getting too far, and I don't know what I would have done. So it got to a level where he didn't even know how to pull back. And so he was blessed that his wife intercepted an email on June 12th. So first time ever that I've ever done a sexual harassment investigation, because normally they're consensual affairs, that he was like a breath of fresh air. He's like, yep, nope, 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 told me everything. I'm like, okay. I want people try to hide that stuff. So took me very seriously when I said, just tell me everything, because that's credibility. If I find things out, and then he goes, oh yeah, that one was bad, right? Yeah. So, all right. So, harassment. Was it disrespectful? Was an occasional bad day? Was it unacceptable to disparage others because of your day? Customers and third parties company can't control will intervene if notified of a problem. The guy that was having issues with the female, the vendor, he absolutely should have brought it to HR. Even the guy who thought that she was trying to get him fired because it was the perception she had influence or authority that she didn't have. So let somebody else know. What do you feel do when you feel you're being treated disrespectfully? Ask the person to stop. And that's the same thing out on your construction site. It gets to the point where you guys one up each other all the time. It gets to the point where you guys need to stop, because then it's no longer funny. You know, John Baker is like, just stop. And then Terry thinks it's funny. Go, oh yeah, you're just a baby boy. You're out here. Right. He asked you to stop. And by the way, by him doing that, he put you on notice. So stop. You just can't handle it. Blah 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 blah. So stop.
You don't want me to stop.
What? What'd you say?
He said stop means go.
Yeah. Warren? If you're a supervisor and you're aware of the situation complaint, report it to HR immediately. And what am I going to do? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Tim, when you call and go, hey, there is some crap going on between Terry and John. Will you just kind of intervene a little bit? I don't have to say that Tim called me. I'm like, okay, you two, you need to stop, Terry. You know, and then I'm going to call John and go, hey, John, I just want to let you know I talked to Terry. It's going to stop. If you hear anything more, you let me know. Now, what did I just do? I put a stop to it, right. And I also put John on there. I said he's to call me and not tell anybody else, so that you know, I mean, I don't want you building a case. So it's like, tell me. Right, and I'll put a stop to it. And it is that simple. So don't think, oh, I'm going to get HR involved and it's going to be this big deal. No, it doesn't have to be. You know, it can be one of those. Okay. All right, we'll assess your complaint and appropriate conduct an investigation. Complaining employee will be advised of any decision. Notice what I just said to John. I'm like, okay, I'll let you know. If anything else, come to me. The complaining employee cannot be retaliated against by anyone in the company for complaining about harassment or disrespectful behavior. Do the right thing, okay? Violence in the workplace. It's hostility, threats, intimidations, assaults, or battery. No tolerance for any of the above behaviors. Throwing a piece of equipment or what are those things called? Hammer, or the tools. Unacceptable. Don't let that happen on your work site. I don't care how frustrated you get, because you go from a hammer to a chair to whatever else is in your way. And as a manager, you're allowing that to happen. Pre-employment screening. Why is that going to help you guys? If we're doing our job, how is that helping you guys?
Supposedly, everybody we're getting is
Right.
done what they've said as far as references, and everybody is actually, supposed to be drug-free and supposed to
Absolutely.
be less trouble.
Right, and that's exactly it. You know, I look at, all right, if you had someone 5 years ago, or whatever, and there's been nothing since, welcome, you know? But if I seen 17 charges, and the last one was 6 months ago, and I still don't know why you went to jail right now for that third DUI, yeah, I don't want him on my work site. Why? He's not going to stay, and he's going to steal, you know, and maybe hurt you. I don't know. So no, I don't want that. Timely and appropriate reaction when faced with violent or pre-violent behavior, and that violent could be throwing the tool. Okay, how to recognize a potential issue. intervene early, discourage inappropriate behavior signals, provide support by listening. EAP, absolutely. You know, and not in the heat of the moment. You need to call EAP, not in the heat of the moment. Because if a guy that is normally just even keeled and he starts having issues and just short, there's something else going on. That isn't that occasional bad day. Bless you. Consult with your HR team regarding appropriate follow-up. Report comments or actions that give you concern. Violence in the workplace. What? Someone else? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Thought you were going to add to it. If all else fails, call 911. Okay? Anybody have any questions on what I talked about today? Do you feel a little bit more comfortable calling HR if you need something? Thank you, Terry. Martha does. Yeah. No, she does. I mean, she has questions. You know, she has an employee concern, as in she's concerned about an employee. She's like, hey, and then she has, yeah, so call us. We are here to help you. So, yes, right.
Well, maybe you ought to, just in light of what's kind of gone on recently, discuss guns on job site. Permitted or not permitted?
Oh, they're not permitted. No, we covered that. No, they are not permitted on the job site. They're not permitted in your car. I don't care that you have carry and conceal for weapons. My policy and my rule is you are not going to carry a concealed weapon on our job site. So it doesn't matter that the law says you can, we're saying you can't. So. Same thing with marijuana.
Don't bid in Colorado.
Huh?
Don't bid in Colorado.
Yeah, don't visit Colorado. Doesn't matter, they were there. Yeah. I still, and I don't remember who it was, but I'll give this guy kudos. It was a guy that tested non-negative for drugs. I don't know if it was work accident or reasonable. Work accident. So we took him out of service. Well, he had to lead a crew. I don't remember. It was North Carolina, South Carolina. I don't remember. Maybe even Florida. I don't recall. So I called Terry. It wasn't Terry, and I said, "Okay, Terry. We both know that your drug test was sent out. Hypothetically, if it was going to come back positive, should I be placing someone else on your crew? Because if he wasn't there on Monday, I'd have like 10, 12 guys standing around doing nothing." And I go, so hypothetically, what might have come back? You know, well, hypothetically, it could be marijuana. I had 2 hits at a party. Hypothetically. All right, first of all, that's like me saying I had 2 beers, right? So when he said 2, I was like, right. I know, right. Okay, so I got another guy to go for my crew, so we're good there. And it came back negative. He told the truth. He only had a couple of hits. Who knew, right? So what do you think I did with that guy? Nada. First of all, couldn't do anything anyway, but he gained some credibility with me though. He really, really did. And if it would have came back positive, I would have done something. I would have tried, at least. So, you know, here's a guy that made a mistake but didn't lie about it, and we didn't have, 10 guys milling around waiting for someone to show up to run the crew. So that's credibility. All right, that is my time. Does anybody have any questions? I appreciate your time. Take a 15-minute break. Whoa, mic drop. Ooh.
More now than before, we're doing some hiring out in the field. So you guys do the hiring. You guys getting the people in the door and giving them the applications. I want you to know what the application complete looks like, so that if it's not complete, you can send it back to that person and say, it's not complete, you need this complete. On the tab, it tells you what document is is in each envelope, it's gonna tell you what you need to go with it. So with the general employment application, you need a front and back of a valid ID, not an expired one. So front and back, and that's going to be submitted along with the page that they signed that authorizes us to do a criminal background check. So on page 4 of the application, they're going to state whether they have any criminal convictions or not. If they don't have any, they're going to just check off none, they don't have any. And if they do, then they're going to list them in the spaces that's provided for it. It's best if they're honest, because it will be found, and if they're not listing a conviction that they have, that's a reason that they can't be hired because they lied on their application. I need complete addresses. On the first page here, where it asks for additional information for the last 7 years, we need additional information for the last 7 years. If they just put their home address and they decide that they don't need to put any more, I ask them, have you been there for more than 7 years? No? Then you need to fill the next part out. Employment history is very important. You also, as the hiring person, want to look at their employment history and see what kind of experience they have. So it's important that they fill it out. You want to know where they worked, the address of where they worked, and who they worked for. Now, this application is a general employment application. The DOT application is also going to ask another question, a yes/no question, about if they had participated in a DOT program previously with that employer. Is that what the DOT asks? So, the additional question on work history for the DOT application.
If required.
Yes, what does it ask? It asks if they have participated in the DOT program for that employer?
Right.
Okay, and that's the yes or no. So that's the difference you're going to see on the DOT application.
The DOT requires that for me to qualify a driver, that I check with your previous 3 years' employers. So the DOT section, you have to fill out who those employers were, still with the 10 years, we go back 10 years on background checks, but 3 of them you need addresses, contact numbers, good addresses, contact numbers. It requests your salary amount, and if you were in a DOT drug and alcohol program. Under each employer, you'll see additional boxes there for that information.
Now, see, that's designated for anybody that's going to drive a company vehicle, regardless of what requires a CDL or not, right?
Depends what size company vehicle you're going to need. You're better off taking all your supervisors and qualifying them to drive 10,000 pounds and above, or if you're pulling trailers. Because it's not hard to get over 10,000 pounds when you start with a 3/4 ton truck that has a gross vehicle weight rating of 9,500 pounds when you start. You put your toolboxes on it, you put your tools on it, you hit the back. You now need to be a qualified driver. I doubt there's very many people in here driving S10. So chances are, if you're not qualified, you should be qualified because you're probably already over the limit.
Basically, you're going to drive an hour vehicle, you need that, right? You need to have that, right?
You need to have a DOT qualification.
You want to make sure that's understood.
Yep.
Okay, so basically on the general application, make sure it's filled out completely. You all know how to fill them out because you all had to fill one out to come and work for us. So just look at it and make sure it's complete. Now, once I get this application to me complete with his ID or her ID, I'm going to send it over to HR and they're going to do the background check. They're also going to check the MVR to make sure that they're qualified, that they can drive our vehicles. There's no offenses on the MVR that's going to keep them from driving our vehicles. So I hear back from HR and they say, okay, he is clear to hire. So the next step is going to be, they're going to come back to you and they're going to fill out the intake packet. You all know what the intake packet is? It's the tax form, it's the verified form, I-9, different states reporting, also the drug and alcohol summary that is given to them. So you're going to have the setup form. It's going to have their personal information. Make sure it's complete. Make sure we have emergency contact information for these folks. The next page is the payroll setup, and that's where if you are hiring them, you sure can't fill this out. You're going to tell us what day he's gonna start, what position he's gonna be in, who he's gonna work for. So if he's gonna work for Terry Gunter, Terry, you're gonna put your name there. This particular example, they're full-time, but if you're hiring an hourly labor person, and set this out so that everybody is very clear on it, and you're filling this out, we're gonna hire that person as a field personnel person. And if we don't have that option there, so we actually have to write it in. Or you can just send it to me and I'll write it in. You're gonna put how much they're gonna make an hour. I generally try to put what the travel pay is gonna be for that person, so that way if we have to look back on something to see what the amount is, it's there. How often they're gonna get paid. The hourly labor people get paid weekly. Name of the intake person. If you're actually the person who's doing the intake packet with them, you can sign this. Also, mail paycheck authorization. If they want their paycheck mailed home, they need to sign to say that they can. Otherwise, you can't mail it. Direct deposit form needs to be filled out. We need something from the bank, a voided check or bank statement, something that's going to show the account number and the routing number. And the reason why Harvey wants this is because if somebody writes number a 3 that looks like an 8 and it goes into another account, it is going to be held to try to get that money back. So we want something that's actually printed from the bank to make sure that that is the correct number for the account. So that needs to be signed. W-4 form. Federal, the directions are here on how you're going to do your allowances. Really, they have to make a decision on the allowances. They can turn to you and say, well, how many should I put? That's up to them. That's really not our decision to make. They need to do that. Make sure it's signed. Make sure that the single, married, and the total number of allowances is filled in, which is on line 5. Just look for total. If you see a blank spot where the total is, give it back to them and tell them that. Do that. Okay, same thing. We have Alabama. We have South Carolina, and they'll ask you, why do I need to have all of these states? Well, because we have a lot of jobs that go through different states. And if you're working William Gibbs in South Carolina for 4 months, but your home state is Georgia, they still have to take South Carolina state taxes. So that form needs to be completed. North Carolina new hiring form, we have a few states for that. South Carolina requires it, also Florida and Georgia. North Carolina has their own tax form with a lot of worksheets for them to work out how they want to file if they're going to itemize. Make sure there's signatures, make sure there's dates, and make sure their exemptions are on it. Okay, now we're going to get to the very important form, which is the I-9. We just went through an audit. The I-9, what is that, ICE, is the agency, came, they wanted to see all our I-9s for all the people that were working at the airport, and they wanted to compare it to all the people that we had badged at the airport. We had to provide this. We had to provide it, the forms filled out correctly, and if they weren't filled out correctly, they got bounced back on us and we got penalized for it. So you want to look at this I-9. It looks like this. You all have a copy of it, and you want to make sure that everything that this form asks for has something in it. If it asks for their name, the name's got to be in it. If it asks for the social security number, it's got to be in it. It's also going to ask if they're a U.S. citizen, non-resident national, a lawful permanent resident. One of those needs to be checked. Now, if you see that they check off a lawful permanent resident, that's going to tell you that you need to see their lawful permanent resident card. That's going to be one of the IDs that's going to be used in order to run the E-Verify.
And there's parts of that they have to fill out versus parts of it that you fill out.
They have to fill this out.
Yes.
They fill this out. The E-Verify is going to be run off of this. Now, we're not going to get everybody signed up to run E-Verifies. They're going to be run by me. So, on the next page, where it says to be completed by hiring manager, I'll fill that out. That also has to be completed correctly. If not, they'll bounce it back, we'll get penalized. Now, there is a form. We need to have acceptable documentation to prove that they're either a lawful citizen, or they can work in the United States. This is the list of what's acceptable. Now, how you're going to read this is, if they have something that's in list A, like a passport, A foreign passport that contains a temporary I-551 stamp or temporary I-51 printed notation. Employment authorized documentation that contains a photograph. Anything in that first list A, if they have that, that's all we need. If they don't have that, then we need something from list B and something from list C. Generally, it's usually a driver's license or a state-issued ID, valid, and a social security card. But there are other things that they'll accept there. So really, the way you want to look at it is if you have A, good enough. If you don't have A, then you want B and C. The next thing we have is the notice and authorization that goes with the summary of the drug and alcohol packet. This packet goes to the employee. They can get the full policy if they want to. There's actually something that they sign off on there saying if they want the full policy, we'll get it to them. But they get the summary. So basically, what I say with this also, if it asks for something, make sure it's filled in. Does anybody have any questions on this? On the application? Okay, the third packet I have is the benefits packet. This form right here, generally you're going to get this, it's going to be red blocks. I need the red form back. I want you to have them fill that out. It's going to say, I want to enroll in the insurance, or I don't want to enroll in the insurance, and I've received a notice of the exchange. There's also going to be a part about the life insurance on here, so I don't know, I think this, I made this up before we actually had the life insurance, but the new forms are going to have a question about the life insurance. I just want to know that they want the life insurance, the health insurance, and whatever else that we offer for benefits. They have 60 days before they're eligible, and then they're eligible on the first of the month of that following month. So if somebody's hired today, Sal, today is the 11th. So January 3rd, they're going to be eligible March 1st. I would like to have the paperwork, if they want to have the benefits, I would like to have the paperwork when they're about 30 days. So that way, it's not a mad rush when they reach that 60 days, and we're not coming up to deadlines where, oh, I don't know what it went past the first, so I don't know if we can get to it. Then they'll have to wait until open enrollment, which is not until June. So I would like the red form back, and this will tell me if they do want the insurance or they don't want the insurance. If they don't want the insurance, I don't have to worry about it anymore. If they do, then I need to run the paperwork. This packet will give you a small benefit summary, but there is a bigger book that has benefit summary, and it's available. Somebody who you're bringing on wants to see it, you let me know and I'll get it overnighted out to you. And I fill this out also to give you an example of what we need. If they want to just cover themselves, and all they need to do is fill out their information, but if they have dependents, and they need to fill out information on their dependents. Complete. Social security numbers, everything. And the only, I'm saying everything because if there is something missing and it delays the process of getting this into HR and getting the coverage for them, and they go over that 60 days, then they won't be eligible for insurance until open enrollment again. So you want to make sure that this is complete.
I have a question.
Yes.
You're saying if they want the insurance, this is healthcare insurance.
Healthcare and dental.
And, but isn't it mandatory that they have to have health insurance through us?
It's not mandatory. If they have a policy where their spouse, say your spouse has insurance, and they're allowed to carry you on their insurance.
Of their spouse's employer can carry them.
Right.
Like not.
Or you may have somebody who might be retired military, and they have military benefits, so they don't need to get this. So it's not mandatory. They don't have to have the health insurance. Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
They have to have health insurance.
They have to have health insurance.
Yeah, they don't have to have it. Okay, gotcha.
We have to offer it to them.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, so now the spouse. Does everybody know about a spouse with the coverage in McCarthy's policy on that? If your spouse basically has coverage through their own company, they need to take that. There's a questionnaire for it, and it will ask you, is your spouse currently unemployed, retired, or other? If it's yes, then that means they don't have another company that's going to offer them insurance. Is the spouse self-employed and does not have group insurance? If it's yes, then they have no other option of getting insurance. Does my spouse work but is not eligible for medical benefits? No, then if there's no other way of getting them insurance, then they can be picked up on ours. It's basically what it comes down to. Am I explaining that right? There's also flex spending. They want to do flex spending, or if you want to do flex spending, does everybody know how that works? It's a before tax deduction that goes into an account, and the benefit year is from July to June. You say how much you want to put into your flex spending, and the weekly increment will be broken down. So if you decide you want to do $400 a year, then the weekly increment of $7.69 will be taken out of for a deduction before tax. So it brings you down on the tax bracket, and it also puts into this account so that when you go to the eye doctor and you're going to have an exam there, and it's going to cost you $365, you pay that, and then you reimburse yourself through this account. Health savings account pretty much does the same thing, but there's more involved where you have to get your own bank account, and you can get more information on that from Annette or HR. I'm really not all that familiar with that. Dependent care account works the same as the flex spending account. You have daycare expenses, and you want to contribute into this account of dependent care. You pay your daycare bill, and then you reimburse yourself for it. You can also sign up for direct deposit so that when you do your reimbursements, it will go right into your account. Here's your checking account, here's yours. So this is just examples that I did for you so that you know what to look for when you are hiring somebody. You have something to compare it to, and have the forms correct for them. Does anybody have any questions on this? All right.
I just have a comment.
Yes.
Ray brought it up. If there's a lot of people in here that are going to need driver qualification, it's a different application, obviously. But there's a window the DOT also requires that would qualify you within 30 days. So once you date the application, if you don't have your medical card, you need to go get your medical card within that 30-day window. Okay, after running a VR, do your background check, contact your previous employers, and seal the whole deal up and say you're not qualified within 30 days. It's about a 10 or 12-page application. It's a lot of writing. You gotta have all that 10-year work history. For most people, it's a lot of writing. So you don't want to go past that 30 days, because that application is void at the end of 30 days. Start over with a new application. So to get in that process, we need to be qualified. Just keep in the back of your mind, you need to get into the clinic, get your DOT. That's another little caveat. We only accept our DOT medical cards from our medical providers, so even though you may have one in your pocket from a previous employer, you'll still need to get a new one from Consent Produces or someone who's on our medical provider list.
If you have any questions on hiring anybody out in the field, this is not the end all say all, I told you how to do it, that's it. You call me for anything. Call me with any kind of question on, is this a legible, an eligible document? I'd rather have the right documents than the wrong documents and then that's dealing with somebody else.
We have an inventory of these things, and that is just on the scene. It's an ACIG. I believe you all have a copy of at least one envelope in front of you. You should have a little bit of inventory of them in your truck. And this is a form that we use in the event of a traffic incident that occurs. It can happen out on the grade or it can happen out on the road. Either one, doesn't matter. Even if you have a personal something run into, it's just a very handy device. It allows you to document the vehicles and where they're at. And on the inside, you can, document the information on all the witnesses, the different drivers of the different vehicles. Make sure on the drawing that you do label vehicle 1, vehicle 2, vehicle 3, so you can kind of pair them up a little bit. But it's a handy little thing, a form to have with you. If it is a traffic incident, please submit this with the incident report. Because Sue needs this to kind of visualize. She's not there, she's got the pictures. The combination of this plus the pictures or diagram helps tremendously in terms of her having to get back to you and asking you, okay, do you get a witness statement? Now give me a witness. It provides a nice little convenient way to get everything put together. Any questions on that?
Hey Larry, where can we get some of these?
Renee has a whole bunch of them.
What is that?
Just got a couple hundred of them.
Mile of them going around and putting tags and stuff on them. I
Right.
think most of the boxes we go through don't have these in them, so.
All right, Renee.
I had 100 sent down here, but I have more in my office. If you don't get enough, just let me know. I'll get some more to you, right?
What I want to do is kind of revisit, take a couple minutes here to revisit kind of a topic that we talk about pretty much every year. And, you know, pictures, numbers are worth a lot of excess talking. But we've talked about incidents. We have had a tremendous number of incidents here in the Southeast. What I'm going to do is I've got this to kind of show you how the Southeast compares. This is going from 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Okay? So this is the most recent year completed. Now what this information we have on here, just so you can see it, is fatalities that we've had here, which we had one down there duly in 14. Days away, that's a lost time incident. So these are the total number of days that an individual was not able, or here's days away, right here, I'm sorry, right up here. So we had none in 15, we had 362, essentially a year between 3 incidents. We had a year that individuals were could not come to work. And we were not in a position to have light duty for them. 2011, which is a while ago, we had 2 years between three individuals. Job transfer is a description. These are all come off our Ocean 300 logs, which you're all familiar with. Job transfers are the number of days we had light duty. So for 2015, we had 6 people that accumulated light duty days at 253 days. 14, we had 9 incidents for, almost 2 years worth of light duty among 9 people. 8 incidents, 710. 2012 was a good year. We had 4 incidents, only 129, but it's still a lot of days of light duty. That means that individual is not able to perform their normal job. They may be, which we've used in the past, and we're not afraid. I mean, we are very aggressive, because I'm sure many of you are aware, if you've dealt with our claim, our safety guys, myself and Sue with respect to the claims, we are very, very tough on light duty. More so than most contractors, most employers, not even just contractors, most employers that we've seen. And the reason I say that, I'm familiar with a person who's a stewardess, had a little bit of a back problem, not real significant, didn't stop her from doing whatever, and she's had it home for a year, dealt with it. No light duty, no anything, just sat at home, got checked for 66 2/3 of her annual compensation, and didn't have to do anything. Just sat home. We've had cases where attorneys have gotten very frustrated with us, and some of those are those evening news attorneys. They get very frustrated with us because we're making their employee look after a concrete plant 5 days a week, only it's not 5 consecutive days, and it's also watching it at night shift, and it's also on the weekend. So we might go Saturday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Wednesday, Thursday. So we'll move it around, because we obviously have the ability to do that as the employer. And those are particularly people that we think that could be taking advantage of the situation. You know, it's not free money. And there is value, those of you that have been with the company for a while know that there is value in watching those plants, because we've had plants stripped to the tune of $150,000 to $200,000 worth of copper, worth of pumps, worth of all kinds of equipment that have come off or disappeared off those plants mysteriously. So we do have that, and we can show claims where we've had it. But we are very, very aggressive on light duty. And I know I talked a lot about it last year, and I continue to talk about it when it comes to safety, is you guys have your crews, and they're essentially, and it's really like we were talking about earlier today, that you need to have a relationship with your employees, your crew members, and know a little bit what, or be aware of at least, what's going on with it. I mean, you're all that close. You travel together, you travel throughout these 5-6 states that we service, and you're spending months together as a team, as a group. And what happens if somebody gets hurt in your family? That's a family, it's another family. You probably see them, in some cases, maybe more than you see your immediate family. And somebody gets hurt, seriously hurt, and they're not able to stay with the family for a period of time. Well, what happens if they're sitting at home, and you know what? All that family that he thought he had, you never hear from him. They don't ask me how I'm doing. They don't ask me how my kids are. They don't ask me when I'm going to get back to work. They don't hear a word from them. The best you get is somebody might call Rene and say, hey, have you, or Sue, say, hey, have you heard, is John Smith coming back to work, or am I going to just get somebody else to replace him? What should I do? And they don't communicate with them. You've got to stay in communication. Put yourself, in this way I look at it, put yourself in the same position. How would you like it if you were injured, sitting at home, you working as hard as anybody else, and you're legitimately hurt, and you can't be out there with the rest of your extended family, and nobody says, hey, nobody calls it, nobody says one word to you about how you're doing. How are you going to feel about that group that you sort of thought was your family? Probably a little alienated. Right, Xavier?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. You don't want to have somebody call you. If you don't hear from Greg, you think, well, what the heck am I doing here? I'll just stay at home. All those friends I thought I had, all of a sudden now I'm a distant relative. They were brothers and sisters to me, and now I'm a distant relative. I might finish after 3 days, they begin to stink, But that's what I'm talking about in trying to explain, is to put yourself in that situation. Stay in contact. You don't have to call them every day and say, hey, what's going on? How was your doctor's appointment today? But once a week, just touch base with them. I'm assuming that you generally want those people back on your crew. If they've been hurt, you relied on them before. Otherwise, if they weren't worth anything to you, you wouldn't have them on your crew anyway, right? You would have gotten rid of them and got somebody that is going to do the job. So I got to assume that you want them. So that's something to think about, to stay in contact. This is a tremendous number of days. These other items are those are counts. Those would be like first aids, but have not cost us any lost time. So here's the total number of days we had in 15 that we lost, 253 work days due to light duty, 955 days in 2014 between lost time and a job transfer. Well, how the heck can somebody work when you sit there and lose almost 3 years worth of work for some people? 710 days in 13, 129 in 12, and 836 in 11. I mean, that's a tremendous number of days. And these are the total hours worked in the Southeast. Okay? Fairly, fairly consistent. We're running about 360 to 370,000 man hours through the course of the year. And look at how many days people are either off work or having to do light duty because of incidents, because of work comp incidents. And just to show you, you say, well, you know, stuff happens. Stuff happens, we're tough business, stuff happens. Here's the Midwest Division. No fatalities. They're days away. They've got 11 in the last 5 years. We've got over 1,000 in the last 5 years, over 1,000 days. Light duty, I forget what that number is, I don't know why that's just weird on me. 64, 105, 41. So they've got some days, they've got some work to do. Other days, they got, that's backwards. Let me see. What I want to show you is they're working in Midwest a similar level of hours as we are. There's your hours. But take a look at your days. Their days aren't anywhere near what ours are. Nowhere near what ours are. And they're working about the same number of hours in a less period of time because they only have at most 7 months of construction up there. We can work year round down here. They have about 7 months and then they shut down.
Plus they all union.
That's right. And then we talked about this. This is what they call an incident rate. Okay, what this is this is something, and I talked about this last year, that affects our ability to be able to bid work, to bid new work. Companies like Hartsfield and many military jobs are looking at this incident rate. They don't want to see, because what happens with more frequency? Alan?
More frequency means that our rate goes up, and it means that we may not be accepted for the specifications to get the job.
Exactly. And the more frequency you have, the better chance you have of having another one of those. A fatality or something severe. It isn't going to be a first aid. It's not going to be a slip and fall. It's going to be something that's going to cost some major money and time and days. And what they're doing now is owners, primes, and major airports like Hartsfield won't let contractors that they consider unsafe be able to bid work because they don't want you out there. Like Hartsfield has an OSIP, owner-controlled insurance program. They actually write those 3 coverages for work that goes on at the airport that we typically insure ourselves. And they don't want to have claims. And they know that incidents, a frequency, more incidents begots serious claim. 14 was when we had that fatality. We had like 12, 13 different OSHA recordables. A lot of the contractors in ACIG group have 0, with about 4 to 5 times the man hours that we do. And what they were doing, they're working on one of the lead contractors. They're based out of California, but they're up in the Dakotas, and they're putting in the above-the-ground infrastructure for fracking. They're dealing with pipes, they're dealing with cranes, they're dealing with welding, they're dealing with moving heavy pieces of equipment around. That's dangerous too. They don't have traffic to contend with, but barring that, they have a very, very dangerous environment, work environment that they're participating in and operating in, and they're going through with no incidents.
Larry?
Yeah.
Just a thought here. Why is it, what is the feeling in the room here? Let's get some conversation. Why do we have so many incidents here? Is it we don't care? Is it we don't discuss it? Is it meetings? What is it that you think is contributing to the number of instances that we have in South Texas? Councilman, I want to hear a lot.
I'll go.
Go for it.
Okay, Warren.
Experience has told me, I wanted to talk because I just had an incident from Saturday.
Yeah, he stopped my bar on Saturday.
This includes stuff, yes, things do happen, but all that aside, my opinion of the safety is it's actually, it is truly a cultural change. It is a systemic thing. It's not meetings. Yeah, they help. Okay, I don't get me wrong. I think meetings do help to an extent, but I think it is truly how much that guy in the field feels like you're looking after him, and how much he believes that you're depending on him to look after you. And that's it. It's that simple. It truly is that simple. It's a belief structure that is shared between individuals as team members. And as an individual, they can accomplish something, but as a team, if they actually have that shared belief, they can move mountains. If they don't have that shared belief, if there's a portion missing in that chain, it falls apart.
3 years ago, we did a perception survey with all the employees. And the perception survey was good because it gets into the hearts and minds of everybody doing it. The number one thing that we found was that we lack in relationship to schedule and productivity. The hands said that all management cares about is schedule and productivity. I mean, it was paramount. It was high. It was off the chart. So then, if that's their perception, then how are they going to react?
They're going to put some extra down there at the low priority as well.
On the bottom, it's called get the job done, by all means possible. So if we're going to improve our culture, we have to get our heads right. So as leaders and managers, what's our priority? Overall, what's our value? Where are we going to put safety? Because if we don't elevate safety, guess what? These numbers aren't going to change. We can drive it. And if we drive it, and if it's important to us, it's going to be important to our hands.
I agree, but it's not necessarily a driving thing, I guess. It's actually it's an intangible. It's a touchy-feely thing.
I mean, you're describing the same thing I've been describing for a while. It's a cultural shift, which I have seen.
Well, okay, let me give you
one thing, and it's one of the things that I actually, say is that perception is reality, and reality is plastic, and it moves and it changes, and we have to be able to shift and adapt with it. And if we don't, when I'm doing safety meetings on the site, and anybody that, whether it be McCarthy folks from the last year, or whether it be Ballinger folks from the last 25 years prior to that, one of the things that they know, is that I actually do look at them as family, and I mean that, and in part because I do have family there, The other side of that is that I tell them that I'm dependent on them to look after my ass.
It's the difference in doing, if we do our meetings because it's required. I don't doubt whatsoever, meetings are done every day, on every job. Don't doubt it whatsoever about the crews. Difference is, are you doing the meeting to check it off your list, or you're doing the meeting because you care?
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, your people have to believe that you care. If they don't believe you care, then you're hollow,
you don't mean it,
It doesn't mean
you
anything.
might as well just waste your damn breath and you can go ahead and go on home. So
They don't receive
it doesn't
it.
matter.
Yeah.
Because once you've lost that trust, once you've lost that ability for them to believe what you believe, you've hung it up.
Yeah, you
You
gotta-
no longer have any valid meaning as a leader or as a team player. You don't have the respect. You ain't got a squat.
If they don't buy into it, then it's not gonna work.
Yeah, let me make two small points here. Like, y'all are either coming on or coming off a header. Is a lot of that almost second nature? You've done it for so many years. Let me ask you this, and answer honestly. Your JSAs, your safety meetings, toolbox talks, are they second nature?
No, they're forced.
You know, that's something, we've got to get the safety culture as second nature. Something that we do right, and we don't even think about it. And another point, we're taking this time, and time is money, am I right? I'm fixing to throw this back on y'all about not having time. Gotta get it, okay? We're taking the time to do this. We need to do it right. I mean, if we're taking the time, we need to make sure that we're doing it right, and we're getting the most boom for our buck, and our people are going away with something. And that's an important key there. I need to shut up because I'm getting into more stuff.
Yeah, one thing I want to run by, how many, at some point in time, whether McCarthy, Ballinger, doesn't matter, how many have not been at Hartsfield? Anybody not been on the Hartsfield job? Okay, pretty much everybody. Pretty much everybody. Okay? And I was in a meeting with Mike, and I thought this was the best analogy. Okay, if you've been at Hartsfield, you know what that environment's like. You know what the quality environment's like, and you know what the safety environment's like, right? You've all been there, all right? But pretty much everybody's been there, and those that haven't will get the opportunity. Why, and I know, the attitude at Hartsfield of the supervision, safety, the employees, the management, everything across the board is totally different than it is on the 16 job. Totally different. Quality control, safety, because you know, put it this way, we had two guys walked across an active runway intersection between when we did the Kiel section. They walked across there, and that day they were fired for violating that safety policy. No warning. Well, they were educated that you don't do that when they first were oriented, but the minute they did that, they were fired. How many people have you fired that violated the safety program? The same day. The same day you caught them, you said, you're out of here. You aren't one that I want on my team to be safe. Very few people.
How many people have you written up?
Right.
You don't have to fire people now. A write-up is to educate people, but in this room, how many managers has written up an employee for being unsafe?
In 2015.
Oh, I haven't read them up, but I've actually pulled them off to the side.
There's a lot of stuff that's said in this room right here. Every safety meeting that I have ever come to, as soon as we turn around and walk out that door right there, is never enforced. It's like it ain't never been said.
Right.
And who enforces it?
The supervisor is supposed to enforce it.
Bingo.
Right.
It won't come from him or me.
The whole time I was on leave road, now I'm not gonna sit here and throw safety guys up under.
No, that's not.
But when I was on leave road, the whole job up there, when I was working at night, I never seen one safety guy come up.
So they'll know what they're
got
going
project at
on,
night.
then the second time, maybe right
No,
after, the third
there's
time.
anytime they show up,
Time off.
no. This city, I seen one safety guy show up, and he was up there for maybe half a day, and that's the last time I seen him.
Now, Steve, I hear that a lot, and while I do want, and Larry does too, I do want Frank and Corky and all, on as many sites, reinforcing safety in the whole 9 yards. I want that. But, what do we just say? It comes from the culture of the supervisors here for us to change it. Whether, I mean, I will say, I'm not going to tell you that if you go to a rule where I send them in to do all this and write your butt up all the time, bring a lot of attention to it, that will help that. We could hire 15 more safety inspectors, put them on the road, and let them hit every job every day, and that would get some very fast turn here on safety. You can't afford that kind of turn for those guys, but there are companies that have addressed it that way. I know one I met with down with P&J, they have a huge safety department. Now, their safety's improved. They're taking it, they're going the route where they're going to force safety more by write-ups and discipline measures rather than cultural shift. We're a small company. To be frank, listen, hey, I started in 2010. Did we have safety guys in 2010? Well, we had Frank. I take that back. We had Frank. We had Goose.
Yeah, we had.
And what I'm trying to communicate, and it's very important to all of us, we are on a cultural shift. There is nothing more important. I don't care what supervisor you are, you're never going to stop Alan Swift from saying, hey, did we meet our numbers? I have to ask that question. I agree with Mike. I see what you're saying about driving reduction. It is impossible not to know where your numbers are and correcting things and trying to be profitable, or you don't stay in business. You don't have to worry about our safety policy. But that is not what drives the company as far as what's most important. There's not, if you think for 1 second, I care about a yard of concrete being placed or your health, you are wrong. Number one, I need you for the long gait here. We're going to mile. I don't need you for a short sprint. And thinking that way is a short sprint, you can get hurt. And that's everybody in this room. Yes, we have to make numbers, but the best way to make numbers is to plan and schedule and work your plan and call it what it is. It's not to sacrifice anybody. And the supervisors in this room, if you have somebody on your crew and they get hurt, go look in the mirror because you contributed, because you didn't really counsel them effectively. Right. And you see this happening with an unsafe person way before the major incident happens. It's going to be he's sloppy, he doesn't take care of his tools, he trips all the time. You're going to see this, the attitude about safety way before it happens in this kind of catastrophe. And I'm asking all of you, you're doing it to help them. You're not doing it to punish them. And you should care enough about your fellow crew member to do something.
And that's what we're talking about, the incidents. That's the carelessness and those types of things that we're talking about. You see it in your incident counts, and then something bad happens. And everybody gets on their tiptoes. You know, everybody's like walking around on eggshells at that point in time. But think, those of you, and almost everybody here has been at Hartsfield, think of how your attitude is when you're out there at Hartsfield when it comes to safety and it comes to quality. You're all sitting there, Carl's sitting there, there's no way I'm pulling out 22, 27 inches of concrete for a quarter mile. We can't afford to do that. So, guess what? We do everything we need to do to make sure we don't pull that out. But that attitude isn't always the same attitude on every other time. Because we do pull concrete out. We do spoil concrete. We aren't careful. We're rushing. We're doing some things we shouldn't. And a lot of it's not working the plan. A lot of it's, the plan isn't always to get done tomorrow. It's really, truly not. And that's what I wanted to share a little bit of this number information to you. We've got to get these incidents down. Because those numbers that you saw in the 7 and 8 range, last year we had a better year. We were still over, from this division, still over 3. But we were 6, 8, 7, 7, based on that man hours. And making that same calculation down here, they have one bad year. I mean, that's still 399 is not good. Yeah, anything 3 is not good. But it's still under 4. I mean, we had a decent year. I mean, that's a good start. And it takes teamwork of everything. It takes safety work on line duty. It takes you watching your people and getting your crews to look out for each other. Because there's only 2 safety guys that can be here. They can't be everybody at the same time, and you maybe got 8, 10, 12 people on your crew, and you can't be everywhere they are. If they're doing setups spread over a quarter of a mile or half a mile, you know, you can't be there all the time, but they're with each other, and they need to understand to look out for each other. All right, we beat that horse. But I guess what I really want to do is just think. And I like to use that Hartsfield as an analogy. Think of your mindset when you're out there at Hartsfield. Because you know, if you screw up, the company screws up, it's not going to be out there. It doesn't matter if we're low or not. They'll come up with 100 reasons to knock you out of there. And you'll never get back into Hartsfield, and you won't get any other jobs either, for that matter, because you'll get a reputation. Any questions on that?
I'll add something, Larry. I know on a couple of jobs I've been on long-term, it seems like that there were incidents more prevalent towards the end of the job where things got lax and trying to close things down. Like there in Augusta, we didn't have anything major, but like the truck got ran into, the sand truck turned over, nobody was injured, but a lot of things happened towards the end of the job when we was winding down.
Right. A lot of it's spotters. I mean, we had a couple accidents here where we were moving a crane or a boom, and it either backed up to a truck or was parked behind it, or hit a power wire, or something happened that if there was somebody else out looking, watching what was going on at the time, that incident wouldn't have occurred.
Even when there's not production and things happening, I mean, safety is still important when you
Absolutely.
get up.
And you know, and one last closing thing, and we'll let go of that, quit pumping that handle, is the old iceberg concept. You know, the actual out-of-pocket cost is a very small portion. It's what's below the water of an iceberg, about all the time off. Everybody's got to stand around and go, oh, did you see what happened over there? Oh, I bet he's going to get his panties kicked. You know, and everybody's got to talk about it. Somebody's got to go take and do a drug test an hour and a half away. And then usually we're not as efficient because while the cat's away, the mice will play. I mean, all kinds of things go wrong when you have an incident. And productivity goes in the tank. So if we worked our plan, we worked our plan and did what we were supposed to do from the very beginning, and you say, well, gosh, I don't know if we have time to do it. Well, you definitely don't have time to send one of your top foremen or superintendents or whoever is going to take so-and-so to a drug test an hour and a half away and get all the jibber-jabbering talking about the incident that just happened. And I was on the 85 job. We had a bunch of them. We had over 1,000 accidents on that over a 5-year period of time. Didn't have a lot to do with us necessarily, but they weren't ours. I mean, it's traveling public kind of thing, but you got to get on it. All right. I got about 20 minutes here. I asked 3 of our top people to sit up here in a little bit of a forum. I got Kevin Cruza, I got Mike Mahata, and Carl Peterson. You guys can bring your chairs up here and face the group. We're going to say truth or dare. What I want them to do, I've asked them to do today, and it's a dialogue, it isn't a lecture, but I know you're tired of hearing me by now. I know you can hear me, but you're tired of hearing me. I've asked these guys because these are your peers. These are the people you either work for, you work beside, or work for. And the first thing I asked them to do, just each one individually, just kind of give me a little, because I don't know if everybody has worked with everybody before. Some of them you say, oh, I've heard the name, but I've never really met the guy or anything. So I asked them initially, spend a couple minutes each, initially just give them a little bit about your construction background, certainly not just with McCarthy Improvement Company, but what you've done that got you to where you're at here today.
Had a big mouth and wouldn't say no.
Perfect.
I am Kevin Cruza. I'm a senior project manager at McCarthy. My second tour. Second tour. So we were in Nashville, built the runway. It was less. It was fun. But anyhow, I've been in construction basically since July 4th of 1979. Got hired as a field office manager for the Hardaway's Concrete Paving Division. and decided I wasn't progressing there, left in 91. And Joe Bush and John Eisenhower hired me. Stayed there until November of 94, went to work for Ballinger. Lo and behold, Ballinger gets bought out, so. And I've been involved in the I-16 job for 3 years. We finally finished the paving yesterday. And done a lot of traffic control. Then we have a pretty good traffic control supervisor, Harry Ledford, who's been at Ballinger for years and worked on a lot of jobs. It seems like been under the gun in traffic for the last 13 years, probably 10 of those years in Georgia. Only one job is behind barrier wall, the rest of it over. And even did a job for McCarthy in Unadilla, widening with barrels. Sue was down there some, a little less. So, had that third lane before they decided to reconstruct it for 2 lanes recently.
My name is Mike Marhat. I'm superintendent with the Bridge Division, and I've been since 1990 been working in the infrastructure capacity, whether it's been in the demolition field or the bridge side. But I did get my start as a mason tender, working for LaChase Construction, who's also a KCIG member. So that's up in upstate New York. Currently getting ready to start a new project at Hartsfield. So, yeah, there's been a lot of talk about what we're going to do out there. It's going to be a little bit of bridge work, a little bit of paving, a little bit of demo, a little bit of So, I think Bush Construction is going to be out there as well. Do some vertical work, so both sides.
My name is Carl Pearson. I started in this business in 1987 as a laborer. I progressively went up. I worked for 4 or 5 paving contractors. Been from here to New York to Montana to Arizona. I like it here. So I've been with Kevin for the last year on I-16. It's been a challenge. I've got really good people I work with. They really help out. And I guess that job is probably one of the scariest jobs I've been on, with the volume of traffic that goes by every day.
I think it's probably the most dangerous job we've had as a recent vendor for me as far as how to set up.
Yeah. I mean, just being behind barrels.
Yeah, it's wide open, especially when we but it's done now, so.
Yeah. You escaped. Well, we can't ease up because we still have some things to finish. Traffic control is a lot of it's common sense. One of the first things ASA will tell you, if you have a safe setup for the traveling public, you will have a safe setup for your people. Now, you cannot control the knuckleheads that are going down the interstate.
What do you call those drivers? Something jockey?
Oh, the container jockeys?
Yeah,
They're taking the containers back and forth. They get paid by the load. They bid for them. They're bidding cheap. And I don't know, there's a famous accident. State of Georgia dishonored 5 nursing students. And they got killed because a truck driver, sexting on his cell phones, was coming up to a closure, I think, that Kramer's people were doing down there towards Savannah, somewhere in that area, and wasn't paying attention, and slammed into 2 SUVs, killing 5 nursing students from Georgia Southern. So there's been problems like that. You cannot stop stupid. I-16 is kind of a boring road. I mean, it's cow fields and there's not a whole lot of stops. If you don't stop for gas, you may have to go 50 miles in a couple stretches there. I was doing Brunswick and people just fall asleep. We've had fall asleep, hit cable, bad claims. Luckily, you know, we haven't had anybody come into the traffic there. But it's just, yeah, be vigilant. You can't, and people got to look out for each other. Everybody thought, when was doing the main line, Carpenter, you know, he's right there by the traffic. You got 9 foot between that stripe and the barrel and where the edge of the pavement was. So 3 foot from the pavement, and you're beside that. So Carl was standing there. Of course, he tried to go to the other side of it.
I like this.
You know, he was within 3 foot of moving traffic by him. And that was dangerous, but the trucks were entering and egressing back at ramps until we had to do, there wasn't any ramps, and we had to build plates to get our trucks in and out so we could get production because, you know, there's not enough trucks. But actually, I thought it was more dangerous when we was pouring the shoulder. And you say, well, you got, instead of being 5 foot, you're now maybe 18 foot away. But the problem was that the trucks at that point had to ingress and egress from traffic. And Friday's going to be trouble and backups. People are texting, as you can tell, it'll be 2 or 3 wrecks, you know. And then, you know, the old deed, no good deed goes unpunished, was classic down there for some reason. Oh, we need to let those people out. They're stuck in that traffic. You know, at the ramp, cannot enter. Well, car 1 and 2 had stopped, car 5, boom! He's hitting 4 and 3. So it's just a mess. One of the safest things we ever did, it was just luck, in a way. When we built I-95, we were behind barrier wall. We were going to have to take 150,000 cubic yards in and out of that barrier wall. And that's when we used the bridge that time over the interstate. So we saved 18,000 trucks from having to enter and leave loaded, to come out empty. They got to come in empty in the morning and leave empty because we had a conveyor. That's an unusual, maybe we'll get a job where we can use that again.
It's being bid on the I-20 job.
Is it Columbia?
Yep.
Man, have to get balls back just to keep that thing clean. That was a shot.
So as far as priority control go, you did the best thing you could do. You eliminated the hazard.
It was a hazard, and that's the thing you've got to try to look at and everything. Steve Button was probably involved in one of the most unfortunate incidents. And we're probably 10 seconds from it not ever being. They were doing I-95 in Jacksonville. A drunk lady who had been sent home by a car found the keys to another car, came down a ramp. They were heading up because it was getting cold. It was in January of '96. She plowed into 2 finishers. Knocked one underneath the paver and one over the paver. And killed him. So, you know, blood does play a part sometimes, but you've got to be careful and try and look out for each other. That's one thing. You know, one thing we did at APAC and Boundary, if you came on a job and said, well, what's your job? And if you were a supervisor, you did not answer it. Safety was your job, number 1. And you got written up for it. It affected your bonus. There was deducts for it.
Well, y'all, I mean, did your supervision do HR write-ups on people for safety violations?
They were supposed to. We did sometimes, depending on the severity of things. They were rare, but they were rare.
And y'all catch my drift on this because it's training. I don't doubt we counsel, but I don't necessarily know that I think counsel is solid.
But it's got to be an attitude. You got to live in this.
We don't write up enough.
You know, I'm not for just discipline for discipline's sake. I'm for discipline for training as much as anything. When someone is doing absenteeism is one. You're probably not going to write about it, but you probably should if it becomes an issue before you really say you don't want it. But for safety purposes, in my mind, that is a write-up. Those people, you need to get their attention and get it immediately. And don't kid yourselves, y'all have seen this. The guy who's unsafe is not the one that got hurt. He gets someone else hurt. And they don't deserve it. And it's our job to
to do more of that. And I am not a big write-up king. I'm a little bit like you guys, but I would like to see us push safety a little stronger and do document that and use it for a training mechanism, one-on-one with that guy, writing you up, I'm sending it in, and this is why. If you don't want to write him up for absenteeism, okay, you can live with that one, that's you. But for safety incidents to use for training, I would like everybody in this room to help us.
And some of it's that Alan and I have talked about 100 times probably. Unfortunately, there may need to be a sacrificial lamb, even in the write-ups, because I guarantee you write somebody up for a safety thing, your crew, it's going to spread. It's going to spread. And you know what? If you don't write them up, that same attitude's going to prevail. It's going to spread just like a virus.
And that's part of the culture at Hartsville, Larry, is because there were sacrificial lambs and there was no BS.
Right.
But I'll say this, since we are not write-up kings, a write-up on safety will carry more weight. I'm just telling you, I mean, and I know y'all are, I'm on this with you, but everybody in here who is in supervision, forming on up, we can use the help here on this. We need to keep pushing our culture and this change, and that would help.
It'll actually make your life easier, to be honest with you. I know it's hard to do it, it's easy to say to do it, it's a whole other thing to actually do it. But I think when you explain it, that you're doing it not only for his safety, but those of his crew, and I'm just trying to look out for him the best I can.
Bingo, you're doing it because you care.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the other side of that, and don't anybody raise your hand. But who doesn't have enough confidence in their safety teaching, the information they're providing their crews, to back that write-up up? Go back to, you can write the guy up, but can you write the guy up and say, I reviewed this with you, I reviewed the JSA with you, I went over this with you, I taught you how to do this correctly? That's probably withholding a lot of your write-ups, because you need to be able to back up what you're writing the guy up for.
All right, y'all speak.
Well, it's possible. I mean, I'm personally, I don't do my JSA that I should. Okay, but I don't. And some of it is, look, I mean, the same thing today is good. Yes, we're going to be sent back. We're going to be sent back. We're going to be time speed. Same thing. But does that mean something's changed? Maybe something we could learn from our men. They're saying, oh, well, this isn't working. They would bring that up in the morning and during the toolbox, during the JSA. Well, this isn't working, or this isn't working for me, or what, something that could be addressed.
Are you doing morning huddles?
Well, currently it's not. I don't have a crew, but I mean.
When you have a crew.
Yeah. So, but it's, at that time, I guess the point I'm getting at is you have an asset there. And a lot of times we treat them as liabilities. It's that new guy. It's that guy that they pay him the ass. Okay, he's out there, he's always complaining. Well, why is he complaining? What's he saying? Okay, and that's my turn to say, well, am I not training him? Am I not putting him with the right person? Or getting the right tools to work? So yes, the JSA is effective.
I've sat in on my JSAs at the airport in the morning, and that's what I told Frank, this guy can do a tutorial on it, basically. Not only does he know what he's talking about, he's done it and reiterated the JSA so many times, his employees are involved in it too. They know, they got a guy that can't get on a ladder. They know how much that weight is. I mean, they cover everything from toolbox talks to the JSA. I mean, we were working on a project together, and I didn't have to be there, but I would go just to sit down in his JSAs, because he does probably the best job of any of the guys that I've seen.
I think one of the issues that's happening now is we're hiring people out of desperation to 25.
That is constant. That is correct.
It's hard to find good help, and so what I've done in the past is I've labeled our young guys. Anybody under 25, I put a green dot on their hard hat, and everybody knows to look out for the guy with the green dot. We have that. We're supposed to have that.
You guys are supposed to be in green hard hat.
Green hard hat. Yeah. But my point is we have to, especially guys that have been doing this for a long time. We can get complacent as well, so we have to make sure that we're checking each other, and especially the young guys.
It doesn't have to be a new guy to be a new job for that person.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And complacency is a good thing.
Hey, James Morrell, How old is he? He's a bridge guy from way back with Bellamy, and he walked through a hole in a bridge. And he was 60, what? 60 something. He was close to retirement, wasn't he? You know?
This industry has changed a lot as far as safety goes over a lot of years, and a lot of times it's not your new guys that you're having a problem with. You hire a guy that's never done this kind of stuff before, you walk him through the safety procedures, he thinks this is the way it's supposed to be and doesn't know that there's another way. And if everybody on that crew had all their PPE and we're doing everything safely, then he's never gonna know any different. But a lot of your old school guys that were doing this stuff 20 years ago, I mean, you didn't tie up. I saw a picture of a guy standing on top of the Golden Gate Bridge the other day with no tie. It wasn't built yet. He was standing on the wires, just standing there with his arm full looking down. I mean, he would have fallen 1,000 feet, not tied off, not nothing. But there were no safety standards back then. And a lot of the old school guys, they're like, I never did that, I never did that. It's like, you know what?
Yeah. Things
Things have changed. You got to step your game up. And when Larry talks about Hartfield Jackson, when we first went in there, Sly will tell you, he was assembling the batch plant on Sullivan Road, and they came in and shut us down. And it was like, what the hell kind of circus are you guys running here, you know? Nobody was badged, nobody was nothing. Hey, they threw us all off the job.
Where's your lift plan?
Yeah, we had nothing. And, you know, I called Get To, because he's talking about it, and Mike was like, well, good. Get things in order. He says, we got to raise our bar. If we want to play in this arena, this is where we got to be. This is where we are. This is where we got to be, you know? So we got to step the game up, and we have. But it's setting expectations when you get there. When you get to Hartsfield Jackson, you know what you're dealing with. You're not going to be able to slide under the bar on that. If somebody from the airport doesn't catch you, your supervisor is going to be on your ass because he knows that he's going to get it from somebody. There's a lot of eyes out there. So, yeah. Yeah.
And just let me make a comment, even though you're a lot of times doing the same thing every day, with the same people every day, but that morning huddle gives you the opportunity to see each and every one of them, look in their face, get a feel for where their mind's at for that day, and something changes every day. You're not patching the same hole every day. You may be patching, but you're patching a different hole today.
Yeah, maybe you're tying steel, but you're going higher. You're not going to be at 4 foot, you're going to be at 7 or 8 foot. Depending, some variable is going to change.
And you can still use it for a teaching moment, even if it doesn't apply to your crew.
And I shared with y'all last year, and I challenge you, and we're starting to do it. We're still not probably where we want to be, but again, just like me with you all, don't just lecture these people. Let them give it. Assign them the topic for tomorrow and listen to them and what they have to say and how they explain it in their own vernacular, in their own terms. And what it does is you may learn something about how they're actually doing it versus how they should be doing it. Or you may learn that there's a better way than how you've been handling it. And two, you also test their understanding of the importance of a JSA and what it's all about. Because if they start skipping stuff, you go, well, wait a minute. That's not what's important here. What's important here is PPE, protection, looking out for the other guy, and talking about the procedures that are going to go on that day. So that's why we talked about doing safety audits and involving a couple of your hourly people in that process. Draw them in to the whole safety culture and the process that we have, including letting them give the JSA and the toolbox talks. Give the information to them the day before. Most of them that have been working with you for a while should know it, probably should know it rote just like yourself. Let's see what they can do. And in front of their peers, they're going to make sure they know what they need to do and be spot on with it. They should be. So just, again, just a thought to share is try to involve all of the crew in the process. Don't make it just a lecture from you every day, because you'll lose it. You'll lose it after a while anyway. They've heard it for years. I did ask Kevin, had already kind of alluded to it, but maybe if all of you could maybe share with respect to a framework of safety, maybe an event or two that might have occurred in your construction experience that said, you know what, this stuff's for real, I need to step my game up.
Well, again, I started in the late 90s, and I was the greenhorn, but then guys in their 40s, 50s, 60s working with them. I noticed there's a lot of guys missing digits, right? They've got 8 or 9 fingers. This is, you know, they always had the story, and it was always a funny story about how it happened. But I'm like, there's a lot of guys missing fingers here. So I just figured, oh, well, this is a tough business. And then I'm like, you know what? I don't think I want to lose any of my fingers. So that was kind of like, maybe I'll just pay a little close attention to what happened. And it turned out that it's the same operation. Somebody was always getting their finger stuck or pinched. I'm like, I don't want to be that guy. So that was one thing. And then in more recent history, I had it was actually Larry yelled at me.
Had such an impact.
He did have an impact. I had there's a major rain event in 2012 on the project. And, I happened to take pictures of the creek swelled up, and it's, of course, in a floodplain. That's where we were building the bridge there. And we had to move a section of the formwork, steel formwork over, and we set the crane up. And as we were flying it over, one of the outriggers started to sink because the ground was so soft.
Oh, I remember.
Yep. So, and Alan shut the job down, and it was a near miss. Nobody got hurt, but the crane did tip. Okay, so the entire load shifted, and it could have been catastrophic. But,
That's a near miss.
That is a true near miss, and I could have, if I did everything properly, probably shouldn't have made the lift, but we were pushing for production. And I wasn't thinking about the ground, I was thinking about keeping the job. And I had to come in and sit down and talk to Larry, and he's like, I need $250,000, because that's what it's gonna cost for our deductible. And he's showing me pictures of my job site from days before, where it's flooded. I'm like, how did he get these pictures? So, it's with certain factors that I wasn't thinking of. But since then, now I just kind of changed my thought process a little bit and step back a little bit. Kind of think what could happen if I think that. Thanks, Larry. Appreciate it.
No, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it very much.
I guess my 2 incidents are the one that happened here last year. The fatality was on my job. I was there for about, I don't know if it was 2 days or 2 weeks.
It wasn't 2 weeks, you had just got.
I think it was probably 2 or 3 days. That was an eye-opening situation where it just told me that, and Alan's even told me that I sit and watch people. I watch people now on my crew because I'm so afraid something's going to happen. And I look at it as the people that work for me are the people that make me look good. If they do a good job and they're safe, that they will go home every day. That's what needs to happen. But the other job that happened, the other thing that happened was I was working in Rochester, Minnesota on a paving job, and trucks were lined up. I was just a laborer then. And one of the drivers was walking behind his truck, and somebody backed over this guy. And I had to clean up that mess. And that smell goes with me for the rest of my life. It would run over up to his chest. And truck drivers, telephones, truck drivers, they do not mix. And this man was on a phone. And that is my biggest pet peeve. I will not let anybody back a truck up to our operation is on the phone. That just, I will ask the driver to leave because that's just how it is. But those are 2 things that have happened in my career that scare the death of somebody getting hurt. I want everybody to go home. I'd like to go home. I don't want nothing to happen to me, anybody. We just gotta look out for each other.
That's, it's a scary thought.
The last thing I asked, anybody have any questions, comments?
I'm going to follow up on one comment, and that's everybody here, and I'm sure a lot of you are doing it. But Carl made a comment that I've watched Carl. I wasn't spying, I just couldn't get to your side of the road, and I just had to be over there. And he was literally observing what everybody was doing. And then you take corrective action from that point on. We all get busy, and sometimes as the manager, we need to take that time to observe to see how everybody else is doing. A lot of times we got our nose to the grindstone and we're working too hard. It's hard to see what's going on around you when you're focused on what you're doing. And I think that is a good trait. And I'm sure a lot of you do. This was just sort of funny. It was a hill there, and he was up on top of this hill, and he was just watching everything that was going on.
The Redeemer.
But he knew what he was looking for. He was watching what everybody was doing. And I do think that's the thing. We got to take time to watch and look for our fellow men.
Your crew makes you look good.
One of the things we discussed briefly, this would be the last question I threw out to, was to maybe talk a little bit. I think we all recognize that new employees or new people to the crew, not necessarily a new employee in construction, are always a challenge. So one, you got to get to know them. You got to know what they're capable, learn their capabilities, learn their practices. And I guess I'd like them to maybe comment on how they deal with new employees when they're working with them out on the job, in terms of how they differentiate that between your more senior guys.
Well, one thing to do, I know that we did at APAC, we had a buddy system. I think for the first 90 days, or was it 6 months, Corky? 90. No, that's what I thought, 90 days. There was somebody on that crew that was experienced, that was kind of assigned to be his buddy, kind of be his overseer, look after him. You know, it wasn't a supervisor, it was another hourly employee to try and make sure he understood what he was doing, because you know, some people, it's the first time they've been out there, they've been done building construction, and you know, roadway paving is a lot different than building and stuff of that. That's one thing to do is assign people a buddy. As long as you ain't hiring a complete new crew, as you're bringing people along, kind of help them with everything.
And especially with operators or skilled trades, you want to put them, you know, a new guy with more experience, someone that you trust. That's worked for me in the past. But I do like to get feedback from people, you know, after a couple of days, just, hey, how's it going? Find out good candidates. You know, he may have some insight that you never would have thought. And maybe he's done it for another company, or he's saw a YouTube video, who knows, but there's always another way. I try to make it an effort to at least give them some lip time and say, okay, tell me what's going on.
Listen. Yeah,
exactly.
listening.
Let me listen. I guess we just try and start them out on something that we think they can handle and keep moving up. I guess, you know, I kind of put the new guys, if you get them, in the hands of my two foremen back there to watch over them. I try and watch, but as a supervisor, you can't sit and watch everybody all the time. You all do. And we just try to make things click, I guess. Wouldn't you say, Carlos?
Good. Does anybody have any questions? Here you got some guys with quite a bit of experience between the three of them, and a chance to put them on the line. Nobody has any other questions? Dismissed.